like that city is powered by the rest of Canada, and the rest of Canada looks at it and goes, man, your roads are terrible. You should fix those. Anyway, it's time to turn the YouTube stream on, chat. You guys ready to say hi, YouTube? And also, for those of you who haven't yet, if you would like to help out the YouTube side of things, which obviously it's not mandatory by any stretch, but if you do happen to have a YouTube account and haven't yet, if you could jump over to this page real quick and leave a like on it and then pop back over to the Twitch side of things where the stream really happens. And hello, friends over on YouTube. So it's time to play some Dwarf Fortress, I think. It's this novel concept. This thing that we do on the internet. Some Dwarf Fortress. So today we're diving back into the Fortress Firebolt. The Future Realms and Ghost Razor is taking a long siesta, likely. So now I just need to figure out which save it was. But this one, nope, that's Heaven's Bolt. That's Firebolt. We're diving back into Firebolt. Now, Firebolt, hey, Great Padinsky. It's going all right. How's things on your end? Also, hello, Foul G, by the way. And Devil Dun. I don't think I said hi to you yet. And Kirk Nass as well. And Finian. Sam Texagon. A lot of people here. Cool. Firebolt is a fortress that we started up during the, I don't know, like first half of October. I don't know. Did you, Darius? Hi, Darius. How are you? How are you? Hope you're doing well. So this is Firebolt. John Shia 483 and Vixen Rose. So John Shia with the brand new Prime subscription, Vixen Rose with the 10 months with Tier 1. Appreciate you. This is Firebolt. Firebolt is, I don't know, a bit of a mess. It's a bit of a mess in a lot of ways, but it's a mess that I've made, and it's my mess. So we're gonna do our best to work on this fort. So I guess brief fort tour, then we'll read through the dwarves that are alive, then we'll name some dwarves, and then we'll get into things. There's a gremlin down here, which is where? Right, we have a bunch of undead in cages. Gremlin! Look at that. 424 years old. Yeah, good timing. I didn't know that you were sick. That sucks. Well, it's good to hear that you're feeling better. This is a gremlin. He's good with language, disdains tranquility, high stamina, good spatial sense, vengeful, and curious. His nose is incredibly upturned. That makes sense. He has little time for forgiveness and will generally seek retribution. He is very curious and sometimes to his detriment. He finds humor in most situations. He likes a little excitement now and then and can be quite polite. Generally acts impartially and is rarely moved to mercy, and he finds obligations confining, and he tends to make a small mess with his own possessions. Felt fine overall, just annoying. Oh, that sucks. You're not kidding. Man, it is weird being in a fortress with, like, a normal number of depressed dwarves. So, as for the actual fortress itself, this is kind of the main front door, which is currently very messy. There's, as you can see, a lot of crap on the ground. This is the kind of main crafting area. Right now, we have a tavern up here, which needs some work. Bedrooms kind of scattered around the edges. If we look at this, most of these dwarves have modest quarters, which is pretty good. Of course, there's a couple that don't, so we do need some more modest quarters. I am flooring up all of the modest quarters, so there is that. We've got bedrooms down here, we got bedrooms up here, and we've got some down here as well, kind of scattered around the edges. We're going to need to double those numbers. We're going for a pretty high population on this fort. So, like I said, this is kind of our main crafting area. We have various mine carts moving boulders around, and down here is where we are doing most of our crafting, and where we have a little minecart that kind of, you know, comes around this way and pops up to here, which is delivering armor up here. So armor and whatnot goes over here and then gets delivered that way. So that this goes all the way up to there is one, and then we've got the other one, which goes from here down, up, and up to there. So stuff gets loaded from this into there, moved over here. So we have this little set of forges and this little set of forges, and everything in between here is a guild, a metalsmith's guild. So we are working on that. As far as bars go, we do have a very large amount of iron and a very large amount of steel. Epion, what's up, dude? And you might be going, Blind, what are you going to do with all that steel? Well, we are right here. If you're in the Twitch chat, if you type in ! Goal, we've updated that. The goal is to kill every necromancer tower on the map. That's the goal. So there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29-ish. Maybe 30 if I missed one. And then there's also a mug that I kind of would like to steal called Mortal Throw. So that is the goal for this fort. On top of that, we need more booze. We got plenty of food, though, so that's good. And then the fortress does kind of go down into this cavern layer, which probably needs more defending. Right now, it's not very built up. We need to work on this. And then we can move down to here, where baddies just straight up have a way in. And then there's this stairwell that goes all the way down to here, which, again, just has a door here. And then that's pretty much it. So we need to go deeper. And we need to seal off the caverns more. So plan for today is work on the caverns and making the caverns safer, and various other things. Although I probably have more things I gotta mine out down here pretty soon, because there is a whole lot of iron up top, but, you know, it's probably wise to go get more. And as far as I know, there's a lot more metals over here. Like there's sulfurite over there. There's a ton of magnetite over here. So we'll be digging around and finding more magnetite and all that. Not even 30 of them, easy peasy. Oh, definitely. I don't know if we'll complete it. We do have several different squads. Yeah, this is our crossbow squad. This is, I guess, spears. Actually, I haven't looked in a while. Yeah, so we've got crossbows. We got, okay, 2 crossbow squads, all with steel armor, and then a spear squad down at the bottom. Some of them do still need new gear, but in general, we're getting there. You need a shirt still, and you need a backpack. So we need some more backpacks and a few other things. Most of them have pants, though, which is good. And if we look here, we can take a peek at the named dwarves in the fort. Rolf, hello. How's things, man? Not much. Working on on Switchport, trying to survive, hoping big external project will magically appear. Currently at 70% chance. External project? You mean like somebody commissioning you to do a thing again? Well, if I could hire you, I would, but I do all right, but I don't do that well. Any tips about going to caverns? You always tend to lose your forts due to lack of cavern management. Nerf the ever-living shit out of the cavern dwellers would be tip number 1. Yeah, that's the main thing, is just nerf the cavern dwellers. If you nerf the cavern dwellers, your life will be better. So if you're capable of nerfing the cavern dwellers and okay with nerfing the cavern dwellers, you will have a much better time with things. Yeah, I think that's pretty much it. Also, to just everybody watching right now in general, if you guys want to help me out with something, I have a YouTube video that I posted this morning, which I'm quite happy with and quite proud of. But it's unfortunately not doing all that well, and that kind of is bumming me out. So if you want to go help out a video that I uploaded, well, this morning, technically last night, but this morning, go check out this here video that I uploaded on ghosts in Dwarf Fortress, because I thought it was quite good. And it turns out, if you don't upload videos to YouTube for a couple days, YouTube's like, maybe I just won't serve these to people. which is kind of annoying. It'd take 2 to 3 years. Was this the project to get a thing running on a server or on a... Why am I blanking on the word here? Was this that thing that you told me about that one time a while ago with the Silicon Valley person? Or is that already done? Anyway, let's read through the dwarves that are alive. We have Shakebreak, a Devilish Potato, All Mind Control, Alonzo, Amethyst, and Attacking Sharks. Baka Glass and Base Case False. Bastet and Beefcake. Ben Said and Big Sparn. Blazer Flamewing and Board Guy. Celistaris and Darius Cardrin. Deep Space and Diamond Destruct. Dr. Nish and Dr. Phineas. Neither of them are actually doctors, which is kind of funny. Devil Dawn, Dying Sun II, and Ethereal Snail. Elfie Bean the sequel, and G-Fin, as well as Gezech OCB, and Glass Half Full. Gobsnake, and Grey R. Honey Bun Holler, Knitwater, Kitwater, and Linkman, as well as Linku and Lucy Rambles. Laigushka and MASIN64, and Mako, as well as Midnight Winter, Mr. Burner, and Neezer, as well as Nelith and Firehawk, Ryo Shincat, and Red Octo Bear. Roll Stole Broken, and Sentient Potato. Safe Keeps, and Celibot, and Shady. Sparky, and Suited Giraffe. Technophobic Freak, Talon Artho, Ulfsire, Vancho, Van Ori, Wait What, Wiz the God, and that is everybody. You're actually legally not being able to spoil. Okay. Interesting. Well, hopefully it happens. Is this something that you worked on in the past, or is this somebody else's game that you're remastering? Sorry if I can't ask that, but if you can't answer, just say I can't answer. I have this habit of doing this. Like, I don't realize how dirty my glasses are until I'm actually streaming. And then I try and read something. I'm like, are my eyes dirty, or is there a hair on my glasses? It's like, yep, there's definitely a friggin' eyelash on my glasses. One of the, like, utter curses of wearing glasses and also having really long eyelashes is my glasses need to be close to my face to be able to see. But then my eyelashes touch my glasses and they leave streaks on my glasses. Ugh. Anyone else remember why you're an optimist this time around? I mean, your dwarf is kind of meh. Oh, is it because your glass half... It's because glass half empty already died. So I could actually just rename you to Empty and then the second, if you prefer that. It's because the first one died. So it's like, this is the sequel. This is the second one. You're not actually that much of an optimist, though. Your dwarf's kind of meh. You actually currently have a cassava roast in your hand, which is made with finely minced naf seeds, finely minced cassava, and finely minced alfalfa, and well-minced cassava. So you're a vegetarian currently. I read that as nicotine gun, and I had several questions. It's like, what? I was about to ask what a nicotine gun was. It's like, what exactly is a nicotine gun? I'm just, okay. I'm just imagining, like, okay, so you know those, like, plastic Pez guns? Did anybody ever see those? I vaguely remember these from, like, dollar stores in the early 2000s. They were, like, bright pink guns that had a spring in them, and you put Pez's in the top, like, or in the bottom, like, a little, like, you'd load it like a gun, but with Pez, and then you shoot Pez at people. Which was great, because then you'd have kids running around with fake guns shooting Pez in their mouth. Put gun smoke into a new light. Nicotine gun sounds like the name of... You know, nicotine gun is like... would be like a chain smokers cover band. So like playing Persona, but instead of getting a demon, you just get candy in your mouth. Anyway, I'm gonna give friend of the channel here, Epion, a dwarf. Epion, accepts favors without developing a sense of obligation, preferring to keep as the current situation demands. He is dour as a rule and conflicted by this, as he values parties and merrymaking in the abstract. He is very quick to anger and prefers everyone live as harmoniously as possible. He is slow to trust others and rarely feels discouraged, tends to avoid any confrontations, and he works to square this natural tendency with his respective martial prowess. He isn't particularly interested in what others think of him, and he tends to form only tenuous emotional bonds with others. He doesn't easily fall in love and rarely develops positive sentiments, and he rolls his eyes when he's exasperated and he needs alcohol to get through the working day. Dreams of crafting a masterwork someday and personally believes that peace is always preferable to war. And he worships Enthep Rushan? I'm not even sure. You have one friend and many passing acquaintance. Many passing acquaintances. You would 100% try the nicotine gun. I'm trying to imagine what, like, a cravings suppressant in the format of a toy gun would be. Also, Gran, put Gunsmoke into a new light indeed, is driven by bouncing frenetic energy, is very greedy and easily moved to mercy. He is stubborn and curious and eager to learn. He doesn't mind wearing something special now and then, and he doesn't cling tightly to ideas and is open to changing his mind. He tends to make a small mess with his own possessions, and he often feels envious of others. He is slow to anger and he has a sense of duty. He is moved by art and natural beauty, and he is troubled by this since he dislikes the natural world. He needs alcohol to get through the working day and dreams of mastering a skill. Personally values loyalty and finds friendship burdensome. He also worships Enthep Rushan and is married to Asob. Dehydrated chewing tobacco? Wouldn't that just be like getting hit with a potato gun, though? I guess it would have to be like very low power. Speaking of low power, Norstat, you're married to Imgran. She is always tense and jittery and doesn't often feel lustful. She can handle stress and she doesn't focus on material goods. She doesn't fall in love and rarely develops positive sentiments. And she is troubled by this as she values romance. She doesn't often feel envious of others and is quick to anger. She occasionally overindulges and tends to avoid any physical confrontations. Works to square this natural tendency with her respective martial prowess, and she tends to not reveal personal information. She is generally quite confident in her abilities when undertaking specific ventures, and she stomps her feet repeatedly when she's angry. She chews her lips when she's angry, and she needs alcohol to get through the working day and does not mind being outdoors, at least for a time. You do now. So I've removed the requirements for getting a dwarf, basically. Chat's just not busy enough these days to really warrant having a dedicated command for it. So I just kind of name dwarves from people in chat and or when people ask. So it's in my opinion, a lot more fair now. Also, another thing that I've done, because I was getting some comments about this, I've actually slowed the frame rate down because I've been too consistently just sitting at 90. So I've actually moved it down to 80. And I think when sieges happen, I'm going to move it down to 50 and then move it back up after sieges. Just so that, like, people who are watching who aren't as well-versed in the pace of Dwarf Fortress will have an easier time following. I've done that. I also kind of want to rename these squads. So these are my two ranged squads, and this is a spear squad. So this could be the world of bolts. And this squad could be the flashy, the flighty, fight, because they make things that fly and then they fight. And then the Mines of Sweltering. I'm not a big fan of that. Let's call you the Angry Can I click this? There we go. The Angry Stick. There we go. It's a spear. It's an angry stick. What's up, Dave the Danger? Dave Danger the Warlock. I want to say Dave the Danger the Warlock of stabbing. Is of stabbing an option? Angry stick of stabbing. Okay, there you go. The angry stick of stabbing. Justus Schulzat. The angry stick of stabbing. That's pretty good. That's pretty good. Siege is on fast speed, can look like Looney Tunes fight, a big ball of dust with limbs flying helter-skelter in a pile of corpses. Yeah, but it doesn't, I don't know. We'll try this like slower speed out for today and see how that goes. Also, I would like to remind everybody of the good word of our great and holy god, Avuz Crestgold, the god that not enough people worship. It is the deity of caverns and mountains, and it's depicted as a male chinchilla. So, if you start wondering, Blind, why are there statues of chinchillas everywhere? That is the only reason. And also, I don't know why I have a bag of gypsum plaster, but apparently I do. I have no idea where I acquired these from. Must have bought them off the dwarves. I guess I'll make a kiln and, like, quickly set all that stuff up. Because why not? And also, basically no dwarves in this fortress worship the chinchilla, but I will eventually fix this problem by force of exposure. And if you don't understand this, then I don't know, you're probably a bad person. Probably. So, this fortress has had several issues so far. If anybody specifically wants a dwarf, just give me a holler. This fortress has had some issues so far because we are in range of so many necromancer towers. So the main goal for today, aside from like defending the caverns, is finish setting this area up as a consistently defendable zone. I want this area to be consistently defendable, and I want to be able to fight back foes that come through here. So what I'm thinking is a lava thingy that flows in from here, or maybe from here even, that goes down into here to kill stragglers, and then an area right here where we have a pretty good combat situation. I can lock this door right here, so this gate can be locked, and it is now connected to down here. So this is kind of the baddie entrance. I do still need to do some more work on this. It needs to be a little bit wider, obviously. I just kind of wanted to get it done. Once they come around here and move down into here, maybe if I wall this off, I could set it up here. We'll have like a reservoir back here, probably powered off of this thing because it's already there, and then just have a separate bridge, maybe like right here. So if I put a bridge like right here, that's facing the other direction, obviously. I could probably, using two different reservoirs from this side and this side, fill this area up with lava pretty quickly, and then drain it out the bottom here. Likely just straight down into the caverns, if nowhere else. I mean, I could probably very easily just, you know, channel down a bunch and then just put a bridge right here. So that's probably what we'll do. You would love a dwarf name if that could happen next Migrant Wave. I mean, we can just do that right now. It's a damn shame I don't have any necromancers, because like that would be a good name for that would be a damn fine name for a necromancer. But Dave Danger the Warlock is now the leader of the Flighty Fight, which is one of my Marksource squads. So congratulations on your new gerb. He likes to brawl and can sometimes act without deliberation. He generally acts impartially and is rarely moved to mercy. He can handle stress, and he tends to make a small mess with his own possessions. He tends to make a small mess with his own possessions, and he prefers to present himself modestly, and he does not easily fall in love and rarely develops positive feelings. He has a sense of duty, and he occasionally overindulges. He is grateful when others help him out, and he tries to return favors. He tends to not reveal personal information, and he bites his nails when he gets bored. And he dreams of crafting and masterwork someday, and personally sees war as a useful means to an end and doesn't care if others take the time to master skills. And you've got many passing acquaintances, and you worship Noten. And Raven Waved would also like one, as well as UGDPY. All right, then. How about this dwarf here? Raven Waved You can be Logum, the peasant, who is also one of my ranged dwarves. Absolutely unfazed by the thoughts of others, has an incredibly calm demeanor, and tends to form only tenuous emotional bonds with others. She prefers to present herself modestly and acts with compassion, and she doesn't mind a little tumult and discord in day-to-day living. She's quick to form negative views about things and is pleased by her own appearance and talents, and dreams of raising a family, and personally is affronted by the whole notion of maintaining decorum and finds so-called dignified people disgusting and sees life as unfair and doesn't mind it that way, is shameless, not anxious, recovers slowly, agile, has good spatial sense, and disdains decorum, adept marks dwarf, and adept archerer, and a dabbling hammer dwarf. She has a daughter and an older half-brother who is a peasant, as well as related to Rolling Stole Broken. And Bomrek is her niece, and Unib is her nephew. Quite a lot of family. You do have a lover as well who isn't in the fortress, as well as some close friends. And deity do you worship? Oh, you don't worship any deities. Well, not religious. Your older half-brother is going to be UGDPY, who is a peasant currently, however, is a dabbling clother, herbalist, and stonecutter, and dreams of crafting a masterwork someday and would never pass up a chance for a good fist fight, isn't particularly ambitious, tends to assume that the worst of two outcomes will be the one that comes to pass, and doesn't often feel envious of others. He doesn't handle stress well, and he generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity. He isn't given to flights of fancy, and he tends to avoid crowds. He has a greedy streak, and he occasionally overindulges. He prefers to present himself modestly, and he tends to share his own experience and thoughts with others, and he laughs very loudly when he's nervous, and he scratches his head when he's thinking. And he dreams of crafting a masterwork someday, and personally treasures leisure time, and thinks it is very important in life, and values decorum, dignity, and proper behavior, and does not care about family one way or another, and does not care about fairness. You have 2 lovers and a child, neither of which are in the fortress, it seems. But you do have quite a couple cousins in the fortress. All right. I will name one more dwarf. This is the final one. Urvad, the cousin of UGDPY, is Arkshroom. Arkshroom has a, whoops, that's the wrong button, has a very calm demeanor, tends to ask others for help with difficult decisions, does not easily hate or develop negative feelings, and has a greedy streak. He likes to keep things practical without delving too deeply into the abstract, and he needs alcohol to get through the working day. Dreams of mastering a skill, and personally views tranquility as one of the highest ideals. Thinks friendship is important and values cunning. And there we go. Sweet. And one of my dwarves is chained up in prison, although they do have a bed to sit on, which is good. You know, honestly, what we should do? Every single prison chain should get a statue of Avu's Crest Gold. I think this is a very worthwhile use of my steel. Let's make 40 of these. Avu's... Whoa, Sam. Thank you very much for the 10-pack of gift subs. Chat room, can I get a really big round of beers for that? Holy crap, dude. Thank you much. That's a lot. And also the first notification of money in 30 minutes. The last one was just like 2 subs back to back, just kind of out of nowhere. So, thank you very much. That really does mean a lot. Said hi at the kids' table. Damn right. Thanks for saying hi at the kids' table. The kids' table, of course, being the YouTube table. Do we have enough chains right now, actually? We have 10 of 11. Let's see. Do I actually have more chains? No, I don't. Just pigtail ropes. We'll also make 10 more steel chains. And popping down here real quick. Just those. And now we're waiting on this to get constructed. So, like I said earlier, the plan for today is to make this area actually defendable, which currently it really isn't. So let's work on that primarily and see if we can get that done. Am I currently making rock blocks? I am not currently making rock blocks. All right, let's make rock blocks. Make 500. We'll see what we end up getting. Forgot how beautiful this map is. It really is a lovely map, isn't it? Just like this volcano all the way up to here. I really need a better body disposal solution, but it really is a nice map, and I've been very happy with how it's been going. Considering I'm planning on this being a longer-term fort, it kind of needs to be a nice-looking map, you know? Kind of needs to be. So this is a pretty frequented spot. This is still a dormitory down here. So I think, like, these are offices. I think I'm just going to carve out 1 or 2 more offices right here, just for future purposes, because we'll need those eventually. And then I think right across from it, like on this side up here, we're just going to do more bedrooms. Right next to the office district. But yeah, I'm wondering if this is going to end up being a fortress that's going to go long enough that I'll just start other fortresses concurrently. Because I don't know about you guys, but I was pretty happy with how the Halloween fort went. Where it was like a fortress that was planned to fail, basically. Like, the entire gimmick of that fort was like, okay, we're not going to memorialize any dead. Is very much a, like, fortress that is planned to die. Like, we go in expecting it to die. Laya, what's up, dude? Your dwarf's still alive, just a heads up. And investments are open. What's the benefits of metal chains versus cheap ropes? Higher value make happy mood, and we're trying to keep the dwarves happy in this fort. So I am going out of my way to please the dwarves and give them good things that they like. So when they're in prison, they feel pleasure near a fine bed, pleasure near a splendid restraint, and pleasure near a splendid restraint. While they are feeling guilty, they're getting 3 happy moods. And once they also get a statue next to them, they'll feel even more pleasure near happy things, and that hopefully will make them happy. Best chain, gold chain, platinum chain. Platinum chain. Platinum chain. That's all. It's literally just a nice things make dwarf happy, and we're trying to keep our prisoners happy. That's all it really is. So now that we've got this down here, I'm just going to... Right, okay, we've already got plaster powder, duh. They're already in bags, which means... Where's my hospital? Did I not make a hospital? Maybe I didn't make a hospital. No, I did. Oh, shit, we already have powder for casts. Did I import powder for casts and not realize it? I may have actually done that. Let's just up all of these to 10, because we're going to have a pretty high population, likely. We also do have soap. Yeah, no kidding. We do, in fact, have, like, quite a bit of plaster. Shit. Looks like my doctor has a baby, too. Melville, one of my doctors. Platinum is actually useful in other applications. Outside of artifacts, I don't know if I necessarily agree with that, but... I won't say you're wrong. You're not incorrect, but... Oh, no, totally. I mean, you can make it valuable in other applications, but it's not a directly useful thing, necessarily. Platinum is not a material that you can make warhammers out of. They have to be artifact. Theoretically, a gold warhammer would be pretty close to a platinum warhammer anyway. But because they're not, that's not an item that you can make by default, that's not what I would describe as a legitimate use. It's a niche use case, sure, but it's hardly a generalized use case. Yeah, it would be about the same as lead or gold. I mean, it would be negligible, but it would be still better than, like, silver, likely. No, it's not bullshit. This game is specifically designed that you can't make certain things out of certain things, even though they would technically be significantly better. Because guess what? A steel sword or a steel spear or a silver warhammer is more than sufficient for any enemy that you're going to run into in the entire video game. So just because there are materials that are better doesn't mean that you, by default, need to use them. Because the stuff that is provided that already exists is far and away better. Still all reds? Well, specific numbers don't rig the bets, so the more you know. Yeah, I don't know. There's a lot of people who play Dwarf Fortress that are very obsessed with trying to have the best possible material for every weapon. And I like to subtly remind people that Dwarf Fortress is a very, 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 not broken, but malleable game. And trust me, the default weapons are more than sufficient for the vast majority of foes you'll be fighting. That it's so soft that it would quickly deform. Yeah, but Dwarf Fortress doesn't track that, right? So, while yes, in reality that would be an issue. But if we're talking about platinum as if it's the best material for Warhammers, well, you can't make Warhammers out of platinum. Angels and demons need steel though, right? I've killed angels and demons with less than steel. No, they need skilled warriors that don't get tired, that get good shots in, primarily. Are you more likely to win with steel? Sure. Do you need that thing? No. A well-trained dwarf with a bronze weapon or a copper weapon can kill a angel or a demon. A poorly trained dwarf with fully kitted out in adamantine will die. Of unarmed naked dwarves. Suicide Squad of unarmed naked dwarves. I mean, live your life, I suppose. Okay, so we're going to build a airlock here. I need a drawbridge that goes up this way, and we'll just make her out of steel. And I need a drawbridge on this side. So just getting floor down so that I don't have to deconstruct it to build underneath it later. So I'm going to have a lava reservoir right here. And we're going to feed off of the lava right here and build a reservoir right here, basically. That is the plan. That, or I will just simply bring a second lava reservoir around down here. Actually, I might just do it that way. Bring a second one around. You try that, Kadranos, and then let me know how that goes. Just, you try it and please report back. I eagerly await your science. I think if Forgotten Beasts are made of a hard enough material, you really need a weapon. Totally. I mean, if you get a Forgotten Beast made of steel and you don't have steel or better, you're fucked. Right? But that's happened once. Right? I mean, there was somebody in chat who thought it would be a great idea to mod bronze colossuses to be made out of steel to have a harder adversary. And then very quickly after that was just like, oh, I understand now why bronze colossi are made of bronze and not steel. Even though it would be cool to have a steel enemy. Yeah, good luck is the actual reality there. Unkillable Colossus? Quite literally, yes. Like, that actually is what that would be. Is a absolutely immortal, unkillable killing machine. Bent on hell and death and mayhem, or whatever. Slayed Colossus? Yeah, I mean, that would actually be unkillable. So, I mean, I always joke that Dwarf Fortress is an unbalanced mess that doesn't care about balance, but believe it or not, there is actually some balance in this video game. And when I say that there's some, I'm referring to, like, weapon types. Like, with just the default weapon types with no artifacts, you can defeat every foe that the game can throw at you. You can. Might be a challenge, but you can. You may need very well-trained dwarves, but a well-trained dwarf with a crappy weapon is better than a poorly trained dwarf with a great weapon. Any day. To shake goblins around like a chew toy. Yeah, but the thing about biting, though, and as far as shaking goblins around like a chew toy goes, you really need to remember that while they can do that, it doesn't necessarily mean they're going to kill the goblin. But, I mean, the actual true best dwarven skill is, yeah, I think we'll do it this way. The true best dwarven skill, by far, in my opinion, is Miscellaneous Object. Because a dwarf skilled in Miscellaneous Object can, like, pick up a dead rodent and kill a forgotten beast with it. Which is very funny to me. Okay, so this is going to be a lava reservoir. It's going to take a little bit to fill up, but this is what we're going to use. I'm not certain I'm going to use this side, though. Although that would probably just be wise. But the thing is, I could also bring it around from over here, I think. Yeah, I could. I don't know. I might just try this side first. You're reminded of the Sock Titan? The Sock Titan was a pretty good moment. I mean, that is Miscellaneous Object. Is I'm going to pick up a random object and throw it at you. And you're going to feel it in the noggin. They can throw literally anything that is on the ground that they are strong enough to lift. Chat Crocs. They might not be able to throw it very far, but yes, they probably could. I've seen them throw tables and chairs, and one of the most common uses of the Miscellaneous Object skill actually is during tantrums. If a dwarf is tantruming and they are just throwing items everywhere at random, the most common use of the Miscellaneous Object skill is literally when, like, they run into the whatever room and just start throwing shit everywhere. So I need one for the lock, one for refill, and one for draining. Oh boy. I need lock, refill, draining. Lock is going to be 4. Refill is going to be 4, so that's 8. And draining is just going to be 1, so that's 9. So 9 steel mechanisms. And I really don't have that many miners, do I? I do, however, have a lot of peasants. I don't know how many picks we have currently, but we'll make some steel picks. Yeah, not that many, because this is the weapon stockpile. Okay, there's at least one. But we can get some more in here. Did I ever fix that minecart? What are you loaded with? Oh, I never told them what stockpile to fill from. Well, that's the problem there. So one of the best miscellaneous object uses I ever saw was I had a legendary wrestler. Wrestlers just train miscellaneous object a little bit, just naturally. And I had a miscellaneous, a very skilled wrestler pick up the remains of a hamster and throw it. and the hamster flew at a forgotten beast, struck it in the head, crushed its skull, and destroyed its brain. So that was possibly one of the greatest combat moments I've ever witnessed in Dwarf Fortress, just period. Just period. Like, flat, one of the best moments. So he threw a bullet. A dead hamster. If I call it a bullet, it'll sound cooler than it actually is. It was a dead hamster. He threw a dead hamster. And it annihilated the competition. Admittedly, the Forgotten Beast wasn't particularly strong. It was a giant praying mantis that had a poisonous sting, I think. I just remember it was a praying mantis because bugs, specifically large bugs in Dwarf Fortress, are notoriously weak. And now you're going to be like, blind, but giant cave spiders are terrifying. Yes, giant cave spiders are terrifying. But they're still weak. They fall apart very quickly if you can touch them. The reason giant cave spiders are scary is because they have a poisonous bite as well as webs, which means they're almost impossible to get away from once they, start to attack you. But if they didn't have those two features, they would be like a non-issue in a lot of instances. Literal arm cannon? Yeah. It brings the new meaning to the word hand cannon, right? Now we're going to find out in a minute if we've screwed this up. And then there's one last spot I need here. Steel bars. All right. So let's go up to here. And I'm going to go to mechanisms. I'm going to forbid you. We'll keep the obsidian one because those are magma safe. So you, down here, you can sync up to this drawbridge. And then this drawbridge. This can be lava lock. We're now just waiting. And also for the dwarves to, remove the majority of the resources from here. Can also go through here, cut this out and this out and this out, and replace all this. So chat room, what have you guys been working on in Dwarf Fort recently? Because when I asked what everybody's been playing recently, it's all been Dwarf Fort. So what have you guys been building? Any particular things you guys have been trying to achieve? Have you achieved anything cool? Anything weird that happened recently? Run into any strange bugs that seem unexplainable? For me, it was just the, finally got that video, that Halloween special, which was late. Finally got that done, which I'm happy with now. Which was the video on ghosts that I made. God, there's so much gypsum in this map, it's not even funny. I forgot how much gypsum was in this map. This map's like gypsum and coal. It's like, and just an ungodly amount of both. Terrifying biome embark, so you have an undead cyclops vibing on your front door 24/7? Okay. Have you tried catching it in a cage? Because you could do that. Q Unlimited. Went 4 years without a caravans or migrants, so he surrendered my fort. Rip. City underground. Just building your fort and figuring stuff out and watching this makes you realize how much it still is to learn. Oh, trust me, there's a lot to learn in this game. I still learn stuff frequently. The double slit method of digging through an aquifer? What's that? Killer Spud. Bald guy, what up? Good to see you. Golden Labyrinth with a Forgotten Beast in it. You have about 700 kills right now. Damn! Wait, 700 Forgotten Beast kills? Oh shit, that doesn't happen very often. It's first of spring and somebody just died. So this dwarf just died of old age. Spiffy Bald Guy, thank you very much for the Prime subscription for a 10th month. Welcome back. Well, shit. I'm gonna go put them in a stockpile, but do I have... Need to make more tombs. YouTube ads in Spanish, Twitch ads in French. Man, nobody wins. To enable pet burials by default. Why, do you want to bury pets by default? Because I usually disable them. I don't think that's a DF hack thing. If I recall correctly, that's just a thing you do in Dwarf Fortress. Like, it's just an option that you enable or disable. Looking around for more iron. There's some up that way. Yep. I allowed some pets to be buried because we hadn't had any deaths in a while, and a bunch of goblins ran in and killed a bunch of people's pets. I just left the setting on, but I usually turn it off. Muthcat, the Weaver has been taken by a Fey mood. Where's Muthcat? There you are. Ooh. It's one of my soldiers. Competent Marksdwarf. Fully equipped with steel bolts. Drunk me gave citizenship to 16 poets, bards, and dancers, so now I somehow have multiple consorts and a 100 dwarf fort. Now you're getting artifacts stolen from you right now. I mean, I really wonder why, but that's kind of funny. I like how drunk you is just like, yeah, let's be welcoming and let everybody in. No problems here. All right, so this trap lock. Part 2 is going to go there. So lava lock. We'll call this lava trap. So you're going to connect to this. And we need mechanisms for the other one, so I can connect you to this. I kind of want to get all of those boulders out of there before we start moving stuff around. Grumble. You had a Minotaur appear and kill a random horseful of yours on the map, and once he died, the dwarves used the last available slabs and engraved it to memorialize the full. Well, I mean, naturally, as you have to. The way to filter your dead pets from your dead dwarves when you inscribe a slab. Not without DF hack. Usually what I do is I just take a screenshot of the name of the dwarf that died and then just search for that, with or without DF hack. Creed, thank you very much for the tier 3 for his 6th month. Welcome back. Cheers, mate. Sober you was very mad at drunk you. That's like the time that I crashed into his son in Elite Dangerous while drunk. Never flew drunk again after that. My one brewer is super upset. There's a lot of obsidian right there. Why is there a bunch of obsidian right there? An elven caravan has arrived to trade, and we are going to trade with them, chat room. And the reason we are going to trade with these elves is I would really, really, really like them to bring me big animals. We're at war with the necromancers, not the elves. So leave your prejudices at the door for like 90 seconds. May just sell them fancy gems. Yeah, I think we'll just bring them some gems. Cold-Blooded, thank you very much for continuing that gift sub you got from Darius, and All Mind Control, thanks for gifting a subscription to the chat. You were very kind. I'm gonna see what I can sell them. Guess I could make some cloth crafts? I don't really have much else I could do. Like, I guess I could sell them some steel chains. But I don't really want to give them steel, even though I have, like, virtually unlimited steel. It's alpaca wool, pigtail sock. Stupid, thank you very much for the $1. We're stuck in an ad break for some people, so I will be sitting here for 3 minutes without moving off this screen. But seriously, thank you very much for the hype train. Second one of the stream. Big animals, that is the hope. I'm actually just going to go over here and I'm going to queue up.
What did the person do who ordered a well-cooked steak? Choo choo locomotive.
Ha. Ha ha ha. Ha 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 ha. Unsuited pickup. Thank you very much for the $1. Appreciate you. We're going to make cloth amulets. I'm gonna sell those. Let's do 30. Oh. I forgot that I had this. Meaning that dwarf should automatically be put in a tomb. Not yet, but they should be. I should have enough tombs. Hire stupid. Thank you very much for gifting out a random tier 2 subscription, and it landed on Zarcolt. Appreciate you, man. That levels up the hype train. It does. Yeah, I don't know. I'm still getting used to the whole streaming on Twitch and YouTube concurrently thing. That's going to take me a while to get used to. It's going to take me a while to get used to. But if you want to help out the YouTube stream side of things, and if you're watching here on Twitch, of course, I prefer that people watch on Twitch because that is the bigger stream. But if you go leave a like on this, engagement helps other people find the stream. And Dharma Thiel, thank you very much for the Prime sub for his 2nd month. Welcome back. While I wait for these ads to end for another minute.
Yay.
How would you go about getting tame birds? You have a breeding pair of giant albatross and you want tame ones, but they keep reverting to wild and I'm not sure how to get babies from them. You give them a nest box in the zone that they are assigned to. I would leave them attached to a chain. I would assign a specific dwarf to take care of them. So assign a specific animal trainer and cut back that dwarf's other jobs except for animal training, so that all they do is focus on training that animal so that they're constantly going back. But once they're well trained, they should stop reverting. And just make sure that they're in an animal training zone and give them nest boxes that they can both reach. And then forbid the eggs once they've been laid. Have I noticed a drop in quality? What do you mean by quality? Like my own quality? If this is like a question of do you have enough upload to upload the same quality to both, I have about 450 up on a good day, and 500 on a great day and 150 on a bad day, and I need about 20 up to push the same quality to both sites. So, yeah. And it doesn't take a ton more CPU. It's like 4% of my CPU or something. Well, actually, rather, it's about 4% of my CPU and less than that of my GPU. The YouTube stream is going up on my GPU, and the Twitch stream is going up on the CPU. I have blazing fast Canadian internet, which they recently made slightly slower, which... grumble. Slightly slower for the same price, nonetheless. So you're all linked up. Oh, I do have a data cap. That's the thing. I pay extra to get rid of it. It's $15 to just get rid of the data cap, or an extra $15 for every 50 gigs you go over the data cap. The data cap is 250 gigs, and let's just say I do about 3 terabytes a month. So it's worth the 15 bucks. Let's just put it that way. It is worth the $15 for me to simply pay for the data cap to go away. But no, I absolutely have a data cap. Canadian ISPs are the worst. The speed on average is faster than American ISPs, but yes, they are pretty bad. It's like $15 per gigabyte over? Jesus, fuck. Yeah, it's not that bad. Yeah, no, for me, it's every gig I go over, it's an extra $15. So it's pretty negligible. All ISPs suck. Generally, yeah. Yeah, and Rogers just bought Shaw, which is why my ISP just got worse. You're not comparing it to the US ones? Totally. Okay, well, very few people live in internet utopias. There's a few internet utopias in the US. There's one down in like the Bay Area called Sonic, I think, that just gives round 1,000 up, 1,000 down at a very affordable price. And I think they recently were talking about how they've actually increased their maximum speed to 25 up, 25 down, not megabytes, gigabytes. And you have to build your own router, and it costs $3 grand for them to hook up the lines, but they're like, we'll do it for the same price. Like, they are not increasing the cost of the internet for that. So like there are internet providers in the US that are good, but the big ones, yeah, are pretty shit. I mean, here, if I lived in North Van, there is a private ISP in North Van that is basically the same as that. It's like $60 a month, and you get like round, like 100 up or 1,000 up, 1,000 down. But yes, it would save me $150 a month, but then I'd have to pay rent for North Van, and rent in North Van is like, for the apartment I have now, would probably be like double what I'm paying, so I would pay for it in rent. Yeah, I pay $170 Canadian per month for, well, I actually just upgraded it, so it's faster again. So I used to pay $20 less. Fucking buyouts. But I pay $170 a month for 1,500 down, 500 up. It used to be 1,000 up, 1,000 down. But then the buyout happened and the speeds changed. And they're like, we're changing the contracts. Cool. Oh. I mean, here's the thing, right? I tell my parents this, like, the generation of voters in Canada that are the majority, and I tell them that internet should be a utility and provided to everybody at either minimal cost or free. And my parents look at me like I'm insane, and then complain that phones should be free. So, you know, it's different generations, right? Granted, a landline phone now is like negligible cost. It's literally called Utopia Fiber. That's funny. Pay 120 PLN for 7040. There is an ISP here that I could get 50-50. 50 up, 50 down for like $17 a month, right? Like the minimum plan with my current ISP is like less than $25 a month. It is very cheap for 50-50. Like if you just want symmetrical, stable, all right internet, it's super affordable. Like getting stable, affordable internet is not impossible at all. It's when you want the faster speeds that it gets expensive quickly. I mean, Epion's also in Poland, so yeah, you should feel scammed, Laya. Okay, so let's bring items over to trade. Dwarf Bone Amulet. Yeah, I'm sure they'll like that. You got 300 and up. 300 up and down, and it costs around 10 USD, but you live in Sweden. Yeah, so like, at the end of the day, it comes down to like, well, how much does your housing cost? How much does your food cost? Like, I don't know. It all evens out in the end, in my opinion. Like, I'm doing just fine, and the cost for internet and power, like, my power costs literally nothing. Like, powering my apartment, since I didn't use air conditioning this summer, has cost me on average around $17 to $20 a month. My last power bill, which is bi-monthly, was $40 Canadian, which, ask anybody in Finland how much their power costs. So, like, benefits of living in different places. Benefits of living in different places. All right. Dr. Phineas, overmaligned, what a name, meets with the elf Nemil Kefandadatabemi, and they say, "Greetings from the woodlands. There's much to discuss. We elves are partial to the particular trees in the forests surrounding your lands. Though we are too loath to spare a single branch to your senseless slaughter, we are willing to ask that you cap your tree fells at 25 until we next meet. I shall return next year as I am able." Fine. We grant this request. What did you bring us to trade, though? Did you bring animals? No animals, but more cages. All right. They got a weasel. A weasel? Breeding pair of weasels. I'll take it. No questions asked. I'll also buy the fruits. And I guess that's everything. Why not some puzzle boxes for the kids? Yeah, no, absolutely. I mean, like, and that's the other thing. Like, you have to also take you have to take currency value into account as well. It's like a lot of people in the States will like look at the cost of things that I pay and go, "Oh my God," and then like I explain to them it's in Canadian dollars, and then they're like, "Oh," and then they subtract 30%. And they go, "It's about the same in a lot of cases, actually." Like, you know. You're literally paying $3 for internet. You know, it's kind of funny. It's like I know somebody who streams full time, and because of where he lives, he needs like, so for me to make a decent living streaming, I need about 500 subscribers steady, right? And gifts or normal, it doesn't really matter. But I need about 500 subscribers, which means I'm doing quite well, right? But when we're talking about like, what does, you know, your average person in a different country need to stream full-time comfortably, it's probably a very different dollar amount. In 360p? I'm sorry. Conference calls done for the day. Yay, 8 hours back-to-back meetings. Hard on the brain. You and, like, everybody else today. Like, earlier we had somebody else who in here who was saying that it's, like, 6 hours of meetings today, and I get a 30-minute lunch break. It's like, oh, boy. Good Lord, dude. It's a lot. I'm very happy that I've never had a job where I think the longest meeting I've ever had in a work environment is 30 minutes. The longest meeting was like the weekly all hands at the factory I worked at. was about 30 minutes. You eat during calls? That sucks. Right, so that's for the... What did I make this last one for? Well, I mean, if I had... So, this is a very publicly known thing, Enforcer. The only reason I'm able to do this full-time where I live is because, one, I've lived in this apartment for 10 years, so my rent is $1,000 a month Canadian, which is about $780 USD, and I don't drive. If I owned a car and drove and paid car insurance and gas or had higher rent, I wouldn't be able to do this full-time. I never would have made it this far. Like, I do not like this apartment, and I talk shit about it all the time. However, it's kind of a necessary evil for me to be able to do this full-time. So I just kind of accept it. Where are you guys training? Oh. Why is my captain of the guard in prison? What happened? Hold on a second. What happened? Oh. The Baron got mad at him. I don't think I've ever seen the captain of the guard go to prison. That's very funny. That is very funny. Yeah, I know people who live in New York who stream full-time who do all right, but... Can't remember what I made that third lever for. So I could let this stuff in safely by channeling out these. Oh, I know what I was doing. I was making a fill lever. Yeah, that'll probably be fine. Jesus, UGDPY. Thank you very much for the 3 months in advance. Holy shit, man. A tier 2, nonetheless. Christ. Also, UGDPY, did you know that there's somebody on Twitch that has the exact same username as you, except they have 2 underscores at the end of their name instead of 1? You gotta run home. Take care. Thanks for hanging out today, Epyon. Man, that is crazy. I don't know. There's something like... I mean, I did that recently for a friend of mine. Subscribed at that tier amount, but that was like... Because it was on sale on September. I only know because I just added you to the sound commands list, which means you can now use the sound commands. You can now type in !bacon and it will make sounds. Also, this is largely the reason the soldiers are not training where they were previously and they're training over here. Because I've got them, you know. Are you using bucklers? Yeah, they're all using bucklers. Bucklers are better for agility, but... Okay, they're all becoming proficient, talented, excellent. Shem is just like the one depressed dwarf that we have. What's up with that strange mood? Let's check in on that. You need cut gems. All right, what else? What do you have? Silk, 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 gypsum, and cut gems. Sapphire, specifically. Logs, rock, okay. Silk cloth, got it. Rock, sure. Cut gems, sure. Bones, got it. Definitely bones that you need. Need some baby rhinos. More than just the 2 of them. Chat, do I slaughter a weasel? A skunk? I'm thinking the turkey, because I have 2 male turkeys. I'm going to slaughter this turkey. Term key? Yeah, exactly. And let's move those extra weasels over this way. And then this one's gonna be lava, trap, res, fill. We're gonna pull that lever once that's done. And now, mechanisms, we can just go through here. Unforbid all those. Actually, you know what? Before I do that, let's smooth this just so that I have a stencil to build along. Turkey early Thanksgiving? You mean late Thanksgiving. Thanksgiving was a couple weeks ago. I mean, it's true. Yes, Canada does have Thanksgiving on the proper day. America just really wants to, like, use it as an early, like, Christmas celebration. But, like, truthfully, Thanksgiving is very late in the States. You choose to celebrate both of them. That's the actual big brain play. It's like, why eat turkey once when you could have turkey twice? I mean, come on. Just have Thanksgiving on time, twice. I actually used to celebrate Thanksgiving twice because my family, Canadian Thanksgiving. My ex-girlfriend's family celebrated American Thanksgiving because they had family that would fly back east for American Thanksgiving specifically. Okay, so you're going off to go get bones now. Or for Canadian Thanksgiving, they'd fly back east to be with family for Canadian Thanksgiving. And then after we had and then after that they'd fly back, and so it'd be always too late. So I would have Thanksgiving with my family and Canadian Thanksgiving, and then like a few weeks, like a month later, I would have Thanksgiving with America. Why fight over it? Your wife doesn't like turkey? You know, me neither. Actually, like genuine, I vastly prefer ham. Like if we're talking about like traditional Thanksgiving meats, ham is probably my favorite. Although I will say the best Thanksgivings I've had is like during the periods of time where portions of my family have been vegan and we just straight up haven't had meat. Always the best Thanksgivings. Because like everybody had to be super creative and it was very fun. You got a single migrant. First person to say pick me who doesn't have a dwarf yet gets it. Yeah, dibs. Sam Dexagon is very trusting and greatly moved by art and natural beauty. And he is troubled by this since he dislikes the natural world. He tends to hang on to grievances and finds obligations confining, though he is conflicted by this for more than one reason. He doesn't mind wearing something special now and again, and he doesn't mind wearing something special now and again, and he is often cheerful. He likes to take it easy, and he could be considered rude. He is somewhat quarrelsome, and he is bothered by this since he values friendship, and he generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity, occasionally overindulges, and he often feels discouraged, and he does not go out of his way to help others, and he tends to think before acting and cracks his nut, and he cackles when he's nervous and needs alcohol to get through the working day. Dreams of mastering a skill and personally finds those that deny their impulses somewhat stiff. Said dibs. I don't know. You worship Ral Gusilemuth Koldgjor. Whatever that is. And Ranger Rick, you can be... Diss him. Ranger Rick is a lady, and she worships Etur, and she is very stubborn, finds helping others emotionally rewarding, actively avoids exciting and stressful situations, doesn't focus on material goods, and she is quite ambitious. Slow to trust others and generally acts impartially and is rarely moved to mercy, and she is grateful when others help her out. Thanks for the $6.66. She is slow to trust others, and she generally acts impartially and is rarely moved to mercy. She's grateful when others help her out, and she tries to return favors. She tends to not reveal personal information, and she doesn't handle stress well. She has a sense of duty, and she has little interest in joking around, and she is not particularly interested in what others think of her, and laughs very loudly when she's excited, needs alcohol to get through the working day, dreams of raising a family, and personally finds blind honesty foolish, respects the law, and values decorum, dignity, and proper behavior. Behavior. Etc. And she has no family. If you did, they passed away. Nope. You did not have a dwarf in this world. Mathwall, the dwarven child, is throwing a tantrum. Why? Wearing old clothing. Remembering wearing old clothing. Had trauma, angry, got into an argument. This is just a very angry child. Haggard. Interesting. Well, it's Salty Tempest, his grandchild, so walking in the steps, I suppose. Mysterious construction has begun. Good stuff. Not yet. Creed. Why, would you like a dwarf? I thought that this dwarf was injured, but no, they're just hanging out in the hospital. Are people collecting webs? Curious as to where they're going to collect webs. I'm gonna watch this dwarf. The merchants have embarked on their journey. Well, we've already traded with them, so that's good. Okay, so they go out into this area to collect webs. Oh shit, there's so much down here. So much iron! So much iron! Why aren't I just going around down here and getting iron? I guess we should just do that. Here I am looking around up here for iron when I should just be going down to this cavern layer for iron. And look at all this. Look at all of it. Look at all of it! Need to, make this area more defendable. I mean, look at it all. It's all right there. It's just, asking to be mined. Begging to be mined, even. So much. Oh my god. My miners are going to be busy for a while. How old is this colony? That's a good question. I don't actually remember what year we embarked. If someone could go open up the VOD and tell me what year we embarked, that would be great. Can't you check it in logs? Not really. Not sure which log it would be in. I don't know. I started this fort like 3 weeks ago, so my actual memory of when we started it is a while ago. Mothcat the Weaver has created Edo Limketh, a long cave spider silk skirt. I want a dwarf with the shorts with a long skirt and a short jacket. I don't know where I'm going. And offers it to the ageless creation, which means it probably doesn't have a sprite, right? Oh no, it does. Shit, look at that. This is a long cave spider silk skirt. All cross-door ship is of the highest quality. It is encrusted with cushioned mudstone cabochons and rectangular gypsum cabochons and decorated with cave spider silk and encircled with bands of cave spider silk, turkey bone, and tower cap. This object is made from cave spider silk. On the item, this object menaces with spikes of cave spider silk and star sapphire. On the item is an image of a bush tit in gypsum. I think we should build a clothing area, and I'm thinking we'll put it around down here somewhere. Because this is like our forges. What if we did a clothing area around, or maybe a clothing area down here, actually, because that would be next to the stockpile where a lot of it's going to end up. I think that would actually make a lot of sense. Could also put it down here. Oh, shit. I totally forgot about these bedrooms. Because I definitely built them at the end of the live stream of this fort. Also, I was going to put a food stockpile down here, wasn't I? It may also be at the population cap. I need to check. We're also out of booze. I realized this, which is why I was going down to this zone. Let's just make 150 fine meals. $351 was your start? All right, so 8 years is how old this fort is. Praise. Now I need to figure out where I'm going to put that. Because I think around here would actually be a good spot for clothing industry. Be a little cramped, but... Let's do siltstone for this area, and then the floors will be gypsum. This may also end up being a guild. I don't know. We'll see. Thank you very much for the $7.34, Irish Stupid. The interesting numbers today. And this is all mudstones, so I'm actually going to clear off some of this and just go mud. All the way to the end of this. Mugstone! Best kind of stone. Not to be confused with pugstone, of course, which is very different. Yes. One bit is 1 American penny. So, like, 1.3 Canadian pennies, which no longer exist. Because Canadian pennies don't exist. You have $3 in pennies that you've saved all this time? Like actual physical pennies? Or are you talking about bits? A bit is 1/8 of a dollar? Okay, so I know nothing about how Spanish pieces of 8 work, so do they really have like an equivalent of like 1/8? Because that seems old-fashioned. that's all I have to say to that. Seems very old-fashioned. But anyway, we're not speaking in Spanish pieces of 8, so fortunately. Binary code is a waste of time for everybody who doesn't need it. So that's it. You know, you're just like straight, like, I realize what you're talking about, Frog for Hire, but all you're doing is confusing people. So if you could change the subject, that'd be cool. Because frankly, that's not how bits work. I know that you're talking about something else that's called the same thing, but that is not how bits work on Twitch. So if one person reads that and believes you, that's a bad thing. If you could stop, that'd be rad. Let's move on. Something else. Tyga, what's up, dude? It's good to see you. I would rather never stream again, Gfin. I've tried. I took multiple classes that were supposed to teach me that stuff, and I gave up a long time ago. And I have absolutely zero interest in pursuing it ever again. So, doesn't matter if something would, in theory, help me with a thing. It's not something I have interest in. And I'm one of those people where if I have absolutely no interest in a thing, I'm never going to learn it. And so there's no point in telling me to learn it because I'm just not going to because it's not something I'm interested in. Ponce, thank you very much for the raid. What is up, dude? Nope. No, it's not. Tyrese, what's up? Or Tricey? It's either Tricey or Tyrese. I'm not sure. How is, Lords of the Fallen? I watched, Cody's highlight video of that game. And what I have to say about it is it looks like there is a lot of falling in Lords of the Fallen. Actually don't want any thread in this. I just want cloth. Cool. Once again, confirming my statement. You dig the Tyrese? I tried. Started to piss you off so much that you switched to Vampire Survivors for the last hour. Okay. Got it. Cool. It certainly seems like a mixed bag of a video game. I will say that. The Forgotten Beast, Lashid Genlathlushir, has come. An enormous feathered coyote. That just does sound like a Dark Souls boss. It has 2 long, curvy tails, and it squirms and fidgets. Its green feathers are long and narrow. Beware its webs. The webs are the scary bit. Where is it? Okay, so it's in the upper level, which means I don't think it has access to us. Yeah, it shouldn't be able to get in here. But we'll watch it path for a little bit, see where it goes. Try and catch it, maybe? Also, because my mods didn't do it. I don't think so. At least I didn't see it. Chat, go give Ponce a follow. If you want to see him get mad at Lords of the Fallen. You can do that there. Seems like a very good use of your time, if you ask me. Need to turn off auto mining. We're going to the end here because there's really nowhere for them to go from here. So this is actually a good spot for us to do this. That's kind of what I'm thinking. Catch it for cloth production, trap it in here. To follow Ponce is where you are going. Also, Ponce, have you looked into streaming to YouTube at all? Because you're one of those people who it might actually help. Fuck, magnetite? Oh, damn. Really far away, but... Multi-stream the other day. How'd it go? Curious how it ends up working out for you, actually. It's when the Forgotten Beasts appear in the lower levels that we're in trouble, because I'm basically just mining out that layer right now. Yes, Baka Glass, you are in fact first. Congratulations. Oh, hell yeah. Glad it worked for you. Once. Dog above me is going batshit. I think my neighbors have visitors because Doggy suddenly is just bork, 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 and it's right above me. So I didn't even know they had a dog. You tried the usual content for the YouTube folks for a viewership. It was actually about 50-50. Hey, if you get 50%, if you get like the same amount of people watching on YouTube, then that's like 100% increase. I mean, chat room, how many people are watching on YouTube? We have 25 people watching on YouTube right now. I think we can make that number go up. But at the same time, if you want to help out the YouTube stream, go leave a like on the YouTube stream. Clicking the like button does make this number go up. And I do see the YouTube chat. Even though I ignore it most of the time. And only 49 likes. Come on, guys. We can get that easily up to 100. There's 200 people watching the Twitch stream. We can make that number go up. Double watch, double the ad revenue. Hey. There we go. 10 more likes. Easy peasy. Not as of... What was it? The 20th? Yeah, 20th of October, they announced that we can stream to as many websites as we want without any restrictions. We're just not allowed to blend the chats. So I'm not allowed to bring YouTube chat into Twitch chat, and I'm not allowed to bring Twitch chat into YouTube chat. That's the only limitation, basically. And I can't have YouTube notifications on the Twitch stream, but I can have Twitch notifications on the YouTube stream. So the result is I just have no notifications for YouTube, because that's fine. Yeah, it's only been like the last week. Basically, I can't promote the YouTube stream. Basically, I can't tell you guys to go watch YouTube instead. That's like the only real limitation. And I can't blend the chats. Those are the only two real limitations. Okay, so now I sit here and I stare at this until Forgotten Beast appears. Which is currently missing. You don't like YouTube stuff often, but for you, I'll do it. Thanks, Bonds. Who wants to be like number 69? Getting there. Who's the one angry dwarf? This dwarf? Gezech? I'm not, like, I was actually trying to fix this dwarf earlier. Their, I think, spouse died? Yeah. No, their daughter died. Right, yeah, their child died, like, in front of them. During a siege. Because this fort's been attacked a lot. So it's one of those, like, their only family member in the fort died. Yeah, literally their only family member in the fort died. So I had them recovered a bit. They'd gone from the most upset up to significantly less upset. I'm actually just going to remove all jobs from them for a little bit and just see if I can help that way. But yeah, no, this dwarf's having a rough time of it. It's your fault. Not really. It's the goblin who stabbed you to death's fault. But you did get stuck over here, so I guess that is your fault. You were just in the wrong place at the wrong time, really. That's all it was. I wouldn't even blame you for that. All right, so I don't know where this Forgotten Beast is, so I'm just going to lock this door. Because I'm much more concerned with other matters currently. Such as mining out this entire cavern layer and getting it moved up. Welcome back, Laya. So if Laya back, then is Laya forward? Successful shave. What's up, sassy food scrap? Sassy food strap. Yes, that. But, in other news, the dead walk. So we must hide while we still can. So, I'll pull this lever. And I'm going to pull this lever. And let's just make sure that this zone up here, yes, it is. We are all inside the burrow and we're locking the front doors. Trick-or-treaters, they're late though. These are the teenagers that nobody actually wants to deal with that are just here to break shit. So they're led by a human. Death Slayer. Sounds like an MMO class. It's wearing a Warrior of Inan bone crown. So I don't know what a Warrior of Inan is because we haven't seen any experiments yet, but that's kind of cool. It's like a crown made out of a dead necromancer experiment. What kind of gear are they wielding? Copper? 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 Silver? Copper? Okay. That's not too bad, but fuck me, that's a big squad. Okay, so Eurus, Uvesh down here is coming to pull the lever. The dwarf is moving very slowly. Mostly because the frame rate's low. Means I should be able to shut this off now because that is now closed. This isn't yet. Now it is. Perfect. Let's see how big this siege is in total. Holy crap. That is a large siege of zombies. When do I steal their gear? I get the joke. Are you leaving? Nope, they're just waiting. Anyway, in other news, my my miners are demanding a guild hall. Okay. Well, let's see if I can get that reservoir set up. There's this right here. Set that to priority 1. Yeah, we're going to be real busy very soon. So, I mean, I could probably quickly whip up a miners guild. It's just a matter of where do I put it. Put a miners guild right here. Just kind of want it to be in a fitting spot, you know, in a spot that makes sense. Like, maybe the miners guild goes down here. In an area I haven't really done anything with. Although, alternatively, maybe the Miners Guild goes down here. Actually, this would be a good spot. Kind of a centrally area. We could also put a dining hall in the corner of it. Make it into a nice spot. Let's build this out. So this right here can be the diners, or it can be a dining hall / mining guild. You can do that. Too much issue. Of course, they always, like, request the guild halls. It's like, we're getting invaded by the undead. Everybody, battle stations. Man the fort. Get inside. Everybody panic. Followed by, sorry, but we're unionizing. It's like, come on, guys. Vault on. Couldn't have picked a better time to do this. Like, no, it's very important. Miner and diner. It's a miner diner. Don't you want to go to the Miners Guild to eat at a diner? Uh-oh. This is bad. Ulfsar and UGDPY have been found dead. There's a Forgotten Beast killing Elfie Bean. In fact, Elfie Bean is dead. So, we have bad news. Ruh-roh, yes. Where is it? Turns out we've got bigger problems. There's a web spitter. Okay, so I'm going to bring... Shit. It injured? Okay, so it's faint and seriously injured. I'm going to station my squads right here. And the best squad down there. God, why are they all going in one by one? Well, Bastet looks like she's about to die. Gray's about to die. I've told the dwarves to back up by reassigning everybody. Oh. Never mind. Bastet is a hero. Because Bastet just scratched the Forgotten Beast in the rear leg, tearing the fat. Struck the Forgotten Beast. The manager also struck it. The manager struck. She's the manager. I was unaware of that. Struck the Forgotten Beast with a steel pick, chipping the bone. So she smacked it with her pick, chipping the bone, and is now credited with the kill of Grizzly Plague, the Lobster of Depths, which wasn't a lobster, but is now dead. Hi, Ice Slay Smoke. What's up? So I guess what we do now is turn this off. And figure out if we can butcher this thing. So we found Toulon and Cyril and Elfie Bean dead. And there we go. We've got dwarves placing items in tombs already. Deep Space was also found dead. damn. Pretty brutal, if you ask me. Can Elfie get a platinum tomb? I'm not prioritizing specific tombs at this time. Currently, the dwarves are getting equal tombs. Looks like the zombies on the surface are fighting with wild boars. Thank you, Amic. Got it back in 2015. Was the last time I saw Slipknot, actually. It's been a while. Okay, we're waiting on construction for this. Because I would like to memorialize. So apparently there is a direction leading down to this layer. Child is not playing on the corpse. They're playing on this corpse. But I've explained a billion times as to why that happens. And, you know. I don't think I need to explain it again. Never gone to see Slipknot? When I saw Slipknot, you want to know how much I paid for tickets? $80 for floor in a full-size arena. The last time they were here, floor tickets in the same arena, about $500. So it's pretty safe to say I don't think I'll see Slipknot again. As much as I like Slipknot. Concert prices in 2015 were a little bit different. I mean, I just saw Iron Maiden like a couple weeks ago. Iron Maiden tickets for floor was about $180. For the nosebleeds, it was $40, so we just saw them from the nosebleeds. But the floor tickets for Iron Maiden is about the peak of what I would spend on a concert at this point. All right, well, let's see how much meat that is. 271 before, 739, damn. Got food for a bit. Food for quite a bit. Dwarves are going to keep digging. How much leather? Shit. Sorry, let me check. Well, I mean, we'll only get one piece of skin, so I won't know until the leather's been tanned, actually. Yeah, because you only get one piece of skin. But let's see if this is just going to go get tanned. Actually, is somebody set to tan a hide right now? There we go. It's probably... Yep, we'll find out. So, this dwarf here, fishery worker, should be out by 9, in bed by 10. Depends on the concert. That's when most normie concerts are done. Well, most normie concerts here are done by about 10. More core concerts, like for smaller audiences, are what the heck? Oh, Blood Amaranths. Most core concerts, so like concerts for more niche audiences, are usually start later and end later. So like if I go see, when I saw Iron Maiden, we were out of the venue by 5 after 10. Like the show ended at 9:45. When I saw Wolfmother, the show ended at 10 to 1 in the morning. So I mean, it really depends on the venue and the show that you're going to. I've been at shows that are done by 9 though. It just depends on the venue usually. But I generally go to bed at about 11:30 midnight, so I don't mind going to bed a little later for a concert. This dwarf's moving pretty slowly in comparison to the other dwarves. Yeah, also local noise ordinances, yeah. Although, oddly enough, the show that was out by 9 that I went to last was out by 9 because that was the time that the nightclub venue that the show was happening at normally opened. Okay, so 500 meat. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. 11 pieces of leather. So pre-version 50, 1 piece of skin would give 1 piece of leather. Now it's based on the animal's weight, so we get 11 pieces of leather. There we go. All right, now that they're no longer rusty, we're just going to let them go back to doing whatever. And I'm going to go to right here. We are going to dig up both of these. Just making sure there's no holes. Doesn't look like it. Nope, as long as they're made out of a butcherable substance, you can use them. But they have, that's the key word, they have to be made out of a butcherable substance. So if they're not made out of a butcherable substance, you can't use them. But if they are made out of a butcherable substance, you can do whatever you want with them. So if it's just a normal animal, as long as you butcher them quickly, usually my strat for that is what I just did, which is simply place a butcher site right next to wherever they died, and then they will be butchered pretty quickly, generally. I'm just going to use boulders for this as well. And we'll put siltstone in the middle, just so that there's some color variety. And this area in the middle can be a dining hall, which will be connected to the Miners Guild. Miner Hall, which is right up there at the top. Accept. Value's not even close. Elfie Tree. Why don't we just call her Elfie Tree? Although then it would have to be an elf, like, actually. Just imagine a band member going to sleep on a scene and then wake up after an act to continue playing as if nothing had happened. I've seen bands drunk enough that might as well be happening. I saw a dude fall off of a stage once because he was too drunk. All right, let's get this filling. Let's see if this will fill quick enough. And double check to make sure there isn't any dwarves stuck in here. There isn't. Sweet. Here comes the lava. It's going to take a while to fill, though. Just kind of the problem here. But it will fill, which is what matters. More statues of the Holy Chinchilla. You can't imagine Forgotten Beasts meat being good meat. What if it's a giant, I don't know, cow? Like if it's a giant yak or something. Giant chicken. Yeah, exactly. It's got to just a giant turkey. A giant chinchilla. I don't know. But there's this guy on YouTube called Blind IRL. He's got decent beginner's guide tutorials, and they're helping. Well, that's cool. I'm glad that someone was very nice to make some tutorials for this very complicated video game. How you doing, IHQ? Giant crab. Totally, yeah, giant crab. Giant crab meat has to just taste like crab meat, right? Okay, so we'll let that fill. This is why I'm putting off the zombie fight, is because I'm letting this fill. Also, I've just been hit by an ad. I'm gonna wait until it's done. A giant? I'm not actually gonna use this opportunity to take another urination break. I will be back in a couple of seconds. You mean like king crabs? Because king crabs are pretty big. King crabs are kind of massive even. I know chat, this is completely unrelated to the current discussions being had, by the way. But I got good news and bad news. The good news is I have a lot of tissue paper. Like tissues, like Kleenex. Bad news is I'm out of toilet paper. Good news is I have a lot of tissue paper. I really need to go buy toilet paper, and I've been putting it off. And the reason I've been putting it off is because I have to walk very far to actually get reasonable toilet paper. I just don't want to. It's such a long walk. Nah, not quite rip. I've got like a box and a half of Kleenex, so I'll be okay. It's actually Kleenex brand, too. The only place you can get that stuff now is the dollar store. What's up, Lux Cardell? Got 41 seconds left on the Twitch ads. And then we will close the pause screen. Well, I can just leave the game paused and close the BRB screen. Flying around a little bit. Demand unreasonable brand toilet paper. What's unreasonable brand toilet paper? I feel like this is a reference to something that I'm not getting. Even if you have a bidet, you still need some toilet paper to dry. Or a towel, sure. I would probably still use a piece of toilet paper. And also, I actually asked my landlord if I could modify the back of the toilet to install a bidet, because the fucking toilet that I have happens to be an exact shape that literally none of them fit, and I would have to actually modify the back of the toilet in order to install a bidet. And those fancy, like, well, maybe not fancy, but those, like, what's it called? Ones that they try and sell you online all the time that are just, like, not powered or anything, and they just use the water from the toilet, don't work with my toilet. So I would have to drill a hole and use the sink water, which I'm not allowed to do. So. No, the walk is unreasonable. And it's, well, if you look at the subscribers section of my Discord, you'll see what the weather is for here for the next little bit, which means I'm probably going to end up ordering toilet paper on Amazon. I'm being serious right now. Probably going to end up ordering toilet paper on Amazon. I think it's that. What's up, Mizzletoff? Please tell me, is there a way to get an evil ocean? I know undead whales and fish. So I haven't gotten an actually evil ocean in I don't know how long. The last fort I did was on a terrifying ocean, and all it did was make sounds occasionally, and that's about it. No, if you are subscribed on Twitch and you link your Twitch account to your Discord account, you get access to 2 sneaky secret rooms. Technically, Discord does have subscriptions, but 1, I don't have access to them, and 2, I probably wouldn't turn them on if I did. Where's the undead whales? I haven't seen one in quite some time. But then again, I've had very poor luck actually getting genuinely haunted biomes, too. I think the last genuinely haunted biome I had was Waterlungs? I don't know. World Gen is like one of the portions of Dwarf Fortress that I'm not knowledgeable in, really, at all. Actually, no, not that. This needs to be a dining hall. Not a meeting zone. Dining hall. Apparently I need more tables and chairs. So yeah, I don't know. Your guess is as good as mine. And if you figure it out, please tell me. Also, let me tell you this. You don't actually want undead whales. Try to fight one in arena mode before you say that you want one. Or maybe watch my video of me trying to fight one in arena mode. You don't actually want one. I just kind of don't have the interest to go in. Like, it's one of the most requested tutorials I have. It's like, could you please do a detailed tutorial on advanced world gen? It's like, I don't know how any of that shit works. So how could I make a tutorial on it? And I kind of couldn't be asked to learn it. Maybe I'll learn it after the map rewrite, because I assume it'll change quite a bit. But outside of that, eh. How can you fight with a whale? If it's an undead whale, it doesn't need to be in water to stay alive, so it'll just swim up and onto the ground and attack you. Just go look at the undead sperm whale video on my YouTube channel. And then you'll watch 150 dwarves desperately trying to kill the undead whale and failing. And then the frame rate going down to 0 FPS. Air chambers, not if they're undead. You're asking about evil oceans. They would be undead if it was an evil ocean. So sure, if they are a living whale in an untamed wilds ocean, then totally, you could do that. If they're undead, your choice to fight them is lava, and that's it. Very easily is how that happened. They outlive everybody, and if they don't immediately get put into prison or outcast, it's very easy for them to get the position of royalty, because usually they don't mind lying and cheating. And lying and cheating your way into royalty in Dwarf Fortress is the fastest way to become a royal. The Boulder of Iron. And this can be the Boulder of Mines. It's the Miners Guild, not an Iron Guild. And there we go. Value is high enough. Yes, that's what Untamed Wilds are. Untamed Wilds are the biomes where you just get giant animals. Haunted and evil biomes are the in conflict with something? Huh. I haven't seen a durian in a very long time. Would you look at that? Well, I'll be damned. Durians, for those of you unfamiliar, are quadruped with a mane circling its man-like face, and its hands at the end of its forearms. It lives underground and is fond of raiding the supplies of cavern outposts. Oh no, it's all good, Shanira. It depends on how quickly you load them, because they both have to be reloaded. All right, I think the smart thing for me to do, which I haven't done up until this point, is go down to this layer and go grab cage traps. And then fly down to here and put more cage traps. First time seeing them. They're not super common. Like, durians are, well, it's a fruit. How do you spell durian? Not as in the fruit durian. Drunian. D-R-U-N. Drunians. Where do they spawn? So yeah, they either spawn on depth 1 or 2. Second or third layer. Yeah, they must just be pretty rare. They live to 30 years old. They're not hunting or war trainable. They're like a weird monkey thing. They're like a more evolved monkey, I would say. Yeah, they steal food and items. They're a lot like crows, I guess. Apparently, I have a caged wild boar all the way at the other end of the map. Go figure. But it does seem that the military are killing them, which is fine. But I would like to catch some. Also got hit with a bolt. So shoutouts to the dwarf who fired a bolt at it. Well, it looks like they're butchering them. Yep, they are butchering them. Curious how much meat they give. I don't find... So I've eaten durians in real life. I don't find them to be particularly smelly. But then again, I've also eaten cheese that people describe as smelly, and I also don't find it smelly, so... Pretty good for meat. Yeah, 12 meat. That's not bad. Decent amount of fat, too. Just making sure they're not fighting with my dwarves. Because I'd be very concerned. Okay, so yeah, the dwarves that are fighting are just fighting with the creatures from the caverns, which is fine. We'll get those cage traps constructed. It'll help. Let's check in on this Miners Guild. Okay, we are good on the Miners Guild. Let's unsuspend all these constructions. They got suspended because of the wild animals running around in the fort. There we go. It wasn't a happy experience. Although, then again, people also talk about hating lychees, and I quite like lychees. Population didn't just go down, but there's smoke coming out of the lava. I suppose if someone shows up missing, we have a problem. Wait. Okay, so I have a slight feeling furnace operator just I think we just lost a furnace operator, chat. Furnace operator punches the durian in the right rear foot. It was either the furnace operator, Zathan, or a durian just fell into the... Okay, hold on. Zutthan. Zutt. Okay, nope. Did not, in fact, fall in there and did kill a durian. So, no, the dwarf is fine. He punched the durian into the lava. Well done, Dwarf. Well done. All right, how's that lava reservoir coming along? Is filling slowly, but still filling, which is good. Got a ways to go, though. I need this to be full before we can fight the zombies. Is an integrated legend mode and fortress mode? Theoretically, you only have the mini legends mode from specific image and statue building. So there's two ways you can go about this. One, you can go into DF hack and just type in legends and okay, never mind. They deleted that command. I was gonna say, but don't ever use it because it's gonna crash your game. There used to be a DF hack command which would force legends to launch, but like I just said, you didn't ever want to actually use it because it would just crash your game. The second thing that you can do in that regard is have a second install of the game, and on that second install, just launch the game and run it and just like retire your fort and have legends up. The reason legends isn't available in the game is because it's sort of a separate executable within the same game. So that's why it doesn't work currently. But Tarn and Zach have talked a couple times about them being more interested in integrating legends into the game more so. However, they're still a little worried about that just for spoiler reasons, but it's kind of funny because right now all of the spoilers that they're worried about are just like completely negated by the game itself currently. It's like, they're like, oh, it'll be too easy to find vampires. I was like, bitch, they're blue. So, yeah, I don't know. I don't really see it as an issue. In fact, I think the game would be benefited from having legends integrated into the game proper. Quite a bit, even. Not a fan of Durian either. Out of curiosity, how much worse is an undead dragon versus a normal one? I couldn't tell you. You know, I realize chat's already like responding to this statement. Dwarf Fortress is not really a game where I can very clearly be like, this is stronger than this. This is stronger than this. This is stronger than this. Because it depends on what it's fighting. Whether or not that thing is tired. The exact skill of everything. A lot of fucking luck. How much stronger is it? Well, it wouldn't get exhausted and it can't bleed out. So, percentage-wise, I couldn't tell you. But I can tell you that it wouldn't get exhausted and it wouldn't bleed out. That is what I can tell you. That is the difference between those two things. Does it still breathe fire? Duh, it's a dragon. All dragon breathe fire, dead or alive. I am making so much iron. And then so much steel. Go look at my video, No Brain Head Empty Smack Elf, and you will find a video of a bronze colossus beating the crap out of elves with a piece of clothing. I'm just saying that is a thing. Where did I put that clothing industry? Here it is. They're slowly working on that stuff. Isn't there a bin over here full of cloth? Well, that's kind of terrifying. Forgotten Beast, Siwat, has come. An enormous spider composed of grime and filth, which is very weak, but it has wings and a gaunt appearance. Beware its poisonous bite. And it's on the lower layer, which means I can tell the dwarves to get a fuck upstairs. Get a fuck upstairs. Means, can it actually fly? Doesn't look like it. Otherwise, it would have flown off that ledge, likely. And let's just make sure everybody's equipped. Yep, they've all got bolts. We're good. Just because it has wings doesn't mean it necessarily can fly. Let's make sure none of these areas are set. All right, Shake Break, you may want to run inside. You may really want to run inside. Forgotten Beast is fighting with various creatures right now. See, is our grimy Spoder still alive? Well, it's not dead. Why do Mark's dwarves throw themselves at the enemies again? Because you've set up your defenses incorrectly. They throw themselves at the enemies because they shoot until they're out of bolts. And then the crossbow is considered a melee weapon. So when they are done, when they run out of bolts, they have two choices. They can go get more ammo, or they can use their crossbow as a melee weapon. They choose the one that's closer. So if you've set up your defenses so that the crossbow dwarves have no easy access to ammo and very easy access to enemy, they're going to do the logical thing, which is try to save their friends by beating the ever-living shit out of the enemy with their shield and or weapon that they happen to have, which is their crossbow, which is a terrible melee weapon. So why do they throw themselves at the enemy? Because they are trying to help their friends. So if you would like to stop your crossbow dwarves from doing that, I recommend setting up something like this, which is a battlements area where they have no way of getting to the enemy and ammo is way closer. Or something like this, where ammo is very close and they have no way of getting to the enemy. Then you lock them in there so they go and they get their ammo. They run up to the battlements, they shoot all their bolts until they run out, and then they go, shit, I need more ammo. And then they run and they go get more ammo. Because they go to whichever one is closer. Am I kind of expecting them to do that with this Forgotten Beast when it shows up? Yes. Does it matter? It wouldn't for me, but creature's also disappeared, but it's going to show up again. But there's a few different methods to fix them potentially that have been thrown around. One of which being, do not consider crossbows a melee weapon. However, this hasn't been added because it may have unforeseen consequences with oh gosh, I don't know, hunters not working properly. So, there it is. Creature's up. So these dwarves are all firing bolts. Same with these dwarves over here, also all firing bolts. Linkman is webbed and immediately dying. The creature has taken several steel bolts to it already. We're going to move a few turns at a time. I have a feeling that that dwarf that's webbed right now is immediately going to die. Bolts are flying over from the right and the left on both sides. And once they run out of bolts, they're going to start diving in. We've already lost one dwarf, which was Linkman. Dying Sun, the sequel, may be dying again. The creature currently does have a dwarf on top of it, which is very good for us. Another steel bolt hit it and chipped it. Let's just move forward a few times. It's grabbing dwarf by the third toe. It's releasing the grip of the Forgotten Beast's left second leg on the Mace Dwarf's toe. It kicks the Spear Dwarf in the right lower arm with its second foot, bruising the gauntlet. Spear Dwarf bites it in the sepia-thorax, fracturing it. Forgotten Beast breaks the grip of the Mace Dwarf's upper front teeth on the Forgotten Beast's sepia-thorax. And then the Forgotten Beast attacks the Spear Dwarf, but he jumps away. Currently, we have one dead dwarf. My crossbow dwarves still have plenty of steel bolts left. We have this dwarf's taking a nap. This dwarf still plenty of steel bolts. They're all firing from this side with many different effects. I am seeing mostly dwarven blood. Dying Sun isn't dead yet because the creature doesn't know who to attack. Creature is still healthy and has recently taken a punch from a spear dwarf, which I'm assuming was the one directly underneath him, or alternatively Dying Sun. The creature has taken several more steel bolts to it. If we actually look at the creature now, he's pretty full. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 steel bolts embedded in his body, which is pretty good. More bolts are flying in from the edges. More webs go out. 4 more dwarves have been webbed. But it does look like we have a armed beefcake here who is probably bashing the Forgotten Beast with his steel spear, fracturing it, stabbing it with the steel spear, chipping it. The creature is still healthy, but has taken some pretty good hits. So that's a good sign for us. Meanwhile, there's a doctor here who's terrified, saying, this is a fight. I must press on. Maybe don't join in. You may not survive. The creature is now dead. Most recently, some more dwarves were webbed. It looks like Beefcake is seriously injured. As for the actual killing blow, let's see if we can find that. So let's scroll all the way down to the bottom. Was it a Marks dwarf who did it? Well, it was shot by a Marks dwarf, which chipped it. Struck it in the fourth leg, chipping it. May have just been a matter of attrition. But I would like to see who got the kill. Was it Beefcake? Ah, there it is. Beefcake got the kill. Killing the Great Spider. A few more bolts fly out, and just like that, the fight is over. We're taking all of the soldiers off duty. And we do have one dwarf who needs to be buried, and one dwarf who needs to go to hospital. And the creature is dead. Conveniently, there's a bunch of looms right here, so we can also very quickly make all of its stuff into cloth. And Linkman was found dead. Can I get some Fs in chat for Linkman? You did well, dwarf. You did well. Oh, it's composed of grime and filth. Never mind, I can't actually butcher it. Grime and filth isn't butcherable. Silly me. And also, Dying Sun died. Didn't survive his wounds. So we lost 2 soldiers in that fight. Not bad, though, considering it was a web spitter. Not bad, considering it was a web spitter. Honestly, I think that went pretty well, all things considered. Got a pump operator fighting with a reacher. Oh, it's one of my soldiers. Iton. Which squad are you on? Okay, well, you die, like, immediately to the Reacher. Well, that's unfortunate. Going to send the pointy stick squad down here to kill these two animals. Just go kill both of them. Because this is now a named Reacher who just killed Iton. Turns out one of my Mark's dwarves, who is about to go to archery practice, is joining in and fighting. And we've got some more dwarves in for the assistance. And Child here is assisting killing the crocodile as vengeance for, I don't know, Salty Tempest, maybe? Who died a while ago, but rest in peace, you dwarf. Those can be butchered. And Iton the Mark's dwarf has been found dead. May cause irresistible damages to your kidneys and liver. Potentially. All right, well, this is filling. Still filling. Slowly. I think I may set this up to fill quicker. The problem is I do actually have to go a layer up to do this safely, which isn't bad. Just means I have to go a layer up. Otherwise, I'm just going to fill the whole fortress up with lava, which would be really bad. Let's be ballsy. This ain't filling too quick. Hopefully we're making this fortress entertaining, though, which is always the goal, right? The goal is always just to make sure that the fortress is entertaining. And I think so far this fortress has been pretty entertaining. Weapon class, fighting style? I don't usually sort my military. My general goal is if I'm not... My general rule of thumb is if I am not currently exclusively using spears, I just let the dwarves choose their weapons. Is usually how I do it. So if I'm not using spears, I just let the dwarves choose their weapons. So generally, I just let the dwarves choose their weapons. But if I feel like being specific, I either go for spears or swords, and I don't sort them at all. I just have spears and swords available and just let them choose. And if somebody insists on using an axe or something, then I'm sure the dwarf knows what they're doing. Generally, the way dwarves work is they will just select the highest value item that they are able to get access to. So I don't sword them. Hurdy, hurdy, hur. I get the joke. Chat, do you get the joke? It's a funny. Do I ever use Warhammers? If I am exclusively fighting undead, yes. But only if I have silver or bronze, usually. Because the problem with Warhammers is they need very heavy material, and it's pretty rare to actually get... heavy enough materials to consistently make warhammers. So unless I have silver, basically, if I have metal, if I have iron or steel available, I make spears, warhammers, or axes. If I have silver available, I make warhammers. That's usually how it goes. And then it's just kind of what I feel like that day. This particular fort, I'm using. Oh, hey, all mind controls a legendary cook. For this particular fort, I mean, we're using crossbow dwarves and spears. Are the weapons of choice. I really hope my faction doesn't try to trade. Really, really hope they don't try to trade. I really, really hope they don't try to trade. I really, really hope that they don't try to trade. No, maces suck. Maces are just worse warhammers, like in literally every aspect. They are less dense, lighter warhammers. So there's absolutely no reason to your legendary cook IRL too. Really? There's absolutely no reason to use maces in any situation because they are just worse warhammers. That's all they are. Let's see, what materials are we getting? No accessible mech. Oh, right. Right, metal mechs it is. 2. Dwarf imitates life. Yeah, just like art. But I guess Dwarf is art. You hope the humans enjoy them. Wow, that's a lot of worn clothing. We are slowly working our way through all of the cloth jobs. I just don't have enough cloth. Let's make some silk instead. I will queue up these jobs next to them. But what we're going to do is I'm going to make silk sock, silk shoe, silk glove, silk trousers, silk tunic, silk dress, skirt. Really? I guess vests are available, but that's kind of surprising, actually. I can't remember the last time I had a fortress that didn't have access to dresses or skirts. Interesting. All right, well then, let's also just give them loincloths then. So 100, 50, 50, 50, 50, 50, and 50. You're a chef for 7 years? Damn! There's quite a few chefs in the chat, actually. It's like, I feel like that the 3 most common like careers that people watch my streams is either some random comp sci thing, chef, or like retail, basically. There's a lot of people who watch this channel who are chefs. Hedge fund lawyer. I can't say I've ever had a hedge fund lawyer state that they are a hedge fund lawyer who also happens to watch me. Chad, if you are a hedge fund lawyer and you're watching me, congratulations. You are the first one that I am aware of. With a real hedge fund lawyer, please stand up. Cannabis data analyst. I mean, username checks out, Hashpipe. Cannabis quality researcher. This reminds me of like this story of this guy who like, what was he, reviewing cannabis for like the New York Post or something, like 10 years before it was legalized or something. Like somehow just like landing that gig. Aeronautical engineer. I mean, we got some, you guys know your smart people jobs. There's a few pilots. I can think of 2. Although one of them's a hobbyist, so I not totally count. Lucky guy. Too much. Farmer, occasional disgruntled cook. I'm an aspiring hobbyist farmer. Mostly. Healthcare IT. That's another one, actually. A lot of IT. A lot of IT. I make cartoons. Good for you. Seems pretty cool. You moved on from chefing full-time, but still pick up the odd catering gig here and there? Gotcha. I'm building the drain. How do you channel out those 2 to 3+ levels? I start at the top and dig down. Slowly. 1 layer at a time. Grandfather led the development of the AC-130. Holy shit. That's some cred. Wondering if there's any other way in. Okay, so I'm about to lock myself out of being able to get into here, so we're just gonna dig through this. How come those mechanisms aren't done yet? What the hell? Okay, they're not queued up yet. I can play this game, I swear. Bastet has no job. Pray to Nani. All right, Bastet, that's it. You're fired. Prioritize doing something that isn't being a manager for more than 10 seconds is the fastest way to lose your manager job. Do have to find the manager's office again, though. To be honest, I can't remember where I put it. Cannot remember where I put the manager's office. Give me a second. Actually, hold on. If I just look up where Bastet is. Oh. It's a table in the tavern. Who wouldn't want that job? Frankly, I would want that job. Bastet does still need a office, however, because of the fact that she's our bookkeeper. Going to go eat, drink. We found it, Blazer. You go pick up equipment. That's not really what I need you doing right now to hear Dwarf. And then you go cry and meditate on chaos. I grumble. Would like you to please. Oh, never mind. They already did it. Sweet. So now we can get those mechanisms done pretty quickly, hopefully. I need those mechanisms or I'm going to slowly start flooding my fortress with lava. I actually need 4 of them, not 2 of them. 4 of them, yes. And then 1 rock mechanism. We'll just make 10 rock mechanisms. Fun fact, it requires charcoal to make metal mechanisms, which I didn't learn for a very long time. Grumble. Nobody's queuing them up either. I also don't know where they're made. Also, apparently I need a stoneworkers guild. Game, you are really not doing me any favors right now, are you? You really aren't. Sometimes the dwarfs just refuse to do the thing I ask. Ah, that's probably got something to do with it. I only have 1 coke. So it's time to go around and cut coal out of the walls. Remember how I was going on about how much coal I had? Well, we have significantly less currently than previously. Kept on going on about how much coal we have, and now we're out of coal. It's true. We are, in fact, out of coal. There's still lots of it. I just need to go mine it out. Do I individually set dwarves jobs when I arrive? No. Why in the world would I do such a thing? Unless I'm assigning them to a military squad, everybody just does the jobs that they choose. Sounds like a horrible waste of time. I used to do that in older versions when that was mandatory. It hasn't been mandatory in a very long time. Not since December of last year has that been a thing that you've actually needed to do. Except for, of course, like, you know, mining and whatnot, but those get added periodically as needed. I also want a cheeseburger. I don't even know what G-Fin said, but I just subconsciously want a cheeseburger because somebody in chat also would like a cheeseburger. So I support the desire for cheeseburger discussion here. But yeah, kind of sarcastic jokes aside, I did used to individually place every single job when they would arrive for a migrant wave, but that's because you used to actually have to do that. The way the game is like optimized right now, you do not need to do that. And if you were doing that, you're probably just going to make the game harder to play. So you are benefited by just letting the dwarf who has the best skill at the time for the job that needs to be done to just do that job. All right, mechanisms. There you go. You're making those steel mechanisms. That's what we needed. That's exactly what I needed. Yeah, because we need coke for this. So you leave everybody plants? I mean, initially, yeah. But once I hit about 40 dwarves, I segment off about 20 dwarves to plant. But you asked if I did it when migrants arrive, and I said no. Which is the truth. I don't do it when they arrive. I do it when I hit about 20, 30 dwarves, 40 dwarves, maybe 50. Basically around the point where it's like, all right, I need more specialized dwarves, at which point then I'll set some specific dwarves to planting, but that's literally the only custom jobs I do. I do literally nothing else because there's no point to. There's absolutely no reason to. You don't smooth built walls. You can engrave built walls, but you can't smooth built walls. All right, so it's cutting it a little close. We have a party. A naked dwarf. Uh-oh. Mate, it was right in the best part. Forgotten beast, Setrub Borijat. Usu has come. A huge quadruped composed of morganite. Is that a gem? It has large mandibles and it squirms and fidgets. Beware its poison vapors. That's kind of spooky. Oh. Huh. This creature has history. It's got 9 notable kills. I'm going to quick save. Because that thing makes me nervous. Mind Blister the Hollow. No, this is the first fortress in this world. Ragnarok. I'm a little scared of this. Bandai, like, just repressed one of their records. Which is Nod. There's almost none of them left. I don't think I'm going to buy one. As much as I would like to. I need to save money for tax season. Alright, This beast is pretty awesome. I'm scared because of its poison vapors, but let's see if we can fight it. Because I would like to fight it. If we could kill it, that would be pretty glorious. Let me steal the body of the last one here. So the scariest thing about this creature is we are not going to be able to make it bleed out. Oh boy, it's already here. Run away, kiddo. Uh-oh, wrong way. I said run. You didn't run, you fucked up. Although I don't think they killed it. Did you kill it? Oh no, he killed it. What a dude. Do I have soap? Oh, I've got plenty of soap, yeah. Soap is a non-issue in this fort. Now's not the time, bud. Now is not the time, bud. Moving one turn at a time. Soldiers are not really ready either. Okay, it's already fighting. Lolar just got down here. Mindwinter's foot just came flying up. Well, there goes Mindwinter up. Creature just ripped Mindwinter's foot off. One of my spear dwarfs kicks the Forgotten Beast in the left mandible with their left foot, but the attack glances away. They also scratch the Forgotten Beast in the rear foot, fracturing it. We'll follow the creature. I'm assuming it'll pop up in a few seconds. Spear Dwarf is stabbing it, chipping it. Okay, so Lolar is right above it, stabbing downwards. Vancho is also there attempting to help. Lolar appears to have lost a foot. Yeah, so Lolar is just lying there, stabbing downwards. Very valiantly, I will add. And they say, I've improved my spear, and that was not satisfying. Might as well watch the combat log. The shot is blocked with a steel buckler. The Forgotten Beast struck at the Spear Dwarf, but the shot was blocked by the steel buckler. Spear Dwarf stabs the Forgotten Beast with a steel spear, chipping it. The spear is firmly lodged in the wound. Forgotten Beast bites the Spear Dwarf in the left hand through the gauntlet. The Spear Dwarf stabs the Forgotten Beast with the spear, chipping it. I kind of wish it would move up, because then we'd have the crossbow dwarves. Okay, so Lolar is still bleeding and is now faint. What a brave, bloody dwarf. Midnight Winter is also assisting. Pretty futilely, though. Futilely. And the creature is now dead. I'm assuming Lolar got the kill. Stabs the Forgotten Beast in the lower body with her steel spear, and it is mostly cut away from the rest of the torso. Well done, Lolar. Now can we save you? That is the question. Bleeding, seriously injured. Chat. I'm going to grab somebody from the chat. Be this person. This dwarf. Dweezil. Oopsies, I can spell. Dweezil. My hand is in the wrong place on the keyboard, and it's screwing up my typing. That or my keyboard is slightly to the left. One of the two. She is prone to hatred and often develops negative feelings. She is stingy with resources when working on projects and refuses to expend any extra effort. She cracks easily under pressure and is often sad and dejected. She is not the type to fall in love or even develop positive feelings, and she is always tense and jittery. She is brave in the face of imminent danger and curious and eager to learn. She tends to hang on to grievances and is slow to anger. She has an active sense of humor, and she has a tendency towards forming deep and emotional bonds with others. She has a pet bunny rabbit and worships a tour. Military are all no longer on duty, being taken to hospital. Yeah, literally, that's the world's biggest party crasher. Also, I'm now in an ad on the Twitch side of things, so we're just going to wait for 3 minutes. If you're not stuck in an ad, broken spacebar, damn right. And if you are, I will respond to that message in text. You also have that strange mood that's happening, which I'm just going to check in on briefly. They're claiming stuff. So we've got 2 doctors in hospital, both with severe blood loss. Did they both lose feet? Yeah, they both lost feet. Midnight Winter lost a right foot. And Dweezil lost a left foot. Which is kind of funny. Like, actually, that's pretty funny. Kind of very amused by that. Your siege engineers are having babies. I guess that's what happens when you give them their own bedroom down there. Well, if they're all kept in close proximity constantly, then yeah. Hey, Pack, what's up, dude? It's good to see you. But yeah, that's what causes dwarves to have babies, is being in close proximity with dwarves that they like, that they are married to. Also, maybe I'll put a marker in chat, and we will memorialize that event as a highlight, potentially. Because I think Giant Party Crasher would be a pretty good name for a video. Lovers can't do it? Nope. I'm pretty sure they have to be married to have kids. I'm pretty sure they have to be married. Oh, really? You've only had the marriage notification once? Yeah, it's pretty hard to get dwarves to actually get married. And, like, the problem is if they have multiple... I'm pretty sure if they have multiple lovers, they can't get married. Pretty sure that's how that works. And then some dwarves just want lovers but don't want to get married. And then some dwarves have a lover that they want to get married to, but if that lover doesn't want to get married... Like, there was one point when with Long Death, which was a fortress which I was trying to keep alive for 1,000 years, we almost made it to 500. There was a point in Long Death where I had one dwarf that was lovers with 17 other dwarves, which sounds fine. But the problem is that fortress only had like 35 dwarves, and like 5 of them were children. So the number of possible couples was so small because this one dwarf was just fucking hooking up with everybody. Damn near killed the fort, frankly. Bringing somebody to rest. All right, through ads. Meaning we can get back to it. There's gonna be some family ladders in that fort. Fortunately, we never really had that issue, but you'd think it would. No, eventually that dwarf just died, and then dwarves went back to getting married as they were supposed to, but it was rough for a bit there, let me tell you. All right, so let's see. Did that get completed? What? Oh, shit. Crap. Well, at least it's not filling anymore, so I just need to wait for that to disappear. Dang it. Stupid Forgotten Beast made me forget about my lava. See? God damn it. But I need to connect this. And I also need to, you know, deal with this. I'm waiting for this to disappear right here. Or a bucket on it? Yeah, probably. It's actually probably the right thing to do now that you mention it. Because I just need to build a wall piece right there. Oops and lava's a bad combo? Fun combo, I think you mean. Fortunately, it's also really close to where... It's really close to where my well is, which is just down here. So it's just a quick stair walk away. It's like literally they just walk around and up this ramp and around. I'll have the child's been missing from... Oh, that's because they died in the caverns. Come on, dwarves. Okay, you've got a bucket. This is getting a little sketch. Just need a dwarf to get up here and fill this in. Then I need to queue up spot for this. Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh boy. Well, we found the kiddo dead. Okay, so what I can do is I can block this off from this side. Whatever's closest. Gypsum, that'll work. It's probably this, frankly. They're just going to keep dumping buckets of water on it. Keeping it mostly empty. Somebody play Floor is Lava. Somebody took the term Floor is Lava a little bit too seriously. Avuz the planter has created a pigtail sock named Shame Bashon and claims it as an heirloom in the name of the family ancestor Edzul Letterlancer. Let's go read that description before I completely forget. This is a pigtail sock. All craft store ship is of the highest quality. It is encircled with bands of Duranian leather and rectangular magnetite cabochons and round, brilliant cut white jades. It is made from pigtail cloth, and this object is adorned with hanging rings of pigtail and iron, and menaces with spikes of lychee wood and white jade. And it was claimed as a family heirloom, meaning we will put it in your bedroom. Right next to your bucket, apparently. Now we just need to wait for this construction. Those dwarves are all getting tended to up there. Somebody coming to construct this? What's up, Notokasa? Socks? No, not socks. Artifact socks are singular, so that is sock. There's only one of them. That is not a pair of socks, so it's best to not cause yourself confusion unnecessarily. All right, so now, is this thing hooked up? Yes, it is. Uh-oh. Got 2 counts of disorderly conduct against a kid. God damn it, Norstat. There we go. Get that link building to trigger going again. Give it to one of the injured dwarves, but it was claimed as an heirloom. So why would I give it to a dwarf that was claimed as an heirloom of another dwarf? The other dwarf claimed that fair and square, so I will give it to the dwarf that claimed it. Otherwise, how's that fair? They will steal it, you're calling it. So do you know how artifacts work? They cannot be equipped unless I specifically equipped it to somebody. So literally nobody can steal it. So you can bet all the way, all you want. I will win that bet. I don't find your jokes particularly funny, Soda Jerk. The jerk portion of your name seems to be quite accurate. Well, it's currently being hauled. Nope, there it is. And in order for an outsider to steal it, it would have to be from... In order for an outsider to steal it, it would have to be... I would have to allow visitors, which I'm not, so... Let's see who the brave volunteer is. Mako is the brave volunteer to dig the channel. Let the lava flow. Run! Or don't. Rest in peace, dwarf. Lover of Darius Cardwin. You were a good dwarf. Even your copper pick will slowly vanish. It's a sacrifice that didn't need to be made, but ended up being made. All right, now this can go back to filling. See? We can go back to filling. We can actually fight that siege eventually. Glorious sacrifice, naturally. Looks like all the dwarves that were in hospital are now no longer in hospital. I'd assume they're back to training. Got several dwarves we do need. Go with dwarves that have a need for training. Sam Texagon will try you out in the military. Rovod will try you out. And... Ral, who's a competent Marks dwarf already. The squad needs 2 more dwarves. Kind of want to try out Norstad, but they're currently in prison, so maybe not a good idea. Bring in Mebzith. Epion in there. We'll bring in Epion. There we go. Get all of our dwarves training again. We've got 2 tantrums. Seems a bit extreme. Hey, Schmitchell. Enjoy your lurks. think actually I should put a fountain right about here. Maybe just right there, I don't even. Somewhere down here even, maybe. But we do definitely need more fountains. Potentially right here, maybe? Have to move some stuff around. Could very easily put one right here. Just wall it off. I think that could look quite nice, actually. We'll just do that. Mako's been missing for a week officially, so I can memorialize. Bloody shame. Do I do, in fact, have the stuff to make these. How convenient. Jeez. I even have a steel pipe. Actually, I don't need to make that mechanism out of steel. I can use a different mechanism, because I should have some not steel ones. Oh, that's funny. I mean, like, every now and again I'll stumble upon a podcaster or somebody who I've been watching for years through the internet and never actually encountered in person. Did I just see somebody die? It's weird to me that the deaths thing still doesn't work. But somebody did definitely just die. You can hit the hay. Don't hit it too hard, because it probably doesn't deserve the amount of abuse you're giving it. But thank you very much for hanging out. Appreciate you. I guess that means I have a recognizable voice then, hey? I don't often get that, like, people saying that they recognize me from my voice. It's not generally something that happens. Must have watched a lot of my videos. Kenzie. Is there a way to stop sand and clay and moss from getting all mushroomy? So if you're collecting clay or sand, you can also collect clay and sand from walls and they never become mushroomy. But if it's more of an aesthetic thing, you can build a floor and then deconstruct it. That'll remove it. Or alternatively, build a floor, deconstruct the floor, and then build a grate over top of it. And then they can gather through the grate. So that would be my advice. I think I need to, like, lock down the lower caverns a little bit. Because we're having problems with cavern creatures a bit. Like, nothing absolutely absurd, but... Your digging project continues. It seems to be quite ambitious. Like, it really does. Also, if anybody's a subscriber to the Twitch channel and looking for a blue sky invite, Elfie posted a bunch. All right. Oh, this is filling significantly quicker now, which is exactly what I needed. Yeah, in the subsection of the Discord. Subscriber room on Discord. Okay, so then the other thing that I need to do is then this needs to get connected to a lever. I need so many goddamn levers, it's ridiculous. What? Oh, I see why they're both connected to two. I need one more lever. And then those are going to be connected to this. And then this is going to be dug down deeper, deeper, deeper. Probably down to about here, and then up and over, and then spilled down into the caverns, like up here somewhere. And then these are getting constructed piece by piece, which is good. This may actually need more power. Oh, no, I do not actually want to do that. Thought maybe that might not be a terrible... That's a pretty terrible idea. That would just be letting water into here. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to actually remove a chunk of this stockpile and build a wall across here. Actually, I could just build right there. I can get some more power up in here. It's going to use 27 power right now. I don't actually... actually, maybe it'll be okay. Maybe it'll be okay. I mean, you shouldn't be getting an ad right now. Tight 90. You get 3 minutes of ads per hour on the hour. Shouldn't be getting any ads right now, unless something is very broken. But you know, it's possible. Stuff could be broken. Only 9 of which aren't legendary? Dang. Are they happy with their careers at least? Besides, if the ads are that bad, I recommend Twitch Turbo. Or subscribing. Or just complaining about it, and then maybe you'll get gifted a sub. Yeah, I tend to agree. Turbo's pretty good. Which is funny because I don't even have Turbo. I do actually watch streams too. I just don't use Turbo. We can now get rid of this. Gonna help keep these dwarves happy. Starting to think that clothing stockpiles aren't working for some reason. Also, welcome to the exit of Ad Hell Tight 90, because you've now been bestowed a subscription by some generous member of the chat room. So consider yourself lucky. Because you no longer need to complain. Thanks, Anonymous. What an awkward place to be carving a fortification. Yeah, I know. I don't think they came up with the idea of turbo greed boundary. I think that Amazon decided that Twitch needed to make more money, and so they removed that feature from the contract. It's got nothing to do with greed from Twitch. If Twitch could give us those features back, I guarantee you they would. That is a parent company thing. It's got nothing to do with Twitch. There's lots of things that Twitch does that people blame them for, when in reality, the only company you should actually be blaming is Amazon. So, just kind of is what it is. It's got nothing to do with greed. And as far as the ads go on Twitch, the only person you can actually blame for it is the streamers, because we're the ones who automate it. So, I try and make it as fair as possible. It's the only real logical option I have. I was actually at the TwitchCon when Twitch Prime was announced, as well as the features that were announced with it originally, so. This was not me this time, really, Tolas? Oh, wow. Sinkhole way before Amazon bought it. Being a small part of a big company didn't help putting the focus on good things. Do you stream full-time for a living, Cold-Blooded? Because do you stream as a hobby? Do you actively use this website from a streamer's perspective at all? Because as a streamer, I couldn't disagree more. That is a abjectly false statement. Okay, so you streamed when Twitch was at its worst. Got it. Okay, cool. Because Twitch has been nothing but improving since the buyout. If anything, Twitch was barely usable before they got bought. Every single stream that wasn't partnered had a mandatory 2-minute delay. And that was just the beginning of it. So I couldn't disagree with you more. You don't have to agree with me, but I vehemently disagree with you. Yeah, it's because they literally couldn't afford better servers back then. So, I don't know. A lot of people drag Twitch, I think because it's a big platform. And frankly, I think that that's, I mean, fair. Every platform has its criticisms. But the last few years for Twitch have been a bit bland in that nothing really new or useful has been added, and the features that we did get were not great, but it wasn't a, like, what I would describe as a bad period of time for the platform. The platform has largely just been improving as time goes on. The worst state Twitch was ever in was right before Amazon bought it. And right after Amazon bought it, the best thing ever happened to Twitch, which was they got rid of the delay. No, I remember. It's funny because, like, I'll have people talking about how it's hard to grow now on Twitch. I need to make this clear. It is easier to grow now than it's ever been to grow on Twitch. No, your comment didn't make beef. It's all fine. You are good. It's a pretty common topic of discussion. It's okay. Okay, so this one at the end here. Link lever. Link mechanisms. We got both the steel ones, and we're going to connect it to that. Do it now. I mean, like, if you think that Twitch is a bad website, you should go look at one of the competing sites and try and use their services for a bit. That's all I got, really. Came in at the perfect time in convo-wise. Hi, Rory. How are you? You just sent a dwarf to the Sky Realm. Well, that's unfortunate. But yeah, no, Tight, you are all good. You recognize you got to make bread for more than subs? Believe it or not, I actually don't. So here, let me just go full screen for a second. The reason I run automated ads isn't for the money. Don't get me wrong. The money is nice. The reason I run automated ads is because if I don't, when somebody just tunes in, they get an ad, right? They get a guaranteed 1 minute of ads when they tune in. So those are my options. I can run scheduled ads on the hour, or right when you tune in, you get a minute of ads. Now the problem with this is if I get if somebody raids me, vast majority of the raid is going to be stuck in an ad for a minute. They're going to miss my welcome, they're going to miss a hello, they're going to miss all of that. Second problem with this, if somebody tunes in for the first time, they're going to get an ad and go, fuck, and then they're going to close the stream and click on the next one, and if it doesn't get an ad, they're more likely to stick around. So the problem with this is if I don't run ads, my discoverability tanks. I used to never run ads up until December of last year when Dwarf Fortress launched, at which point I was prepping for a lot of raids and just kind of accepting that my community was going to grow quite a bit. And the least intrusive way to do that is by automating ads. The ads run either, the past 2 streams I've been testing on the hour, which I've actually kind of been liking, which is 3 minutes of ads per hour. If you've ever watched cable television, it's about 22 minutes of ads per hour, okay? Premium channels, generally closer to about 15 minutes per hour. Except for the very premium channels where you get no ads. Those ain't cheap. They're a hell of a lot more expensive than a Twitch subscription. Also a hell of a lot more expensive than, Twitch Turbo. So at the end of the day, I have no option. I have to show ads. My options are, do I schedule them? Or do I kill my discoverability? Those are the options I have. I've seen some traffic. YouTube people, how's the YouTube streams been over there? You guys good? I don't know. It's been fine. It's definitely brought some traffic to the channel, but I have a pretty built YouTube audience, so it's been pretty okay. I think this dwarf failed a artifact a while ago because they've just been haggard. Yeah, also there's that too, Donnie. Like, you may also end up just living somewhere that never buys ads on Twitch, which is also a very real possibility. So, like, if you live in Australia, I've been told people in Australia barely ever get ads on Twitch. I think the interesting thing about Dan Clancy Gooms is I've been to every single TwitchCon since 2016, with the exception of the one they did last year. Not the European ones, just the North American TwitchCons. I've seen Emmett Shear once. Not on a stage. Once. I saw DJ Wheat quite a lot back in the day, but I saw Emmett Shear once. And I didn't get to talk to him, and it was literally because he was practically running to the bathroom. Right next to, he came out of the partner lounge and just ran straight to the bathroom. And then, went to the main stage. In fact, I'm pretty sure he would just leave the convention after the first day. So, he went to high school with Emmett's younger brother. Small world. One of my mods went to high school with I'm a Cutie Pie. Anyway, Dan Clancy, I ran into him, a dozen times the first day at this last TwitchCon. So yeah, no, I agree. I will say this. I'm pretty critical of Twitch. But I think the type of criticism that people level at Twitch is very misguided a lot of the time. I think it's okay to be critical of the platform, and we should be critical of the platform. That being said, a lot of the criticism is misdirected and bizarre to me as somebody who makes a full-time living streaming on this platform. A lot of the criticisms I see are bizarre and very strange. So, yes, there are absolutely criticisms you can levy at Twitch, and they're fair a lot of the time. But some of the shit that I see people saying just makes me scratch my head and go, what? I beg your friggin' pardon? Let's make a Stoneworkers Guild before this time's out on me. Because some of you do actually want Dwarf Fortress gameplay. Yeah, no, that is the case with all platforms. I mean, some of the criticism I see thrown at YouTube is just like, what? I've been trying to crank up my bandwidth, Delphi, so hopefully that's helping. Dan is an interesting guy, especially because this is a lot of inside baseball Twitch stuff, chat, so if you guys are bored, feel free to just randomly start talking about Dwarf Fortress, and I'll probably shift the subject pretty quick. But the interesting thing about Dan Clancy is that he likes streaming. And I was lurking in his stream while doing some editing yesterday, and one of the people that was on his channel, because he has a lot of other streamers on his stream, he stated that this is the most fun he's had professionally since his first year in computer science. Just this last year being the CEO of Twitch. This is the most fun he's had professionally. Like, he's just having fun. Like, he genuinely enjoys the platform. He likes streaming. He seems to like the people that are on it. He is pushing in the right directions in ways that doesn't damage, like, us as creators. And I'm very curious to see where it goes. It's the best part about it. Yeah, he's just an oddball nerd because he's also, like, he looks like a country singer, which I think gives people a weird impression of him, but... No, Clancy's a pretty common last name. But not that I am aware of, Shaku. I want to know who the person is who denied the CEO of Twitch's Twitch partner application the day before TwitchCon. Or like the week of TwitchCon or whatever. Because he noticed it the day before, but I think it came in a little bit before that. I want to know who denied the CEOs of Twitch's partnership. Because, like, I want to give them a high five because that was a very good bit at TwitchCon. You only found out Paris Hilton was related to the hotel chain like last week. Guess what? I literally just learned just now that Paris Hilton was connected to the hotel chain. Really? I feel like I should have known that. You just taught me something. Congratulations. Why do you think she's so rich? I don't know. I don't care. Because her name's Paris? I don't know. She could be dead and I probably wouldn't know. Does she have siblings named London and New York? I feel bad for old York. Yeah, I don't know. But genuinely, I had no idea about that connection to the Hilton resorts. But yeah, I don't know. I can say positive things about Twitch all I want because I've seen Twitch at its worst. I've streamed through the eras of Twitch being at its worst. And whenever I see people talking about, oh, you know, like ever since Amazon buyout, it's been downhill, blah, 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 blah. It's like, that is an absolute falsehood. Twitch wouldn't exist if Amazon hadn't bought it. And if Google bought it, I probably would have been shut down by now. So, yeah, I don't know. Nope. I also don't really know who either of those people are. Sen. I don't really follow celebrities outside of death metal, so I don't follow celebrities. Oh, yeah, no. They would have... Twitch would be dead if Google had bought it. Which is kind of funny, because Dan Clancy was at Google when they were trying to buy Twitch. Easiest way to force a squad to wear the gear that you made for them. Assign the gear. And then tell them to, like, keep the gear on. So you assign the gear, and then you go to schedule and set them to no orders, unless you want to do fancy schedules yourself. But set them to no orders and not off duty. If they're set to off duty, then they will dump their gear out eventually. They'll just get rid of it. But if you set them to no orders, then they'll keep their gear on. Thank you, Donnie. Appreciate you. Also, because he's from Baltimore. Corpse Grinder is a wonderful human being. Also, okay. I will just say that. Corpse Grinder is a wonderful human being. Singer, songwriter, producer, popular in the 80s. Gotcha. Yeah, I certainly don't know who... Well, I know the name. I don't know why I know the name, but I do know the name when it comes to Lionel Richie. So, need to lower the priority on these. And I fucked up. Didn't get the Stoneworkers Guild done in time. Well, geez. How many dwarves have bedrooms right now? Oh, shit. I got a bunch of unassigned bedrooms here. Okay. It's mostly just the children that don't have bedrooms. Some of the military dwarves. Diamond, you can have that. Why is there a dead thing here? Get rid of it. I also don't think I ever actually built that slab, so... Did I? Yes, I did. I mean, like, I know the name. Actually, it's kind of explaining why a certain record channel I know is Vinyl Richie. Yeah, I don't know. I'm into the types of music that I'm into. So just because I'm into collecting records doesn't mean I follow everything from every era. There are certain types of music that I listen to and some that I completely ignore. I've probably seen them, but I think the statement that I know the name but don't actually know why I know the name probably is speaking to that a bit. Because I do know the name. I just don't go into that section of the record store. It's like being into movies and then not knowing the name of every single Disney movie. It's like, well, I don't go to that movie, I don't go to that portion of the rental store. Or wouldn't have back in the day. I guess that no longer... I know, I don't have Disney Plus. There you go. I mean, I've probably heard their music. Like, there was a pretty funny moment, actually, at TwitchCon this year. We were in Fremont, and my moderator, Stoned Hobo, we were sitting in Fremont, right? And in Fremont, they have this music display thing, this giant screen on the ceiling and they have different art. They play different, basically giant music videos on this screen for different artists. One of them was the Chainsmokers. And when the Chainsmokers came on, it was like song 3, and Stoned Hobo, moderator, was just sitting there shaking his head. And I'm like, what? He goes, I know every single one of these songs and had no idea that they were Chainsmokers songs. And that just happens with pop music. Name every song. Blah. There you go. Every song. You're the worst with pop culture? I'm pretty good with certain portions of pop culture. I'm a bit of a walking encyclopedia for video games, but like the amount of random video game knowledge I have, like I don't even realize it until I'm in a room with people who don't play games at all. I don't know if any of you guys have this problem, but like if I'm in a room with people who don't play video games at all, I start to feel crazy. I've got like 3 dwarves that are tantruming kind of constantly, and I don't really know why. Although one of them's a child, so that's something to do with it. Oh, you're a walking encyclopedia for Gundams? Makes sense. What? Ah, Sham the beer brewer was found dead. Seems like they finally went nuts. It's about damn time, frankly. It's getting kind of annoyed with that dwarf. And that's my drainage. I mean, how dare you denigrate the Beatles of pop rock down to the Shrek song? I mean, come on. True fact, Smash Mouth once described themselves as the Beatles of pop rock. But I don't know. I have a hard time feeling bad about Smash Mouth's vocalist dying just because of some of the shit that he said on stage towards the end of his life. It's like I realized that the band had basically parted ways with him and they were touring without him, but something letting the dogs out. What about Disco Inferno, the other Shrek song? The other Shrek song. Also, I feel like that's probably more likely millennials calling it the Shrek song. All you need is like people that were born in the late 90s who were like 10 when Shrek came out that knew nothing about music when Shrek came out. So yeah, it's probably more likely millennials. Like late stage millennials like myself. Calling it the Shrek song. Memes didn't help. Or they did, depending on the kind of person you are. Makes it sound terminal? Because it is. Incurable, just like all of my permanent birth defects. Incurable, just like the diseases I have. Incurable, just like my eyes. Permanently millennial. And our kids really like Shrek. Yeah, that too. All I'm saying is, why are you unnecessarily bullying Zoomers? Should be nicer to the poor kids, okay? Maybe it's just because they had it coming. Smash Mouth is fire, and yes, it's because you were a kid when Shrek came out. Smash Mouth is fire, or that particular song is. The singer who died, not so much. He did scream white power on stage a couple times. So frankly, I have a hard time feeling bad. Song's still good, though. Oh, yeah. Definite yikes. Guy had some pre-big yikes moments towards the end of his career. Admittedly, he was also a chronic alcoholic, which is why he died young. I say young. He died at like 50-something? Like 52 or whatever? This'll be my drain. Dwarf Fortress has an exhibit in the Museum of Modern Art and also is in some museum that I can't remember the name of in Iceland, and Zach and Tarn Adams have a display in the Museum of Pop Art in Seattle. Yeah, Kid Rock's pretty terrible. I mean, Kid Rock's music in general is pretty terrible. And as a person, he's also pretty terrible. Due to his alcoholism that made him do that dumb stuff later in life? Yeah, I don't know anything about. If that's true, then like cool. He still said dumb shit, and the alcoholism was, for lack of a better term, his decision and something that he did. So I still have a hard time feeling bad. Just gonna put some pillars in this so it looks a little bit less unnatural. Because I don't need all this space for drains. Get all of this chalk out here. How are we doing on steel bars? Holy shit, 592 still. Currently out of all of the coke, though. It was suddenly a different channel. Generally thought that I spontaneously fired a raid off somewhere, but wow. Nope, definitely still here. I love the misclicks. But after addiction, it's no longer a choice? Yes. Dude made a lot of bad judgment calls and said a lot of bad things, which hurt a lot of people in his life. Is what I would say about Smash Mouth. Making, for me personally, kind of difficult to feel bad for him. As someone with substance problems, yeah, it's still difficult to feel bad. As a relative of mine says, having substance abuse problems or mental health problems can be an explanation for doing terrible things, but it isn't an excuse for doing terrible things. So if you say something terrible, that's one thing. If you use it as an excuse, like, I have a pretty broken brain. I say some pretty shitty things sometimes. And that's, like, kind of a known fact about me. If you watch my channel a lot, you may occasionally hear me say some pretty brash things, and it probably means I'm off my meds. But I always try and do my best to remedy when I say something shitty. Generally, I'm pretty good about that side of things. Generally. Sometimes I fail, but nobody's perfect. Certainly not me. Let's, mine out this. Yeah, no, totally. You were an opioid addict for 11-ish years. Well, my family member who I'm referring to was also an opioid addict for, like, a good chunk of her life, so. Yeah, I wish I had more siltstone lying around. Do I have chalk? No, I can't actually do anything with the chalk because I've got that disabled. We'll use this then. Okay, what do my soldiers need for gear? breastplates, I assume. Let's do 25 of each. Let's also do steel spears. Another round of steel spears. And what else can I do? And also figure out where else I can build in here right now. Most of what we're doing is just working on this damn thing. It's gonna take a little bit, but it's okay because we're also waiting for this reservoir. Oh, as I said, we're also waiting on this reservoir to fill. It's almost full. Look at that. Cool. It's full on this side. What we want. It's ready to flow into here, and also ready to getting ready to flow into here. So I just need this side to finish filling up. We're getting there. That's good. You know, it's kind of funny. There are some people out there, and I've heard this take a couple of times, so I'm not alone with it. Children are not born innocent. They are born as devilish monsters that are entirely self-absorbed and care about absolutely nothing except for themselves. And then as adults, we slowly work to remedy that and become, like, actual grown-ups. And learn over time to be better to other people. And that takes most of our adult lives, generally. I've been told that's not a fair take before, and I think that that's a little silly, personally. But I also don't really care if people agree with that take. Children will kill whole countries for a cookie if they could. Yeah. Hi, Salva Daddy, by the way. What's up, dude? I mean, if children would kill whole countries for a cookie, Elfie, I have a question. What would your chihuahua do? If a child would kill a whole country for a cookie, what would a chihuahua do? Annihilate all of the human species? Destroy planets? Have I ever played a David Cage game? No, but I watched an entire playthrough of Heavy Rain once, which is basically the same thing. Because those games have no gameplay, thankfully. But no, I try to not play video games made by sex offenders, so. A chihuahua would do it for fun. True, yes. Honestly, though, when it comes to David Cage games, I just have no interest. Those games look chronically boring to me. Yeah, no, absolutely. And then it's a parental issue, right? It's like just because I'm saying children aren't born innocent doesn't mean that it's the child's fault. We're also stuck in an ad break now. It is not the child's fault if they're an asshole. It's the parents' fault if they're an asshole. Usually. Deep topics today on the stream. Generational trauma is a thing people don't talk about more. Are you saying that generational trauma is a thing people should talk about more? I find that sentence mildly confusing, Giraffe. But yeah, I mean, that's how you make a serial killer, is you give several generations of generational trauma. There you go. Okay, fair enough. Yeah, I mean, I listen to a podcast called Chilluminati, which is very good, and I recommend it. And on the Chilluminati subreddit, somebody made a serial killer bingo table. Because they do true crime episodes now and again where they talk about, they do true crime episodes where you talk about, or where they talk about, like, you know, serial killers generally. And it's literally just like generational trauma, tick, head injury, tick, has a lot of extracurricular business hobbies and is quite successful in their main life, tick, loves cops, tick, bingo. Since everyone learns how to not be awful and as an adult, it doesn't always go well. Yeah, no. I mean, I didn't learn how to, like, properly socialize and exist around other people until I was in my early 20s. Largely, I do not actually understand how I kept a job for so long without getting fired, because I was a horrible person to work with. In, like, every aspect. I was awful. Yeah, like my strange aversion to ketchup. I'm not capable of eating ketchup because of my childhood. I couldn't totally tell you why, to be honest with you.
Let's take a lovely fruit, the tomato. Remove everything that's good from it, the seeds, the vitamins, the nutrients,
yes.
Everything that's good about it.
And then there's awful parents who somehow spawned a great kid and question mark magic. Question mark profit? Yeah, who knows? It's hard to say. Artifact. Got another possessed clother. Who's Adil? We're pretty close to being able to just fight with this enemy siege. And then proceeds to sit there. Well, so you need bricks, thread, blocks, duh. Yeah, we got lots of those. Some rock. Okay, we got lots of that. Leather skin. We should have lots of that. Bars metal. Lots of that. Blocks. Bars metal. Okay. I should have all of those things. Yeah, we got plenty of leather. Mate, I hate to break it to you. I got a couple bars, all right? Just a couple. I'm pretty sure I've still got bars. We might be a little bit short on iron. Probably mine another 400. Yeah, I'm not worried about bars. Maybe not enough. I mean, unless he wants a very specific type of thing, which is possible. But I can assure you it's not a bars problem. Like lemonite and steel. Okay, we got those. Well, you're probably going to make a long skirt, though. Okay, we got plant cloth, silk, and animal cloth. We've got sheep, llama, and alpaca. So it's not a cloth issue. So unless they've literally just... It must be thread, right? Of which I got 37 of that. Yeah, I mean, that shouldn't be an issue. Maybe Let's try this. Don't mind the giant spider corpse right here. Let's just get rid of that. Same with this and this, my dwarf's feet. We're going to make a thread stockpile down here. So maybe that's it, but I don't know. Not that I'm aware of, Blaze. We'll just let them do their thing and see if they figure it out. Not entirely sure what else it could be. Nope, they just left. So. Yep, okay. Yeah, they just needed the thread and a stockpile. Weird. And now they're standing stationary again. That or they just specifically wanted pigtail cloth. Yeah, they just specifically want pigtail cloth. Well, they're getting it done. I'm sure they'll sort it out. And as for why they're not just going and grabbing the other pigtail cloth, it's anybody's guess. Do squad members leave their gear when told to on stands and racks? Just on stands. Do you need chests and cabinets for food? And backpacks and flasks? Because they put and if they're wearing crafts, they put those in their bedroom. But the chests are for flasks and food and backpacks. I think quivers? Everything else gets stored on the racks. Or on the armor stands. The racks don't actually do anything. But armor stands do. And this is the first version of the game I've ever played where they have done something. Right, I'm assuming you'll complete your artifact now. Okay, so we're just waiting on this then. So we could probably let these zombies in. What do you think, chat? You want to let some zombies in? Because we could. I think we're going to let some zombies in. Make sure that this area is clear. Zombies. Yeah. Well, actually, let's just let them mine up this first. This won't take too long. Weapon racks do absolutely nothing, yes. They're supposed to store weapons, but they don't. Halloween was yesterday? Mate, it's the 2nd. Halloween was 2 days ago. Oh boy, I know, right? Must have been a long Halloween then. Maya Gushka's making masterpiece shields and breastplates. That's good. And I need a few more leather backpacks. Today is Day of the Dead. That's not Halloween, though. Very different holiday. Absolutely no, connection between the two. They store the ambience? Yeah. They make the place nice. Also, gotta go around and erase all this. Just making sure. No issues here. Making sure everything's managed and met. This area is all good. Okay, cool. I think my weasel and a hen just died of old age. And Dwarf's begun a mysterious construction. They've got everything they need. Yeah, they just needed 2 pieces of pigtail cloth. And they got forgotten beast leather. 2 pig iron bars. Could have used steel, but... By sending the Grandmaster to the Sky Realm gonna take a while. That's unfortunate that you at least the Sky Gods must be happy. You know, I'm sure it was a worthy sacrifice. All right, well, let's immobilize some zombies, because I can't kill them, but I can make them significantly less useful. How's that? And also, actually, it's time to just train a bunch of my Marks Dwarves, because they're going to get a lot of XP shooting bolts at nothing. All right. Well, that's this area dug out. Adil the Clother has created Gamilzig, a long pigtail skirt, and offers it to the ageless creation. This is a long pigtail skirt. All craft worship is of the highest quality. It is studded with pigtail and iron, studded with pig iron, and encircled with bands of round chalk cabochons and rectangular mudstone cabochons. It is made from pigtail cloth. On the item it is hanging with rings of pigtail and chert, and menaces with spikes of pigtail. And along the item is an image of Aban beak paddled, not back paddled, and Lord Dunes channeled. The dwarf in gypsum. Aban Beak Paddle is making a plaintive gesture. Lore Dunes channeled is striking a menacing pose. The artwork relates to the mortal wounding of the dwarf Aban Beak Paddle by the dwarf Lore with a steel pick in Firebolt in midwinter of 355. On the item is an image of dwarves in Forgotten Beast leather. On the item is an image of tapered baguette cut gem in pig iron. And it's been moved to this stockpile. All right, so what we're going to do now is we're going to turn this burrow on. I'm going to wait until all the dwarves are out of here. And I'm going to go into here and I'm going to forbid all this. The whiz. Get it. All right, so they're all out from the looks of things. So we can pull this lever. This is full enough. It'll do. Take all of my dwarves off of training so they have a chance to go take a break. And then we're going to put 1 squad of Marks Dwarves here, or maybe here actually, and then 1 squad here. So it's time to see what happened when we opened the Fuento. Oh look, it's the giraffe. I was very upset about its existence right now, although it is leading the enemy into the fortress. So, who's ready for some moi? And we just have to make sure that there isn't... Uh-oh. There is a dead, rotten turkey hen corpse there. All right, check. And I got a Vile Force of Darkness, please. Giraffe did nothing wrong. Well, right now, Giraffe is injured. I'm starting to see my dwarves shooting bolts directly at this creature, who's getting puckered full of steel bolts. very quickly. It's probably not going to kill it. I'd be very surprised if it did. But at the very least, we're getting good Marks Dwarf training off of this. I mean, look at this dwarf. Now suddenly an expert Marks Dwarf. Proficient Marks Dwarf. Feels terror. Successfully hit the corpse in the head, chipping the skull. So let's see if we can do our best to turn this creature into a pincushion. Oh, look at that. They just lost a leg, meaning it's going to be mighty difficult for them to walk. But unfortunately, they don't care so much about the bleeding. So the fighting continues. Shoutouts to the dwarf who shot its leg off. They keep shooting and shooting and shooting and shooting and shooting and shooting. How's the ammo doing? Well, they're out of ammo. So are they going to go get ammo? I certainly hope so. Also, something I should do before I forget is I should go back to forbidding ammo during sieges. I do not really want my dwarves to attempt. Okay, you're starting to fire over here too. Also terrified. Currently in novice, but the very first shot they fire hits. So the next thing I would like to do is I would like to seal this shut. And now we have two choices. We try to use lava. Uh-oh. They're doing what I was concerned they would do. They're walking in to pick up equipment. So what equipment are they walking over to get? I'm assuming all of these bolts. Let's see if I can forbid them. And unforbid these ones. This is where I kind of fucked up here. All right, well, you should... All right, have fun. Bye, dwarf. I was like, you need to turn around to go get ammo from the other side. Same with you, Ranger Rick. What squad are you in? You are in the World of Bolts. All right, well, the World of Bolts is now no longer a military squad, so turn the hell around and run away. Please? Please. Please? Bye, Ranger Rick. Nice knowing you. I was a little worried they would do that. I didn't think they would actually do it. Okay, how about these two dwarves? Well, they're also going in. Baka Glass and Unib. I tried to tell them to leave, but they seem to be refusing to. Let's see if I can station them. Unib is dueling decently efficiently. All right, I'm just going to send the other squad in to see if we can save these guys. Isn't what I wanted to do at all. Yeah, F followed by another F. Well, also, Baka Glass is now dead. And it appears that Unib is also going to fall. So I probably don't actually need to send this squad in. I just needed to be smarter about setting this up, which I was pretty smart about setting it up, admittedly, but how are we doing on skills over here? Expert, excellent. Competent, excellent. It's good training for the squads anyway. Here comes Vancho, as well as Rigoth, who's also coming. Yeah, it's good to just send them this way. Vancho comes running up. And that's a very bleeding giraffe. Vancho is running forward, and they're now fighting with the zombies. Vancho is stunned and bleeding heavily. Thlycut is not. The dwarves all run in and begin fighting. We did lose one dwarf almost immediately, who's Vancho. Kolgan is moving forward, unfortunately. Yeah, I really need to do the thing that I keep telling people to do, which is just lock the dwarves in. And the rest of the zombies fall pretty quick. I appear to have lost another dwarf, and I'm not sure who. Blazer, Flamewing, Baka Glass, and Vancho and Unib appear to be the losses from this particular fight. All right, well, I need to be a little bit smarter and put a trapdoor there and lock them in, and put a trapdoor here and lock them in, and give these guys access to ammo on this side. How much of this siege is still left? That's the question. Quite a bit. All right. Well, let's give the dwarves the chance to regroup before I let more things in. So I kind of just lost way more than I was planning on. And although I will just tell you guys to go kill this real quick. Yeah, it was all this stuff that they were trying to pick up. Which is my own fault. Should have thought that through, but I didn't. It still is really good training for my Marks dwarves, though. I mean, they are all extremely high skill now. Creatures. Okay, a lot of creatures are getting placed in tombs, which is what we need. Caught a few zombies in cages. They've been in cages for a bit. Some of them are probably from outdoors, but most of those cages, most of those zombies have been in cages for a bit. Most of them are already in my fort. They're all right here. That's from a few sieges ago. Ranger Rick has been missing for a week, and Ral's been missing for a week. Okay, so need to make a new slab anyway. Actually, let's just work orders, rock, slab. Let's make 20, 220, no, just 20. And Ranger Rick L. Let's claim all that. That's been placed, so I can now lock them in. I should have just done before, but oh well. Should also give them a way to go from here to over here, actually. That would be a good idea. Something I should do. Koga and the Marksdorf has been missing for a week. Great. Let's just get them to all re-equip. Get ready to do this all again. Except hopefully this time we won't have the same problem. Also, what? Oh, we got a bunch of durians in cages. Or durans in cages, or however you're supposed to say it. So we're actually going to go down here, and we're going to train a bunch of these. Get them training. Then we'll slaughter a bunch of them, I think, and then pasture a few of them. Start taming these dudes. Because they seem like a pretty decent livestock. I don't actually know how to pronounce their names, so... And it does just look like durian. Alright, well, let's get these dwarves out of here. So you're picking up equipment. Okay, so I got one dwarf over here picking up equipment. Meaning, I can probably open this up. I'm going to station these guys over here. I'm going to station these guys over here. Actually... Sorry, we're going to station these guys over here. this squad be stationed here. So once they're all up here approximately, I will lock them in. Do you not have a crossbow? You have a spear. Why are you here? You are in completely the wrong spot. All right, that's plenty. We'll lock you in, and then we'll lock you in. Now I'm finally taking my own advice. Are you proud of me, chat room? All right, let's open the door back up and let more zombies in. Can we get another Vile Force of Darkness, chat? I've taught me well. No, I haven't. I've learned none of the lessons I've taught myself, I'll have you know. Okay, here comes some. They're still chasing these giraffes everywhere. Come over here, you zombies. Of course they're gonna chase another giraffe. And shoutouts to these, like, giraffes that are definitely not on my side in any way. Well, this goblin pikeman corpse is gonna have a rough day. I don't know how long ago that was said, but Wonko over in the YouTube chat. I have no idea if you can. The reason I do not post VODs on the main channel is to not clog up your feed. As far as how do you block streams on feeds, I don't think you can. So if you want to unsub. It is what it is. All right, they're just continuing to chase this giraffe. Interesting. What did you just discover, Kenzie? Or what did you just realize you have to discover? All right, they begin firing. Cannot breathe. Well, you are dead, so. Getting hit repeatedly with steel bolts, which are colliding behind him. Look at that. See, falling off of him. Actually dropped his hammer for a second, then picked it up. Continuing to fire. They're also firing at him. See, they're firing. Let's also see this in ASCII, because that might actually make it clearer in some ways. Yeah, they're just shooting these bolts out. Not very effective, because the targets we're shooting at don't bleed. If they were to bleed, that would make things much easier. Although this one's got its guts dangling out, which I'm sure can't be great for its health. And look at it. It also lost ear cartilage. And you guys over here are in the flighty fight, so the flighty fight can go up here now. They can keep shooting. Let's actually send them down this way. So I could dump lava on them. Where's the rest of them? Overcome by terror. Well, I would be too if there was zombies walking around me. Oh, one of these dwarves just got a zombie. Look at that. Take him out there. Oh no. Well done. Move my spear dwarves up. For any scragglers that come through. Let's see, how many are still alive that are not in cages? And most of them, okay, so most of them are pretty far away still. Some of them are slowly coming in. The problem is they're still chasing these goddamn giraffes, so I guess we'll just kind of have to wait for a little bit. Actually, now I wonder, have zombies already given off miasma, or do zombie corpses give off miasma? I don't think I've ever actually paid enough attention to notice. Now I'm suddenly curious about this. So the Marks dwarves over here are probably just gaining skills quite rapidly, unless they're all out of, yeah, they are all out of ammo. This guy with his guts out is wandering down. Still has a ton of ammo left. Receiving a phone call that isn't currently important, so I will cancel that. And then they come around the corner. What's with all the purple? That is miasma. Purple is miasma. Purple is the stench of rotting flesh, and it's the smell of things that have died. But I had some dwarves that died there, so... All right, well... I may actually have to just send my squad out to finish off the rest of them. Because they're all so far away. I think we'll just do that. Nelith, captain of the guard, we shall follow you out. Towards the entrance of the fortress. Finish off these undead. Beefcake's leading the way now. Hasn't killed any zombies just yet, but still not a bad start. It's, okay, so they do. They do, in fact, give off miasma. Just never thought to look, to be honest. What's up, Pablo? How's things, dude? Diamond Destruct is leading the charge now. They run up and they immediately start stabbing an elf corpse. And a dwarf goes yeet into the water. Which is Burr, I think. 3 more into the water. Well, that sucks. Come on, 4. Come on, you sons of a dwarf. Well, 1 made it out. Come on, climb. Climb! Climb, you doofuses! They're not going to climb. They're going to die, aren't they? They're going to die, aren't they? Oop. One of them got out. Burr got out. What's your swimming skill? Dabbling swimmer. Well, would you look at that? Probably just learned. You're also drowning. You're also drowning. Come on, you... God damn it. God damn it. Grr. Anyway, there's a zombie up there. Did I just lose my captain? Yes, I did. We literally just lost our captain. Well, Dr. Niche, you are now the captain. O'Neill runs off, pushes zombie into the water, stabs zombie to death in the water. Fortunately, no other dwarves fell into the water from what I can tell. Elf corpse is flying to pieces. Flew to pieces pretty hurriedly. Yeah, Nelith was one of the ones that drowned. They just played follow the leader, I suppose. Maybe we need to build some swimming instructions in this fortress. Now we just need to wait for the dwarves to get up here. I'm sure they're on their way. With all the mom and doctor visits, what's new? Do you see the roadmap? That's the biggest news. You can get it by just typing ! Roadmap. Unless it's leaving the map. Oh, that would be nice. I don't even know where my soldiers are. Oh, I see. They've all decided to go back inside and store items in stockpiles before going back outside to kill the final of the baddies. As to why they're deciding to do that, I'm not sure at all. But they have decided that this is very important, so they're going to go all the way back to swap out for some new gear, I suppose. Did I just resize my screen? I think I did. Shit. I don't know why they do this sometimes, but guess there was better gear around. I am making new gear, so that's probably got something to do with it. Well, Burr's coming back out. All by him lonesome. Alrighty, Burr. You may be a professional spear dwarf. Well, let's see what you can do as a member of the Angry Stick of Stabbing. And quite a bit of attrition here. Not the worst, but it'd certainly have been better. Okay, where are these last two zombies at? Or last few zombies at? We're just gonna track them all down. Dwarves should come running in soonish. Eventually. Comes our first one, Burr. With the assistance of Diamond. Huh. What does that look like to you, chat? What does that look like to you? You say, people always say that Kit Fox did things. The decisions that were made by Tarn and Zach, not Kit Fox. So Kit Fox didn't rush anything out the door. Tarn and Zach decided to release the game as is. So that wasn't Kit Fox that did that. Monster crotch. Accurate. Kind of irks me a little bit when I see people saying that too. All right, the last of the soldiers are coming over. Diamond Destruct runs in. The press tour. The press tour is something Zach and Tarn do literally every year that they can afford it. So if you've been following this game for any amount of time, they very consistently do talks at multiple PAXs. They've done talks in Iceland at the EVE Online convention. They've done talks at Gamescom before. They've done talks at Roguelike Convention before. They've given talks at universities before. That is perfectly normal Bay 12 affair, right? So everybody's like, Kid Fox sent them. No, they went places because that's what you do when you release a video game is you go show it. And then all the people are just like, and they went off and collected a bunch of awards. One award at DICE. It's an event that happens in Vegas, right next door to where they live. Like a hour-and-a-half flight, right? Like, people need to calm down about the press tour stuff because that was a very small amount of time in the grand scheme of things. It's about 2 weeks. All right. Dwarves fighting through the last few of the zombies. And that's it for the siege. Give these dwarves a break. So, I don't know. At the end of the day, you can say whatever you want, but Kid Fox didn't force them to do anything. They did perfectly normal Dwarf Fortress Bay 12 affair. And now it's party time because the fight is over. What do you mean by uses when you say your underground river? They try to swim to get to the other side. Sounds like you need to give them bridges, because they need to get to the other side. I mean, you could set it as a restricted zone. You click this tool, and then make it a restricted zone, and they will prioritize walking around it, but that's about it. If you dug a river, and they have nowhere else to go, and they need to get to the other side of it, they will try and path through it. Let's just go around and do this. There really isn't a way to just stop them from climbing through it. Yeah, why is the dwarf trying to get to the other side? This feels like a weird, like, why did the chicken cross the road joke? But anyway, for clarity's sake, I'm not trying to attack you or be mean to you in regards to my annoyance with people going after Tarn and Zach for that, but you need to remember, it's their choice to show the game. And they just spent how many years building a game so that people could see it? And really the best time to show a game at conventions is the first year you have it. So can you really blame them for being proud of their work and wanting to go and show it off? Can you really blame them for wanting to give some talks? Can you really blame them for attending DICE because they were told they maybe would get an award? I mean, if you're mad at that, I think the thing that you should actually be mad about is the fact that they lost their grandmother this year. And that took significantly more time off of the game's development than them going and accepting awards or going to conventions. So, I don't know. I think it's ridiculous that that is something that people would get mad at a development team for, being proud of something they built. It's silly to me. You have a bridge and you build it because you move through the colony? Well, they can, so if you have a river, how deep is it of 7? Because they cannot path through them through water if it's deeper than 4 of 7. Who's mad at Tarns? Nobody's mad at Tarns. But Pablo in chat a little earlier said that they thought that Kit Fox rushed them to their press tour for the game too early, which is a goofball take, in my opinion. Because Zach and Tarn do that literally every year. It's their vacation. It's what they do as part of making this video game is they travel around and they show it. It's actually a pretty common take that the reason patches haven't come out quicker for Dwarf Fortress is because they went on a press tour. Which I wish that wasn't a common take, but it is. I think it's a pretty silly take, if nothing else. But it is a take, and it's a pretty common opinion amongst the Dwarf Fortress community. As silly as I think it is, it's still a pretty common opinion. Are just thankful that DF exists? No, totally. But there's a lot of people who like to point fingers and blame things for patches being slow. Want to point fingers because patches are slow for Dwarf Fortress? It's because you're playing Dwarf Fortress. That's why patches are slow. It's always been this way. And almost immediately another vile force of darkness arrives. This one's interesting. Living siegers? Hope that the squads are ready to get back out there. So now we're being besieged. Uh-oh. They're pretty far away from where you need to be. Oh, shit. This is actually a snatcher group. Interesting. So this is Kin Lycot's warrior. It's a 3-eyed humanoid. It has long, curving horns and black skin, which is wrinkled. This night creature was first created by the dwarven necromancer Unib Okenink of Banner Point. And they're followed by a couple of dwarves. It's an image on your helm. It's a symbol of the undignified ruthlessness of goblin civilization. And this is one of my dwarves, who hopefully will make it back to the fortress, because that seems to be where they're headed. Amethyst was found dead. Oh, it's definitely been faster. People are just impatient and are quick to blame things that, in my opinion, are kind of silly to blame. But at the end of the day, people don't listen to me, and people also don't really have a lot of empathy when it comes to a product that they've paid for. If people have paid for a product, they are very unlikely to be kind and courteous to the people that make it if they deem the production of that product to be slow. Because they are so used to products being shipped out at an absolutely inhumanly fast rate that genuinely, I can't help you if you're bothered about the pace of development of a video game. I just try my best to explain to people when they blame Kit Fox or say, "Oh no, they sent Tarn on this." It's like that is not true. They went. Not all their opinions are valid. Yes, but people take opinions to heart. And when you criticize somebody's opinion, it can upset them, regardless of if it's a logical opinion to have or not. So this is my captain of the guard, who for some reason is all the way out here, who's in a martial trance, who's wielding no weapons, and is now dying. I'm on the 7th of Hematite, early summer. I'm very tempted to just reload a save, because I've lost a bunch of dwarves here for no logical reason. I'm just going to jump back to the last save. Kind of annoying. Let's see if we can do this better, knowing that we're immediately going to get attacked. I wasn't expecting to immediately get besieged again, so in hindsight, I should have been, but because I would rather not lose dwarves for no reason. Let's give these dwarves a fighting chance to get out. I literally only rewound time by like a couple of seconds. Where are you? Why is your water skin full of water and not alcohol? Probably because I'm not actually brewing alcohol. Okay, kiddo pulls the front door's shut. Let's see if this does better. I can probably just defeat this one with the crossbow bolts. Yep, here they come. Getting shot at and you start running. You're just a snatcher. Oh, great. Never mind. We're still going to lose some of my marks dwarves. Kitwater's out here. Kicking the marks. Okay, so they are fighting with this creature. So I'm not actually going to get the chance to fight these properly. And I have a fell mood. Whoa. Huh. Well, that's exciting. That didn't happen on the other timeline. It was just a normal artifact. All right, who are you going to go choose as a victim? Maffle. Well, you've claimed going for the doctor? Whoop. Gezzet's OCB literally kills the most oppressed dwarf in the fort. That's something. I'm real bummed out about this out here. Not gonna lie. There's no way I'd be able to get my squads there in time, I don't think. Where are you going? Back into the fort, I suppose. Rovod the Marksdwarf has been found dead. We're gonna lose Kitwater in a second. At least we'll be able to bury them. What are you doing? Are you climbing straight down the wall? Oh my lord. Jump down, dwarf. Run away. Or don't. The valiant fight. I mean, he's literally giving them all he got. Rest in peace. Poor dwarf. Full of silver arrows. You know, the monkey's... We reloaded a save and the monkey's paw curls. Is certainly what happened. Furnace operator was found dead? Good lord. How many of my dwarves were outside? Quite a few, it turns out. Siege is over. But at what cost? But at what cost? This thing is running away in fear or trying to kill. Not sure. I think he's just trying. Yeah, you're just trying to kill a giraffe for some reason. As for why, I'm not totally sure. Human caravan has arrived in other news. And, that's pretty badass. Maffle, the dwarven child, has created a Sod Lular, a dwarf bone coffin, and claims it as an heirloom in the name of the family ancestor, Lytast, Balanced Mirror. I cannot remember the last time I had a fell mood and was desperately trying to get a fell mood in the last fort, and I didn't get it. So, this is a dwarf bone coffin. All craft storemanship is of the highest quality. Encrusted on the item is an image of Catan Oracle Channel, the dwarf and dwarves in bone. Is surrounded by the dwarves. The arc relates to the rise of the dwarf Catan Oracle Channel as an enemy of the uncommon mansion in the early spring of 220 during the rampage of the dwarf Catan Oracle Channel in Pillar Blunt. Dang. Who's your family? Oh. I understand why you're such a broken, sad dwarf. Both of your parents are dead. Your grandfather's dead. Your older brother's still here. Your older brother's fine, though. Damn. Well, we are now in an ad break, chat. I'm going to go grab my my lunch real quick. I will be back in a moment. If you are bored, please use sound. If you happen to have access to them, now's a good time to use sound commands to entertain both chat rooms. And I will be back in a couple of minutes. BRB.
See how he bites off the shell to get at the nut?
Flubberdubberdoggadoggies?
No! No!
sandwich!
Over here, he has a sword!
Nani?
All right, well, mostly finished a sandwich. 75% increase in what? Oh, in tickets, I'd assume. Oh, the demo of Star Ocean, not the demon of Star Ocean. I don't know, I just figured that Star Ocean had demons in it. Alright, so these guys attacked us. These guys attacked us. I'm going to send this squad. We're going to attempt to raise it. We're not going to steal any treasures or loot. We're just going to go attack that. So good luck to my squad. Sending them to go attempt to raise a necromancer location. And hopefully, my dwarves can deal with that in decent time. And also, it was a little bit ago now, but someone on YouTube asked like how to block the streams on YouTube because they don't want to unsub. Honestly, and this is just my opinion, if you like me and the streams are bothering you enough that you want to unsub, just unsub. Streams ain't going away. There really isn't a way to block them on YouTube. I get it. Sucks, but is what it is. I don't really have a way of helping in this instance, and frankly, if you're bothered enough by me streaming on YouTube, just unsub. It's fine. I will live You can find my videos elsewhere. I'd rather not get a headache over it. Because turns out I get like 8 to 10 subs for most of the streams I do. Why do you think Linus Tech Tips did their 24/7 streams for a couple of months? I didn't know they did a 24/7 stream for a couple of months, but I do now. And I don't know, to be honest. Probably because it was optimal for their channel in some way. If you go to your subscription box, they pop up in your subscription when they're live. Right when they go live, rather. And when they're scheduled, you can click a notify me button that gives you a notification when they go live. Oh, duh. I need another stockpile back here. Yeah, that too. If you subscribe to the channel, though, or watch a lot of a particular game, it'll sometimes show up in your recommended, but, like, it's YouTube. Like, I can't really help you at the end of the day, and you clearly don't like me that much if you're willing to unsubscribe from a YouTube channel because I'm streaming on the YouTube channel now, so can't help you. Sucks, but it's the reality. Also, probably totally missed you, but enjoy your break, Frogfire. So you guys have probably been waiting for a while for this. Oh shit, the squad's already back. Let's see how that what? Didn't even get a report? They not left yet? Oh, yeah, they're still leaving. Okay. Chat room, we just got a brand new migrant wave. So if you do not currently have a dwarf in this fort, or your dwarf has died, say pick me in the chat, and we'll get some dwarves named up in here. Like, first up here, we can go with I don't know how big this migrant wave will be, but he often neglects his own well-being, having no interest in material goods, very rarely develops negative feelings towards things, and would never pass up a chance for a good fist fight, finds helping others to be emotionally rewarding, and is somewhat fearful in the face of imminent danger. He tends to share his own experiences and thoughts with others, and he generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity. He isn't given to flights of fancy, and he doesn't seek out excitement and is curious and eager to learn. He tends to form only tenuous emotional bonds with others, and he does not often feel lustful, and he doesn't mind wearing something special now and again, and he can handle stress. When he becomes exasperated, he begins to speak very deliberately, and he repeatedly snaps his fingers when he's trying to remember something. And when he gets excited, he often tells stories without any real point and needs alcohol to get through the working day. He dreams of crafting a masterwork someday and personally has a negative view of those who exercise power over others and sees no value in holding back complaints or concealing emotions. And he values a harmonious existence, and he doesn't care about art one way or another. And he doesn't care about art one way or another, and does not care about family one way or another, and dreams of crafting a masterwork someday. Next up here, Blazer Flamewing, you did just die, so we can go Blazer Flamewing 2. Who is very curious and sometimes to his detriment, does not generally respond to emotional appeals and tries to keep his things orderly. He is slow to trust others and often feels discouraged. He doesn't often experience strong cravings or urges, and he is troubled by this since he values such powerful forces in life. He doesn't cling tightly to ideas and is open to changing his mind, and he tends to be a little tight with resources and work on projects. He's a greedy streak, and thinks he is fairly important in the grand scheme of things. And his hands are animated when he speaks, and when he's surprised, he has a very unique laugh. His voice trails off whenever he tries to remember something. He needs alcohol to get through the working day. Gotta be more than 2, right? Right? Wow. That was a very small migrant wave. Let me double check my population cap, actually. 150? Let's just bump that up to 200. Well, I guess we didn't trade. If a dwarf doesn't need alcohol to get through the working day, they are not a dwarf. They're probably a vampire. Any baby dwarfs available? Boy or girl? Baby Blueford. Toulon Clean Abbeys is impatient, clumsy, and disdains independence. Sounds like a baby. She dislikes abstract discussions and would much rather focus on practical examples. She is quick to anger, and she generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity. She doesn't try to get things done perfectly, and she doesn't focus on material goods. She does not have a great aesthetic sensitivity, and she's conflicted by this, and she values artwork and its creation. She is stubborn, and she tends to share her own experiences and thoughts with others, and she clicks her tongue repeatedly when she's annoyed. She needs alcohol to get through the working day and really wants a drink. Dreams of mastering a skill and personally finds ideas of independence and freedom somewhat foolish. And Norstat's her mum, and Imgran is her dad. And he's very happy, although slightly disgusted about miasma. But can you really blame her? And she really wants a drink? Damn right. Mom hasn't given her a drink in a while. Damn it, Mom. Get to it. Liquor the baby up. Come on. Speaking of liquoring up the baby, for a particular reason, why you guys are not. Oh, wait a second. There may actually be more dwarves in this migrant wave, chat. Nope, never mind. That is very unlikely. Are you friendly? Human pikeman. Oh, merchant. Duh. And now they're going out to raise it. Weird. It's strange how I had to reset that. I like how I'm selling them a dwarf bone amulet. I guess the goblins left it. Sell them a bunch of footwear. I just really hope that my dwarven faction shows up in trades this year. We need more migrants. Sure, we can sell those. Also sell trousers. Is this fort new? This fort was started about a week before I started the Halloween fort. So no, not really. This fort's been around for a little bit. And the goal for this fort is to exterminate the necromancers, because there's like 30 necromancer towers on this map, and it's a pretty small map. So, that is the goal for this particular fort. Meanwhile, a forgotten beast has come. Lord. A gigantic ceratops with external ribs. It has a long... It's got 3 long straight tails and a bloated body. Its black scales are blocky and close set. Beware its deadly spittle. Fortunately, it'll bleed. It's in the lower layer, meaning we have a little bit more time, and I did just send my main squad out. So I'm gonna send my Marksdwarf squads down here. Hopefully they can get here faster. Hopefully they have ammo. They do. Send one of them further back and down. All right, let's see how this goes. I don't see it. But clearly they're shooting at it. Somebody just fired some bolts. Ah. Oh, it's dead. Unless I'm crazy. No, that's Thundel. That's the old one. Well, we're fighting with those dudes. Where's the beastie? Okay, no, they are just fighting with wildlife, nothing major. Here comes the creature. And here are the dwarves. They begin shooting at it immediately. Flying steel bolt strikes it in the foot, chipping the bone. A couple more dwarves continuing to shoot. Okay, let's actually just move the two Marksdwarf squads down here. It is firing its deadly spittle at a distance, and my dwarves are firing. Pretty effectively, in fact. Striking the Forgotten Beast in the rear leg, fracturing the bone. It's taking a lot of hits from the looks of things. It's getting bolts lodged in the wound. It's firing globs of its extract at the dwarves. The steel bolt strikes the Forgotten Beast in the rear leg, fracturing the bone. So they're continuing to shoot. And it is bleeding and seriously injured. It's also fighting with the local wildlife. It appears that Dave the Danger Warlock has run out of ammunition and is now choosing to fight. While that may be a unwise decision, he got knocked somewhere far away where you can't actually get back into the fort. However, that's probably a significantly safer space for him to be right now. Meanwhile, a dwarf comes around the corner and I think immediately turns into paste on the ground. No, they just dropped their shield. That's fine. Yeah, because that's Muthcat's blood? Okay, so this dwarf just, like, dropped their shield, but they aren't fighting with it. They're now getting piled on by the creature. Or by the dwarves. Celebot's bleeding heavily. Muthcat's also seen better days. We're going to try and move the majority of the squad over here. I've got a dwarf down here who's just, stuck, I suppose. And the creature is still bleeding heavily, fighting with multiple dwarves, seriously injured and winded. As far as its injuries go, let's say it's covered in cuts. We've got Base Case False, who's dodging away from the creature. The Forgotten Beast has yet to actually kill anybody, I think. We've got one dwarf who's firing bits and pieces at the creature. He hit it in the rear leg, fracturing the bone. And Base Case False has lost an ear and also the rest of his existence. Or her existence, my bad. Then we've got several other dwarves here now duking it out with the thing. I really hope that the rest of my squaddies get down here eventually. I mean, I get it, a bunch of them fell, but, like, guys, this is bad. Like, real bad. Like, Shady, can you shoot some bolts? Yeah, shoot some bolts. There you go. That's what we need. The rest of the dwarves continue coming in. We've lost several more. We've lost Base Case False, Semtaxagon, and Tekid. The dwarves continue shooting bolts at it, and the creature falls. Finally, after many shots. Now I need to figure out how to get the rest of my dwarves back up there from there. Well. Let's do this. And turn this off. That's unfortunate that we had to lose some dwarves like that, but could have gone so much worse. Could have gone so much worse. Also, my squads have still not returned from that mission. I've sent them on it like 3 times. Why have they yet to okay, you know what? It's time to get a new commander for this squad. Okay, are you actually leaving to raise? Are you... Oh, I see. Your ability to stand is lost. Okay, you should actually just be retired. Let's remove Beefcake from this job and give Beefcake this job. There you are. Beefcake, you can be in charge of this squad. And this dwarf is no longer in the military. And you get lost fast. I would recommend going to one of my many tutorial playlists on YouTube, is what I would recommend. As far as advice for new players, absolutely, I can give you advice. Will it be relevant or useful to you? That's the issue. So if there's something specific that you're having trouble with, feel free to pop into the stream and ask questions or ask chat for assistance. One of us can help. But generally, like, can I just give you advice? Not really. I mean, that's kind of up to you to ask the questions. If there's something that you're having a trouble with or can't figure out, let me know. We'll work with it. Otherwise, it is actually rather difficult for me to just, like, give advice, if that makes any sense. So ask questions if you need help. Would be my advice. We'll just lock this door. Well, not even VODs. Like, if you go to my main YouTube channel and you go and sort by most viewed, I have basically a beginner Let's Play where I just try and explain as much as possible while playing through a fort. All the way up to the point of having a Baron. Yeah. Yeah, totally. I mean, my advice is when you're learning the game, try to learn one mechanic at a time. So if you're having trouble with military, don't worry about military for a fort. Settle somewhere where you're not going to have any conflicts, or go into settings and just turn combat off. Learn how to make armor and weapons. Once you know how to make armor and weapons, and you've got that part sorted and down, then move on to trying to make some squads and train some soldiers. I have tutorials for all that stuff. But it's like, just do one thing at a time. Pick a thing and stick to it. Learn the thing. That would be my advice. I need to be one layer up. So we've got human merchants. They brought various metals. New instruments. Masked lovebird. Some barrels. They brought some flails. It's a bronze flail. Nah, if it was silver, I'd buy it. I'll buy the bags, because bags are kind of annoying to make. I will buy the meat. I will buy the fish. We'll buy the veggies. The fruits. The thread. The cheese. Splints and whatnot. The Bond, the Truth. They brought a book, or a scroll, it looks like, which I will buy. And here, have all that extra value. Uh-oh. Got ourselves a Cave Swallow Blowgunner. Who are you in what are you in combat with? Did they actually complete the mission? Okay, that's it. I'm just going to remove that mission for now. I don't know what's taking them so friggin' long, but... for whatever it's worth, I think that this game has like a 30 to 40 hour learning curve. By that I mean to have a grasp of the majority of the mechanics. 3 hours in is nothing for Dwarf Fortress, right? On older versions, when the game was significantly harder to get into, I would honestly state that it took me like 80 to 100 hours to have like a grasp of the majority of the mechanics. So if you're 3 hours in and you feel like you know nothing, perfectly normal. Completely normal. It's not a toddler. This is full grown. It's a cave swallow. It's a bird. Full grown within the first year. It's not a toddler. You're still flooding your fortresses? I mean, I still flood my fortresses sometimes. Oh, they're fighting with Crundles. Right. I just hit damp stone? Ah, okay, that makes sense. By accident on occasion. Thank you for adding the by accident on occasion. I don't know. Probably not. I mean, I certainly still flood things from time to time. Definitely had a couple lava oopsies. All right. This is going to be for backpacks, footwear, handwear, headwear, legwear. Sure, quivers, why not? We can also toss toys in there. A lot of information on the wiki is out of date because people just go to YouTube videos and type in how do thing instead of checking wikis and then updating them accordingly. People don't edit wikis as much as they used to, so a lot of the information, especially the more obtuse information on the wiki, is out of date. I mean, it's you are communicating in English just fine, zombie. Don't worry about it. As long as you're getting like Schadenfreude and entertainment out of your dwarves dying, you're playing the game correctly. And just remember, it is a single-player game, so there is no wrong way to play it. There's literally no incorrect way to play a single-player game. As long as you are having fun and enjoying the process, you're playing it correctly. I'm not sure why there's a blood amaranth leaf roast right there, but there is. Got wounded that we're recovering? You're not wounded, though. Why were you just dumped in the hospital? What? They're dragons? Oh, yeah. They're very rare, though. Because somebody made a mod that lets you embark with dragons, Diamond. And so those people are posting pictures of dragons constantly on the subreddit because they think it's super cool. That is why. Shoutouts to you, Wiz. Come on. Aww. We're gonna go down here and we're gonna, I think, clear out this cavern lair. Because this is... it's getting rough. Lost a few good dwarves now. The god was found dead. Killing that cave crocodile, which is now a named cave crocodile. Get to it, Raven. Come on. Keep at it. There you go. Damn right. All right, where are these cavern dwellers? Seriously injured, cave swallow blowgunner. Had 1 dragon in 55 in-game years. I've seen like 4 in my entire time playing this game. And I've got thousands of hours on this here video game. I like how this dwarf just completely ran past this cave swallow. Oh. One of my commanders in prison. Well, that's unfortunate. Beefcake, let's follow you. I think they already got it. Yep, looks like it. All right, well, I'm going to make a cavern patrol route. We are looking cavern dwellers. Know if they can get there. Just let them patrol that for a little bit. Well, here's the thing. You said that you felt like you know nothing. Yet you're talking about mechanics that, like, most new players probably would be too afraid to attempt. So you're definitely on the going in the right direction. And as long as you're enjoying the process of playing the video game, you're doing just fine. So, as far as how can you do things better, well, world's your oyster, and I'm sure you'll come to conclusions. Yeah, no, I've seen maybe 4 dragons in my entire time playing. Okay, so we are just clearing caverns right now. That's all that we are doing. They appear to have cave crocodiles in their employ, as well as, you know, the cave swallow people. Everyone hates that. Don't put your seeds in barrels. Like, can you even put seeds in bins? I don't think I've ever tried, to be honest with you. Like, now that you mention it, I'm sure that you can. But I've certainly never tried. It's probably pretty great training. Discovered a downwards passage. Well, that's mildly terrifying. Downward passage. Oh, it's actually an upward passage. We just discovered the bottom of it. I mean, I think it was like my 3rd fort or something I played in this version had a dragon show up, which was pretty incredible, actually, all things considered. genuinely an amazing moment. Okay, so we are still recovering wounded. I really need to get rid of all these bodies. I will just let them patrol the caverns for a little bit. I also need to fill these squads up. So what I think I'm going to do is we're going to see if we can fill these squads up. Actually, you're a doctor. I don't want a doctor in there. Go with you. You're my manager. Most of these dwarves are named. I don't really want to throw named dwarves in. Because they are more likely to die like this. Put MA Sen 6-4 in here. Good. Oh, man. Well, that's a bummer. All right, well, I will queue this back up. I'm going to send this squad in. An attempt to raise. Say go try it again. None of them were off the map, and I canceled the mission, and then some of them left the map anyway. Oh. Grumble. Hate it when that happens. Okay, well, these guys were spotted by the Crundles. I think I may just lock the door to this cavern lair for a bit. Just for a bit. I need to get my population higher than it currently is, because as you can see, we're a little on the wimpy side at the exact moment in time. What the fuck? Did Beefcake just die? Looks like it. But did he even... But there's no way he left the map. What the fuck killed him? Well, that's something. Rip indeed, yeah. Well, they're attacking a necromancer tower with no commander. Although my frame rate's doing something special. Why are you haggard? Away from friends. Well, you should go make some friends. No, I mean, I'm not, like, mad that the dwarf is dead. I'm more just surprised. It's because I did get a somebody is fighting notification, but... that is just a somebody is fighting, not a guarantee that's... Okay, I mean, alright. Anyway, let's fly down to here. And I think just... let's turn this on for a little bit. I'm going to go into here. I'm going to go to standing orders. And no more collecting webs. We're just going to wait a couple minutes, and then I'm going to lock this cage door. Because we need to get these dwarves inside. I am perplexed. Because you forgot to close it down. To be fair, they kind of scare the shit out of me right now. Okay, hold on. I'm gonna spoil myself. What's going on? Um. I think that was it. Frame rate spiked back up when I exterminated the magma crabs. All right, let's give that. Okay, where are you headed? You're going to go collect webs. I thought I said not to do that. I guess I need to make a new melee squad, because I'm just assuming that entire squad is dead. I want melee effectiveness, actually. Actually, we could go by tactics, even. I wonder if I can sort by ambusher in this. Doesn't look like it, but... Red Octobear was found dead. Excuse me? Yeah. Remember I said I want to lock these off? Well, this is why. This is why. Right, something else I think I should do. I'm just going to go here for bid. That's it for the caverns. It's been fun. Let's stop. Cavern people are pretty dang annoying, just in general. It's like they're not really a massive threat. They just kill off a lot of your dwarves without you really having any way of getting around it. Another one bites the dust. Yep, speak for yourself. Well, I've nerfed them because they're numerous because by default they spawn 10 at a time, and then when they're at maximum anger, 50 at a time. I've nerfed them so they only spawn 3 to 5 at a time. They're still annoying though. So I don't get the huge numbers, but they'll still take out individual civilians. No problems, Papa Smurf. Happy to help. Give this another 90 seconds. Oh, look, a troglodyte. Where are you going? You're supposed to be training, you numbskull. Genuinely, where are you going? Clearly you picked something up. It's infinite. Yeah. Which is why I don't like the mechanic. If they weren't infinite, I wouldn't mind the mechanic. Which is why I nerfed them, so that they're a non-issue. Did Shady make it back into the map? Yes, you did. Okay. All right, well, this squad can be called the short... The rounded blades. The rounded blade. The sharp... Nope. Screen... Nope. Loud. Cloudy. Fabulous. You know what? Why not? We can be the fabulous blade. The Fabulous Blade is going to be a short squad. Let's sort by need for training. Mestos, the fishery worker, is a competent soldier. Blazer Flamewing, Van Ori. I really, 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 really need a big migrant wave. Nuclear the Animal Dissector. We'll just do those four for right now. Get them training. Where am I from? Vancouver, British Columbia, Canada. I will always wonder why that is relevant to anybody, ever, but that's where I'm from. Nobody is dumping items. All right, I'm gonna do something that I almost never do. We're gonna make a new job, and I'm going to give them very, very, very few things to do. Cleaning, lever operating, burial, refuse hauling. Just give them hauling in general. Burial, yeah, let's just give them hauling in general. And that's it. We're gonna call it friggin' clean. Oops, I hit the wrong button. Cleaning, lever operating, hauling, done. We're gonna call it clean, please. Set this as nobody does. 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 Set this, well, nobody does. And then set this as nobody does. And then hopefully they go clean shit. Because I got a lot of stuff that needs to be put away. I got plenty of booze and such. There's no world gen settings to nerf them. You hit escape, you hit settings, you go to difficulty, you go to custom, you click custom and you scroll down. And you scroll all the way down. You keep scrolling down. Unless I passed it, in which case then don't scroll down as far as I just did. Definitely do not scroll down as far as I just did because I just missed it. Scroll back up in that case until you hit Cavern Dweller, maximum attackers. Cavern Dweller scale. Oh Jesus, they unnerfed themselves here. We're gonna go 3, 5. Done. And then you click accept. And then you have custom difficulty. And then they're nerfed. Very simple. No world gen settings needed. I really don't want to just have a pile of bodies in the middle of here. Okay, so you know what I'm going to do? Turn miners back on. I'll have a pool of bodies right here. Pile of bodies right here. That's what we'll do. It's going to be a big ol' refuse pile. Devilish Potato is throwing a tantrum. That is awful. I really wish that there was a DF hack command to force delete a squad. I really, really wish that there was. So I want to delete that squad, because if I assign a new captain to the guard... Well, actually, I could assign... here, we could do this. Let's make a dungeon master. Dr. Phineas is now my dungeon master. Maybe they can go about... Yeah, they'd be able to go about doing those jobs. Convicting crimes and all that. Well, actually, hold on. Maybe I could do this. Let's remove the mission. Assign a leader as just some random dwarf. Yeah, no, I can't manually disband it because not all the members are on the map. So maybe if I manually remove all of these, let's try this. There we go. Okay, yeah, you're right. Thank you for making me look into options. What are you wielding? Steel battle axe. You know what? I'll let you roll with that. Why not? Welcome back again, Laya. Welcome back again. Yeah, I just really need a migrant wave. Okay, so then up here, let's make it corpses. And actually also won't put any bones or anything else in there, but this is going to be our refuse pile. Which means I wonder, do I still have the one that's all the way the hell up here? I do. This I can get rid of. And also turn that off. Let them actually haul everything else. This can go away right here. You can be reassigned to just that. Items are getting placed in tombs, as they bloody well needed to be a while ago. 61,000 stone lying around. Time to start making those into other things. The dwarves will still do less important jobs, but the main jobs are going to be kind of relegated to, you know, the dwarves that currently aren't doing those. It's midnight here and you have work tomorrow. Good night. We'll see you later, Shanira. Thank you much for hanging out. Thanks for spending time. And in regards to like the YouTube chat, I do see you guys, right? And I do read everything you say. So if you say something nice, I do see it. And occasionally I will not acknowledge it if it's a question. But my priority is the Twitch chat for a very simple reason. And that's there's 29 people watching on YouTube and 228 people watching on Twitch. So my priority is the Twitch chat. And the enemy came and immediately left after laying siege to the fortress, which is very kind of them to immediately leave, because frankly, I didn't want to deal with another siege right now. We're just getting the bodies buried after the last one, so. We're the cool ones, obviously. Obviously. Is that hemp plants? Yeah, we do have quite a bit of hemp on the surface. We have, well, pomegranate. We have, what else do we have? Macadamia trees? Orange trees? Bambara? Devil Dawn, the glassmaker withdraws from society. I do not have anywhere to make glass. Right, so you would like me to make a glassmaker's shop. Well, I guess we can do that. Oh, I need to make a magma glass furnace. Hello, a devilish potato. Your dwarf keeps tantruming. Please stop. Anyway, how are you? Stream is going all right. Except for the one person who, like, you know, asked me to, you know, stop streaming on YouTube. Aside from that one person, I think things have been good. Alrightest stream in the land. Yep. Solid 6 out of 9. Speaking of things that are 6 out of 9, chat, if you guys want to help us out, and by help, I mean help the YouTube stream out, go leave a like on the YouTube stream. It does help number go up, and it helps YouTube be reminded that, hey, promoting my stream is good. And my YouTube channel. So go give interaction. Interaction good. Intruders! Drive them away! Times a what? They're here for the bodies. Let's see, we have Zon, Eusteth, Ingish, and Bambul. No kills? Bullshit. Refuse to believe that. Look you. This one killed a human in 305. Cool. What you? You killed a dwarf beak slayer. Or probably turned him into a bleak slayer after the fact. Wait, hold on a second. You killed someone with the same name as you? This is Zon's start hammer, and they killed Zon Rocksunk. I guess start hammer sunk a hammer into Rocksunk. I can smash the button. Just don't completely break it, because other people need it. We're almost up to 100 likes on the YouTube stream, which would be cool to hit 100, frankly. To 97, even. That's one of my favorite, like, things that the necromancers do, is they just send in an army of random dudes, and then they're just like, we're here to take your corpses. There can be only Zon. I like it. Thanks, Jay. Hey, 100 likes on the YouTube stream. Thanks, chat. Pictures of glass, cut gems. Stacks of leather. Oh, we're in an ad. What else do you need, though? Running bars of metal, more glass.
Woohoo!
I got quite a bit of glass. All right, we're just gonna hold here for a sec. How's Lanix? Dead. There is no Lanix in this fortress. Lanix. Crystal glass? If they want crystal glass, they can go ahead and die. That's about it. You hold control and scroll in and out on the mouse wheel. Plus minus buttons don't do anything. What? But no, you just zoom in and zoom out. I know that a couple patches ago they changed it so that you can zoom all the way in like this, whereas previously I want to say it was about here that you could zoom into. And so either you're playing on the itch version or the non-Steam version or some other version, in which case then yeah, you wouldn't be able to zoom in that close. So I'm not sure, Felonious Monk. Still doesn't zoom as close as mine. What version are you playing? Latest? Well, I mean, I'm playing in 1600 by 900 in a window. I don't know. I don't think resolution should matter. Although, I'm just gonna real quick save and quit and restart the game because speaking of resolution, my resolution is just slightly off and it's bothering me. Sorry, bad. Just we'll try this again in like 90 seconds, Kenzie. Like 90 seconds. Just had a Fey mood, claim a craft store shop, and they seem to have everything that they need. One thing they want is plant cloth, and for some reason they have spent months collecting rope reed cloth. Months. I have a question. How many pieces of cloth have they grabbed? Have they grabbed like hundreds of pieces of cloth or like dozens, maybe 600? Okay, so you've got a Plains Pact. That is one of the oldest bugs in the game that I hope stays a bug because it's fantastic. It's when they basically just like, instead of like claiming one or two of the cloth, they claim literally all of the cloth, the entire map. My recommendation is forbid all of the cloth they haven't claimed yet. Or just let them gather all of it, and then they will go back to normal. They will finish the artifact. Yeah, no, Plains Pact is a specific artifact, which like was the first iteration of that bug. I'm pretty sure the version of the bug now that exists is a completely different bug altogether. This is as close in as I can zoom. But yeah, just you're gonna get an artifact that literally takes you an hour to read. Let me see if I can find you the video of mine. Yeah, here it is. Actually, I have two. One of them is an hour long because I read the whole description. There's that one. And then there's this video, the artifact that folded space-time. And then I do have another video where I read the whole thing, but I can't remember what I titled it. It's in the same playlist as the first one I just linked, though. It's like an hour long. Turns out these dwarves just have too much shit to do. Well, at least I got one dwarf dumping stuff. There you go. We're just gonna let them keep doing this for a little bit. You know, I just realized I need to remove Van Ori from the combat squad. Because turns out, Van Ori is missing their hands. So it's kind of difficult to, you know, have that job. Safe keeps. You can rejoin the military, I think. A dwarven caravan has arrived to trade. I'm hearing fireworks going off. Guys, Halloween was a few days ago, it's... Permanently paralyze the strongest mace dwarf in your militia. I'm sorry. That is unfortunate.
This is madness!
Madness. Sup, hobo. Yeet. But Nvidia said no? Well, that's unfortunate. Turns out Nvidia's been saying no to a lot of things recently. No, we can't make cheaper graphics cards. No, we won't make cheaper graphics cards. No, we don't want our graphics cards to perform well on the games that you've played because you haven't bought the most expensive graphics cards. Speaking of graphics cards, have any of you guys looked at the minimum spec requirements for Alan Wake 2? I'm not gonna lie, I was like, kind of want to play Alan Wake 2 because I really liked the first one. Anyway, I looked at the spec requirements for the sequel and, yeah, nah. Just, nah. Nah. Nuh-uh. This shit's no bueno. Doctor stuck in loop diagnosing patient. You know, most of the time, you know what the actual issue there is? There is several different infections that can appear and disappear on repeat really quickly. So they'll diagnose it and then it'll go away. So it's actually not a loop. The bug part of it isn't the doctor that's stuck in the loop. The bug part is probably the infection that the dwarf has. You ended up minecarting the patient? I beg your pardon? Like hitting him with a minecart? Like just killing the patient? The way to fix it generally is to unassign and reassign the doctor. But at least that's how I've fixed that in the past when that's happened to me. I'll see if I can buy some more different types of glass. And also some more different types of gems from these dwarves. First, for starters, still stuck. Well, they brought every type of glass, so if that doesn't do it, oh, that did it. Sweet. Let's see what you needed. Evildon's running off. Is living its best life as a media server. My dad still owns and uses the first laptop I ever bought, which was a Dell Inspiron 1501. It's still got it's got Windows XP on it, and never connects it to the internet, and he uses it purely as a word processor. The only thing it's connected to is a printer. Well, and the wall. It's plugged into the wall, obviously, because its battery's it was removed like multiple years ago. But it's got a solid state drive in it. Kind of impressed it knows what a solid state drive is, to be honest with you. You have a dead dwarf that won't be buried, even though he has a tomb. Any idea how I can bury him? Try unassigning and reassigning the tomb. Oh, they have been reanimated a few times? I would just make a slab and dispose of the body. Make a slab and engrave the image of the dwarf on the slab. That's what I would do. Like my dad has both of the laptops I had growing up. He also has my Dell XPS something or another the fuck, which I bought in like 2008, I think. I used to save Christmas money, and then every couple of years I would buy a computer or computer part. And now I have my dad's first laptop, which, hold on, I'm gonna go grab it. extraordinarily modern piece of hardware. Okay, like as you can see, extraordinarily modern piece of hardware. And it actually got dropped so many times where my dad used to work, the screen fell off, so he glued... I'm not sure what this is, but it's metal to it. So, anyway, I have it because it has Mindstorms installed on it. You just threw out like 5 of them, one and still had the plastic wrap. God damn it, you son of... I definitely wouldn't have taken them from you, but that's unfortunate. Hopefully you recycled them instead of just throwing them out. Oh yeah, okay. So, Suited Giraffe meets with the Outpost Liaison, Lycott, and they say, merit deserves reward. I come empowered to establish this colony as official land of our realm. Flattering, but I feel like we should at least be a metropolis first. But yeah, no, honestly, I literally turn that thing on once every couple of weeks just to play some Space Cadet pinball. And look at my old, like, Mindstorms programs. That's about it. It still has some of my dad's homework and some of my homework on it, which is kind of funny. Like, that thing is like a family artifact more than anything. Oh boy. The Forgotten Beast Zotir has come, an enormous feathered bristleworm. It's a round shell and it squirms and fidgets. Beware its noxious secretions. It's currently going down to the lower level. I'm just gonna let this thing do its thing, because it shouldn't be able to get in on the higher level, and it can't get in on the lower level, because it's currently locked. So I'm just gonna leave it be for now. Apparently I caught a troglodyte. Would you look at that? Yes, it's noxious secretions. Be very aware. Apparently this runs perfectly fine on regular specs. It's just very conservative. Oh, well, there you go. I heard that the what's it called? I heard that that game ran real poorly on lower end systems. It's good that they played it conservatively though on the minimum specs. I feel like developers should do that generally, but they shouldn't do what City Skylines did. You can't tame Crundles though, unfortunately. But yes, you can in fact train Crundles. Yeah, I don't want to put Linux on that laptop specifically. Wait, what? Because the hard drive in that laptop, what I do want to do is I want to clone the hard drive on that laptop and then put Linux on it, because the hard drive on that particular laptop is kind of a historical artifact of my family more than anything. So I will be keeping that for, well, until I can get that hard drive cloned. Devilon the Glassmaker has created Vostozslan, a green glass figurine of Edzul Littlelancer. Green glass. And offers it to the ageless creation. And Maffle, the child who had a fell mood earlier, is in another foul mood. This is a green glass figurine of Edzul on craft store ships of the highest quality. It is a masterfully designed image of Edzul, the dwarf in green glass, by Devilon. Edzul is laughing. The artwork relates to the fey mood of the dwarf Edzul in Firebolt in the mid-spring of 154. It is decorated with baguette-cut yellow diamonds, decorated with briolet-cut green glass gems, and encircled with bands of tapered green glass and gems and pigtail and I know it's not durian. It's like Druinian? I don't even know. Leather. And this object menaces with spikes of green glass, opal, and that leather. On the item is an image of Libash, the dwarf, and dwarves in leather. The artwork relates to the ascension of the dwarf Libash to the position of king of the uncommon mansion in the year 74. On the item is an image of Aban, the dwarf, in iron. I actually needed more green glass. Also, holy shit, yeah, no kidding. 36,000? It's probably because it's got the diamonds on it. Maybe I should see how Krug pronounces it and then assume it's correct. Maybe that's what I should do. All right. I generally just wait until a series is done and then I watch it in an evening. It's usually how I roll with Krugs. I think I'm going to put that figurine right here in the tavern. Maffle, god damn it. Maybe now you can zoomies. Best of luck with zoomies. I've heard mixed things about the newest Forza. Not saying you won't like it, Hobo, but I've heard mixed things. Kroot has grown attached to a steel crossbow. That is fine. We'll just trade for a couple gems. Oh, it's too... Oh, they're too valuable. That's funny. One gem, then. Devilon, thank you very much for the $3.60. And also, the first notification of money in 3 hours and 41 minutes. Appreciate you. Some migrants have arrived. Chat, if you would like a dwarf in this fort and you do not currently have one, raise your hand. Or say, pick me. Or scream, ah! Or jump into the river. Or, I don't know, cry bloody murder. Let's go with Siomegas. Siomegas is very trusting, and she feels best when everyone gets along without any bit of strife or contention. Though she is troubled by this for her own as she prefers discord and debate at a more abstract level. She is not readily moved by art and natural beauty, and she is somewhat quarrelsome. She is bothered by this, and she values friendship. She does not easily fall in love and rarely develops positive feelings, and she does not easily hate or develop negative feelings, and she has an active imagination, and she is somewhat uncomfortable around those that appear unusual or live differently from herself, and she isn't particularly curious about the world, and she likes to take it easy. Welcome to the fort. Up to next, we have Dying Sun 2, who died earlier. He is greatly moved by art and natural beauty, and he's troubled by this since he dislikes the natural world. He is very friendly, and he always tries to say nice things. He tends to be a bit stubborn in changing his mind about things. He finds obligations confining, though he's conflicted by this for more than one reason. He likes a little excitement now and then, and he tends to think before acting. He is quite confident in his abilities when undertaking specific ventures, and he tends to assume that the worst of two outcomes will be the one that comes to pass, and he doesn't mind wearing something special now and again. He occasionally overindulges and is troubled by this as he values self-control. He can handle stress, and he generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity, cracks his knuckles when he's nervous, and he needs when he's thinking, and when he's thinking, he tenses up when he's nervous. He drums his fingers when he's thinking. He needs alcohol to get through the working day and dreams of creating a great work of art, and personally values self-control and does not care about fairness. Has quite a large family. Vancho was your relative, and same with Wait What, who's the only living relative you have remaining in this fortress. Also, if I scroll up, Siomegas has no family in this fort or anywhere that they're willing to tell us about, and must be very secretive of a dwarf. Did I really just get a second migrant wave of 2? Well then. They weren't joking when they said some migrants have arrived. I mean, wait, what is... Yeah, there you are. Quite happy, too. You're actually not pissed. You're currently hauling a tiger corpse? Huh. There was a tiger on the map, and it died, apparently. Apparently I have a cougar in a cage? That's interesting. Speaking of things that are interesting, and by interesting I actually mean terrifying as all hell, the were-skink Artuk has come. A large skink twisted into humanoid form. It is crazed for blood and flesh, and its eyes glow blue. So does his tongue. And its brown scales are large and overlapping. You will know why you fear the night. Where in the world is this creature? Holy shit, look at it, it's adorable! It's so cute! Look at it! I want one! Gimme! It's so cute. I really like skinks, just in general. If you've never actually seen a real life skink, they're one of the best reptiles. If you've never seen one, they're just like the derpiest little, like, fat lizards. They are great. They're like baby crocodiles with big blue tongues. They're just like I don't know. It's it's like that's just me when I've had too much weed. Like, genuinely, like I feel like I am one of these creatures sometimes. They are great. You can go find one in your backyard. Can I catch one in your backyard? Look at it. I love those little buggers. Holy shit! It's an army of baby. Okay, anyway. Guess I'll close that now. Anyway, so now there's a big scary one. What do they eat? Veggies, fruits, bugs. Okay. So it is beelining it to my fort right now. I will try and lock the door, Jurist. Looking at combat. Okay, it's fighting with a Bone Doctor Vutok. It's already bit him. All right. Bone Doctor. You're dead to us already. Did you kill it? Yes, you did. That's good. Oh. Well, how convenient. Linku right here is going, ah! And then now it's just a naked person, which is maybe scarier. So that's kind of terrifying. Good luck, naked human. Best of luck, you oddball. I could tell my stabby dwarves to go stab it. Let's see if they can catch up with it. Or her, I shall say. Wow, she's lived a long time. 221 years old for a human. Humans live to like 80 in Dwarfort. So, this thing's lived a very long life for a human. So there is a child chasing it. Now suddenly in combat again. Growing up in the 90s, there were so many that they would end up in your house. An invasive species of toads have caused them to pretty much disappear. Yeah. I mean, yeah, I've heard stories about that before. But, you know, that's just part of the, I guess, reality of humans taking over wildlife's habitats. You had a juvie snake in your garden last year, and you may have been red-bellied black, slid quietly past your daughters and I pointed it out after the fact to them. Oh, wait, really? That's kind of exciting. We just get garter snakes here. Nothing crazy aside from that. Merchants have embarked on their journey. And gain 2 dwarves, lose 1. One of these years I need to get out to PAX Australia. Alright, let's see if I can get some more animals out here. Apparently I've just got a slowly growing population of weasels. For whatever that's worth. Alright, how's this stockpile down here doing? What are the dwarves currently up to? So is it little Jagger? Or is it little Jaeger? Regardless, I've probably gotten it wrong both times. Thank you very much for that tier 1 subscription. Appreciate you, friend. Vast majority of the dwarves are still putting stuff away. Let's see what we're actually hauling. Yeah, I think I'm just going to let the dwarves finish all this hauling because there's so much of it and all needs to get done. Devilish Potatoes throwing a tantrum. Yeah, see here we had very few fun reptiles, just garter snakes, and that's about it. And then we just have bears. Bears friggin' everywhere. Bears, moose, deer. The Cyclops! Tsum! Uzlolather has come. A humanoid monster with a single eye in its forehead. Holy jeez, dude. That's a 20-pack of gift subs. Holy crap. Okay, thank you. That's a lot of subscriptions. Like a lot. Like 20. Holy crap, thank you very much. I probably butchered your name the first time when you just subscribed, but thank you very much for that. Break the streamer. I don't know, you'd have to do a lot more than that to break the streamer. But I'm allowed to say thank you. Jeez. Let's jump to this Cyclops. Okay. Look at you. Legendary. Oh. I killed this Cyclops' younger sister. Or older sister, rather. Killed their older sister. This is the Oily Charcoal. They have 140 kills. Sailfin, we're just like, this is just reptile chat now. Just reptile chat now. So we've got this Cyclops making their way down to the main portion of the fort. I kind of want to catch it. So I do have cage traps right here. Got him. Oh yeah. We got a new friend. Or a new mascot. What Psi Omega said? What in tarnation? Holy tits, man. It's a lot of subscriptions. Jesus Christ. That's all I really have to say to that. Good Lord. Maybe, Bastet, I don't know. I guess so, Hobo. Sub goal? What's sub goal? I've never even met it. Did I even have a sub goal? I guess I should make a new sub goal, shouldn't I? Well, crap. Start new goal. Total subs. I don't know. Make a number up. There's a number. Good God, man. Suited, thanks for the 10 bucks. Did I blow past both of them? Not technically, no. Anyway, it's been a while since I've seen a hype train go that high. Oh my Christ.
Woo!
Dude. Now I'm just curious as to what level it's gonna go up to. That's what? 120 gift subs in like 10 seconds? Yeah, 120 gift subs in like 10 seconds. My God. Hopefully all the levels. It's apparently it's about to beat the record. I don't even know what it is. Okay, it's level 9 right now. The highest, that's not totally true. The highest record we ever had was level 17. But apparently it's on level 9. Any Dodger? Felsner, apparently. That's what I was wondering, Felsner. Here, Eldritch. Have a subscription. That one's from me. It's listed as anonymous, but otherwise it doesn't count towards the train. Good God, man. But mother-in-law kicked the... Oy vey. I mean, listen, I get it. I fully understand the feeling of having a family member that you don't like going away. Spending the inheritance. Hopefully. Well, thank you, Dr. Phineas, for the 10-pack, man. Good God. You know, Bastet, I didn't think I'd get busted today, but turn... Okay, so let me just... I need to, like, scroll down on my notifications board to say what just happened. So, I gifted a sub to Eldritch. Dr. Phineas gifted a 10-pack. Suited Giraffe gifted a 10-pack. Lil Jaeger gifted a 50 again. TiVo gifted out 2. Shark Jumping on Walrus gifted out 1. A Devilish Potato gifted out 5. DS gifted out 5, and now we're at level 11. How many is that? 170. Holy fucking shit, dude. I'll pretend I didn't hear that, Pack. Or read that, rather. I also don't know why, TiVo. Like, what in the world have I done? It's like the entire audience. Yeah. Kind of. speaking of, like, we blew past all my goals. I guess I'll turn that up to I don't know. We also blew past 1337, so I can't even say that. 1500, I suppose. Good God. Good people deserve help once in a while. I appreciate that. 1420. Already set it up. Why would I turn it down? I'm like no longer able to react to these anymore. So it starts to pull people who used to be subbed but aren't anymore Justerium, and it pulls people from my following that used to watch a lot but don't watch now as a way of, like, bringing people back to the stream. It's basically like extended marketing at a point. But yeah, that's 220 gift subs total, dude. That's, I think the highest number of gift subs somebody ever did in a week was retired Navy vet, and it was 250. But what have you walked in on? I'm not sure. Moose is here to help. We're not going to hear that for like 30 minutes. You know that, right? Tobes gifted out another 10. Might help your bills out next month. You deserve it. Currently, I'm just saving for taxes season because I'll be honest, I have no idea how much money I'm going to owe in taxes. My early estimations are saying probably like 20 grand, but I'm not actually sure. So that's what I'm currently saving for. Aside from that, I'm doing okay. But for whatever it's worth, also Lil Jaeger, yeah, like $20,000. Yeah, it's about 30% of my total income. I don't know how much I'll get in deductions. I haven't looked into that yet. You're firing a laser in your heart? Yep. Going to have some fun. It sounds like you've owed yourself a great week, my dude. Wow. I mean, I've had family members that I don't like pass away before, but the difference is I've never gotten any money for it. Thanks for another 20. Lil Jaeger here is celebrating. Lyagushka is what's happening. So it's the feeling when the lurkers wake up. And I've forgotten how to play this video game. You're all just happy? I'm glad. That's good. Reminds me of how Fire's dad celebrated the death of his relative and he bought the biggest, most frivolous thing that she would have hated. And he... It's one way to do it. Polonius Monk, thank you very much for the 3 tier 1s. Now just remember something, chat room. Gifting subs and cheering bits is expensive. If you can't afford to throw money into the chat, just hang out. It's fine. You don't need to do things you can't afford. But good lord, chat room. Meanwhile, like, the YouTube chat's just sipping tea. It's like, yep. We're just chilling. Just... One more before bed. Dude. Mine's taxes now doubled. I'll be okay. But congratulations That is the most gift subs I think I've had from one person ever in a day. Me? I mean, I can tell you for a fact I'm cheaper than a stripper, if that's what you're saying. Oh, and Devil Dawn, thank you very much for the 5-pack. I don't even know anymore. Thanks for the $3 on Super Chat, Elfie. Appreciate you. I am completely boggled. You know what's funny? Suited. Thank you very much for the $100 in bits. We still haven't heard Moose Moose's notification. I actually played quite a bit of the Talos Principle off stream back when it first released, Lazy Man. Would I consider streaming it? I have a really hard time streaming puzzle games like that because it just kind of makes chat mad. Would I consider them? I love those games. I don't know, maybe. Why, are you asking because of the sequel that is like either about to release or just released? I guess I need to increase that goal again, hey? I don't even know. I don't know what that is, Eldrish. Gloves, thank you very much for the 5-pack of gift subs. Devil Dawn, thank you very much for the 5-pack of gift subs. Nailith, thank you very much for gifting a sub. Felonious Monk, thanks for the 3. And Suited, thanks for the $100. I'm gonna set my sub goal to a Space Odyssey. I'm just completely flabbergasted. That's a very nice hype train, chat. Yeah, okay. I guess I should be playing Dwarf Fortress, shouldn't I? Oh, shit. A sound actually played. I don't even... Okay, so that was... So Hobo's sound command... Or Hobo's sound just played from 12 minutes ago? Yeah, I clicked on your username when you first subscribed, and I saw when you followed, so... Like, yeah, you've been lurking for a while. That's kind of why I threw out the statement of when the lurkers wake up.
Woo.
Big Sparn, thank you very much for the 5-pack. And thanks for another 50. Holy shit, dude. Hey, you got Kid Fox in there. And Agent Number 1. I know a lot of those people. But, like, seriously, mate. How do you keep dodging those? That's a good question. Here, let me help. It's still going? Apparently, yeah. Also, you said one more and you lied. Just like to remind you, you said one more and you lied. You did one more after the one more. You did 2 more. Thanks, Devil Dawn, for gifting us sub to Alexander. Alexander. That's an interesting name. Accuracy 101. Yeah, just like laser target sight, everybody. I just realized I have no woodcutters. I'm going to, against my better judgment, give a devilish potato. Woodcutters, purely because they always want it, even though they keep on tantruming and would probably kill somebody with that axe eventually, but that's fine. How many subs is a level 15 hype train? You know, I'll be honest, I don't know, but it takes 96 tier 1 subs to level up the level 15 one. So a lot. We'll read it later. Can someone go back in the VOD by like, actually here, hold on. I'm just gonna do a thing. I'm gonna go back in the VOD by like 40 minutes. So we were at 1,158 subscribers 40 minutes ago. And now we're at 1,575.
tmi.twitch.tvu Cernotis #blinderl.
Woo! Oh, dude, fuck yeah, dude. That's fucking sick. Hell yeah. Woo!
I will wear this until the hype train. Oh, fuck. I will wear this until the hype train ends because this is itchy as all fuck. Also, Baby Blueford is now a child, no longer a baby. Does that mean I need to rename them to Child Blueford? Yeah, I grew up myself inside BSI. Didn't you know that? I don't always go full Urist, but when I do, I go all out. Is this the IRL view version of the I used to be rich channel points redemption? I don't know. Maybe? Oof. Another fifth. There was a thing I was about to read in chat. Good lord. It goes off again. The forest retreat of russet larks, half a day's travel to the northeast, has been conquered and now looks to your economy. Was your mother-in-law in Abba? Oh, man. The last one for Christmas? Well, I don't know how to properly say thank you. for 490 gift subs in like under 20 minutes. So what I'll say is this. If I ever run into you in real life, I will buy you a sandwich. Because holy shit. Also, I've literally never seen this happen before. I've seen pits get conquered, but I've never seen them look to me for their, like, future prosperity. Get a dwarf hat? It doesn't fit over my headphones. And I don't think you guys want an echo. Anyway, level 16. I guess we'll see what the numbers are when it's done. Whitcoat, thanks for gifting a subscription, by the way. I didn't even see that go by. You caught a fire breather and you're trying to use it as fort defense, but every time it vaporizes the enemy, it also vaporizes your CPU. The reason it's vaporizing your CPU is because of the smoke. Things can't pass through smoke, so if they're trying to pass to something and then suddenly there's smoke there, it, like, gives them a brain spasm. Lyagushka, thank you very much for gifting out a subscription. You don't have to do that, but hey, you got sock smell. I know that person. And after the hype train ends, you drop another 20. So, for reference, level 16 hype train. $222.73 in bits. And 567 subscriptions. Meanwhile, Shake Break, thanks for resubbing for 6 months. Yeah, I'm at a loss, dude. I'm at a loss. I'm at a loss. Is everyone subbed now? Chat, if you are not currently subbed to the channel, raise your hand. When it rains, I suppose, Sass. Perella Tango. Dodged it. Yeah, good. Man, some people got some pretty high dexterity in this chat. All right, well, the hype train is over. Huh. Gone with the itchiness. Jesus fuck, dude. I'm glad you liked it. Word Cities, I liked making it. Sorry, I'm a little bit distracted at this exact moment in time. Omega Love's like, I get it now. Go get a beer? No, because I'll fall asleep. Beer makes me sleepy. So if I go get a beer, I will literally doze off. Which clickbaity DF vid? I have a few. And I make them because YouTube likes them, not because I like them. The uncanny dodge? It's incredible, Fleshmaster. How's the YouTube streaming going? It's going fine. I think everybody stopped watching on YouTube and jumped into the Twitch channel to try and get gifted a sub, though. 10 things you needed to know about DF. Gotcha. Yeah, that was the first of the clickbaity videos that I made. Devil Dawn, thanks for sitting there with a sniper rifle. You're a boss. Save the money, bills pile up. Damn right, dude. I might go buy a beer tonight at the pub, though. But that's like $8. Does that many stores get you? Chat, I think we give them the happiest unnamed dwarf that isn't a child in the fort. What do you think? Maybe somebody with a rank. Could make a hammerer. Thank you, Anonymous, for gifting out a subscription. Sorry, I'm kind of like... Chat room, can I just... Unless it played while I was getting the beard, we still haven't heard the notifications from the $100 in bits. Sorry, this is going to make a lot of sense for everybody. Oh my god. I cry with glee. You are inaudibly the most flavorful chat room. Unknown atomical structures stretch the event of meeting boardrooms. Magisters while Begaliver Street remains open for cash flow. Thanks for another 50? Hi, Belle. This will only happen once in your life. What, in my life? I've had stuff like this happen before. Just, it's not usually all from one person. Like, I had days like this back in December, but it was like, yeah, like 500 subscribers in like 20 minutes, but it was all Prime subs from different people. Chat room. Please go follow Bellinair. That's it. Please go follow Bellinair. He's been driving trucks in the snow recently. It's been entertaining. Much more entertaining than me just blankly staring at my monitor like I'm supposed to be doing something of value. And upside down in the river. Right. Lily Yeager is always in love with somebody and easily develops positive feelings, enjoys being in crowds and is very trusting, is very rarely moved by curiosity and is sloppy with his living space, generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity and often feels discouraged and generally is quite confident in his abilities when undertaking specific ventures, and he tends to not be swayed by emotional appeals, and he tends to not often feel lustful. He has a sense of duty and he likes to take it easy, and he doesn't tend to hold on to grievances. He can handle stress and he has a noticeable lack of perseverance. He tends to be a little tight with resources when working on projects, and he is not particularly interested in what others think of him. His hands begin moving when he's exasperated, and he needs alcohol to get through the working day and does not mind being outdoors at least for a time and doesn't really care about anything anymore. Dreams of mastering a skill, personally finds sacrifice to be the highest ideals, strongly values tranquility and quiet, and sees power over others as something to strive for, finds those that deny their impulses somewhat stiff, and doesn't see cooperation as valuable, and doesn't particularly value the truth. He likes tetrahedrite electrum and black zircon, pomelo wood, and green glass, and blue shark leather, giant iguana tooth, and common snapping turtle shell. Guinea fowls for their social nature and the sound of the velvet embracing. When possible, prefers to consume sweet potato wine and absolutely hates slugs. He has a very long beard, which is braided. His sideburns are clean shaven, and his very long mustache is neatly combed. His very long hair is arranged in double braids, and he has a very round chin. His somewhat broad ears are flattened, and his nose is broad. He has a high voice, and his eyelashes are extremely short. His pink skin is wrinkled, and his brass eyes have slightly thin irises, and his hair is gold with some gray. I'm going to disable the alerts on this screen just so that there isn't a skull going by every couple seconds for the rest of the stream. But the sounds will still play. Upside down in a river, okay, well, can we get a beer delivered to me? I could just walk to the fridge and get one. I just don't really want to drink one right now. Yes. Devilish potato. Yes, that's a lot. $5 a piece and I get 70%. So you can do the math if you want. I'll be honest, my brain can't even do the math right now. This reminds me of the time that Jerry Gord cheered $1,000 in bits at once. That's what this is reminding me of now. I'm setting up the captain of the guard again because apparently they are not currently set up properly. Is there a way to turn off smoke? No, but you can remove it with DF hack. Aside from that, no. That was on my birthday? Yes. That was on my birthday when that happened. So how's DF hack? What was the original question, Moonbright? Apologies, my brain is mildly malfunctioning right now at this exact moment. Slightly malfunctioning. By that, I mean I can't think. Thanks. It's not my birthday, lazy man. That's FG's meme. I mean, I've been using DF hack for years. I just don't tell people. So that's not a new thing. I just deactivate all of the features. The search functions are nice, which is why I have the overlay on now. But no, I've been using DF hack for years, on and off. In older versions of the game, I used to have it installed on a second install and not on my primary install. And then after, what's the word? Then when I would need to fix something, I would, Giant Mole has chugged some wine? Yeah, in older versions, I used to have it on a separate install, and I would, if I needed to fix something or debug something, I would move the save file over, and then debug it and do whatever I needed to do. And then I would move it back after the fact. But good God, dude. Sorry, I'm still processing. To give you an idea, the all-time high, like that might be the number 3 or number 2 highest gift subs of all time person now. I'm actually just gonna go check because I am too freaking curious. Hold on, I'm gonna go turn on all-time sub gifts on my leaderboards for a second here because I am too goddamn curious. I need to know. Although Twitch, I think, moved that setting. There it is. So it's set to weekly right now. Let's set it to all time. If you refresh the chat, it'll be all time for a second. Okay, so you are the third highest gifter of all time, Lil Jaeger. I was going to say, nobody wants to be from Banff. As somebody who's been to Banff, you don't want to be to Banff. Also, that's not how you spell Banff. But, so yeah, Navy is number 1 with 1375. Who also you just gifted a sub to in one of those. Navy generally just drops by like once a year and then drops 100 gift subs and then just vanishes. What Navy does. Wow. All right, I'm setting that back to weekly. For clarity's sake, though, the all-time thing is since, what's the word? Is since, I guess 2014? Neither can I, Bastet, don't worry about it. Banff can be a fun place to visit, yeah. But nobody wants to live in Banff. I will have a nice weekend. Trust me. Yes, I will in fact have a nice weekend. Thank you for your kindness. Like I said, I don't know how to respond to this anymore. I'm just kind of lost at this point. Trying to get back to playing the video game a little bit. Yeah. Yes, Elfie. Words are hard. So, chat, how many of you just got gifted a sub? If you just got gifted a sub, can you just say me? I'm really curious how many people actively watching the stream just got gifted a sub. Also, I have Galena. Where the hell did that come from? And how much steel am I sitting on? 469? Mostly just need more coke, I think. I could start making charcoal. I really should just go over here and mine out more of the coal. Okay. Where is this fort that just got taken over? I don't even see it. But my faction really is going after things. Do I still need coke for steel? Yes, I do. Because it's not used as fuel. It's used as part of the making of the actual steel itself. It's what makes the pig iron. But fortunately, I get more than one coke per coal piece, and there's coal all over this fort. So we're just going to mine some of this out right now, because I can do that with minimal brain functionality, which is what I'm currently sitting on, is minimal brain functionality. Because, wow. No, you didn't, Tobes. I know for a fact you've had a subscription for a bit. But wow. That is all. It's just wow. Just wow. What is up, Corey Fancy Pants? I think we've mostly got the bits and pieces dealt with. It appears. Or use charcoal, which is from trees. So if you chop down trees at a wood-burning furnace, you can make charcoal, which is the same as coke in its effect. Which is generally why people tend to piss off the elves. Because they chop down all the trees for charcoal. You missed most of this one? Yeah, the VODs started going up for this one a little bit ago. But, are elves mad when you sell them charcoal? Elves get mad when you sell them anything that is made out of trees. Charcoal is made from trees. So, yes. Generally, I just sell them cloth. As long as it's not leather. Charcoal, coal, coke, all the same, yes. All have the same functionality. Just different processes of being made. How's coke made? Bituminous coal, you make it into coke at a smelter shop. And one bituminous coal makes one coke. Although nobody's making coke right now. Oh, I see, because I need 10 bituminous coal. That's why. I don't have 10 just yet. How's coke made? Watch Narcos Mexico, I think is the film you need to watch. Or series, I suppose. The TV show that I'm bullshitting about, you need bituminous coal. But it's apparently pronounced more like bituminous. It's like a CH in there that's not actually in there. Also lignite. Lignite's another one. I just don't have lignite here. We're just stuck with coal. Sorry, I'm just like looking at my own sub count in disbelief right now. One thing I'll say is, boy howdy, am I happy I'm not doing a subathon right now. Yeah, and I'm pretty sure bituminous gets you 4 coke. Pretty sure it gets you 4. Chat room, there's fuzz on my microphone that came off of the beard. That's not good. I'd actually go so far as to say that's kind of bad. The enemy have come and are laying siege to the fortress. So it's this human slayer again. You're mighty by yourself there, dude. I will put all the dwarves inside. There are more than one? And a vile force of darkness has arrived. This is A goblin civ. So we're getting... I'm assuming that's a human civ attacking me and a goblin civ? Alright, well, let's just go over here and close the front door. Some people have big credit cards, man. And Avuz the Weaver was almost immediately found dead. They're getting dogpiled by a bunch of different dudes. Okay, so this is... Oh, we have a ghost. Red Octobear. In fact, let's just do this. I know somebody who used to buy $1 in bits and it would lock his credit cards, so... Run inside, Kick Rust. Run inside. It's just this kind of small thief squad. Let's hope that they all have enough ammo. Oh, well, you're in prison, so don't have to worry about you not having ammo. Bunch of dwarves running inside still. One of my dwarves was outside and got caught in the fighting. And I don't even... Oh. It's Zon, who's now in the water with a goblin, who's now naked in the water with a goblin, bleeding, seriously injured, and I don't think he's going to make it. He's just kind of turning into a pincushion. Maybe this goblin will drown with him, which would be oddly poetic. Is that a ghost? Yep. Yeah, I just memorialized all of them. Honestly, I say shoutouts to that dwarf. That dwarf was a hero. Let like a dozen dwarves make it in safely. All right. Here come the baddies. See what you have. Plenty of steel bolts. They begin firing at the first creature, who's bleeding and seriously injured, taking bolts to all parts of his body, has now dropped his bow and proceeds to run away in fear. The siege is broken. But we did lose our furnace operator. That's unfortunate. We lost 2 dwarves. We broke the siege. I really, really hope that how do I word this? I really, really, really hope you continue to enjoy the stuff that I make. Because I would feel kind of bad you doing all that for me and saying all those nice things if, like, in 6 months you're like, man, I'm tired of this guy's content. So, thanks for watching, and I'm glad you like the stuff I do. And you go enjoy your weekend, Lil Jaeger. Night, mate. And thanks for the generosity. That was kind of nutty. Station. It's the only correct one. Well, patrol would work, but I usually use stations. And we also found Shake Break dead. I've actually lost kind of a few dwarves in that. Uvesh as well. Shake Break, you were with your parent, I think, because your mom died. Or is ammo still wonky? Mark's dwarves work, but they still operate the way they always have, which is if you don't set up battlements correctly, they will dive in and suicide, but they work just fine. Ammo is no longer wonky. Devilish Potato, I hate to break it to you, but I have to send you to prison. Yeah, if you could set them to patrol a burrow for sure, but I wouldn't use burrows for anything except for telling your dwarves to get inside quickly. I don't use any burrows for anything, rather, not that I wouldn't. I don't. And when I want them to go somewhere, I just station them. That's all that I do. And this is why I turned off sieges for a bit in this fort. Like, I'm sure you guys are seeing this, like, insanity, right? Of how many sieges we're getting. Because this is what happens. Oh, I see the problem here. Let's just flip that. Just make it more consistently. Because I just need Coke. Actually, no, we don't need you to chop down any trees. We're trying to stay friends with the elves. Sometimes when you station, they go off to the other side. So make the walls thicker. Don't give them anywhere else to go. Arkshroom, the clother has been possessed. Yeah, if I want them to patrol something, I'll just build a patrol route. I'm assuming you're just going to go down to the clother shop. What do you want? Bones? Gem Shining, got that. Bars Metal, got that. Gem Shining, okay. Cloth Thread, okay. Locks Bricks, okay. Bars Metal, alright. Gem Shining, okay. Locks Bricks, okay. Gem Shining, okay. It's a lot of gems. Bars Metal. I'm not sure what you want. I mean, those are all my cut gems. I think it's 5x5? It's not something I generally glue my brain to, so I tend to forget pretty quick. But I think it's 5x5? All right. This was 5x5? Okay. Yeah, that's what it seems like. Thinking about it for the first time in a while. Yeah, they have been. I mean, they've been making major improvements for a while. When I need them to be on duty all the time, I just set them to no orders instead of off duty, like that squad currently is. And then they just keep all of their gear on them and then go about and chill, basically. Yeah, no, if you put the game down like 8 months ago, definitely see the stuff that's improved. Like, I mean, it's true when they say that this game has, wait, what? Oh no. Attacking sharks is throwing a tantrum, possessed by Red Octobear. Well, that's not good. We should probably memorialize Red Octobear. This game has had, like, so many improvements to its playability in the past 6 months. It hurts my brain a little bit when I see people complaining that it's not developing fast enough. It's like the game literally runs better right now than it literally ever has in the entirety of my time playing this game. And I've been playing this game for a while. Yeah, Untamed Wilds is way more doable if you have a bunch of Marks Dwarves around. Significantly more doable. Let's turn Weaving of Thread back on. I don't consider it a mod because it's technically a RAM editor. But some mods require it. Not really, A2Day. But then again, I don't recommend any mods for Dwarf Fortress ever, really. Because all they really do is change the flavor of stuff that already exists in the game. Banori is telling stories again. Okay, we've put Red Octobear to rest. Okay, Arkshroom has finally zipped off. I guess they wanted pigtail cloth, specifically. I wouldn't play with any of those. And the reason I just say I wouldn't play with any of those is because I've played as other species mods in the past in Dwarf Fort, and all they really are is reskinned dwarves generally, sometimes with a few added features or removed features. So they're either less interesting dwarves or slightly more tedious dwarves. Which I would rather just play as the, you know, dwarves that they, or as the type of characters that the game was built for. But that's just me. Dying Sun, due to being the rightful heir, has inherited the position of Baron of Curse Brew. So congratulations, you're now a Baron, Dying Sun. Which means I need to give you an office, I suppose. And a bedroom. I still haven't given any of them tombs. Oh, like adding them to the world? Sure. Fair enough. Yeah, that's fair. I will say be very careful with modding Dwarf Fortress, because in most cases you're better off just playing the game in vanilla for the first several hundred hours of your gameplay to learn how the game works in a vanilla state, and then you will learn the game way better. And then at that point, the world's your oyster. Like, just, if you want to add stuff, add stuff. But if you have to ask for suggestions, you probably should play more vanilla. Thanks for hanging out, UGDPY. Thanks for everything you've done today. Thanks for all the gifts and everything. Because, like, I realize that it's kind of top-heavy on that leaderboard, but seriously, a lot of people did a lot of kindness for me today, so thank you much. What about Dwarf stuck in a tree bug? There's like 9 reports 9 years ago, still not fixed. Got it lately. So I haven't had that happen consistently, with the exception of one type of fortress, and that is fortresses with giant birds. And the reason they get stuck up trees in those situations, and also that bug has been fixed in a lot of ways. The reason I say that that bug has been fixed, at least the original one has been fixed, is originally when that bug used to happen, it would immediately kill your frame rate. Like, your frame rate would immediately go to 0. Instantly. The second it happened. So that has been fixed. Your frame rate won't get hurt by dwarves getting stuck in trees, which was the original concern. Now people are like, but you didn't fix the fact that dwarves get stuck in trees. I don't think that that bug, in that sense, will ever be completely fixed in Dwarf Fortress because of the way this game works. If it bothers you and you want it to not happen, if you are harvesting fruit from trees, don't allow dwarves to harvest fruit from trees because they tend to go up step ladders and then get stuck once they're up the step ladder. So if you do not permit harvesting of fruit from trees, that'll remove a lot of the instances of that happening. The second thing is, if you have a lot of untamed or agitated wildlife on the surface, try and keep your civilians underground, because they get startled up trees and then they don't want to get down because they're scared, because there's a thing hovering above them trying to attack them. We have another artifact sock, which was also claimed as an heirloom. Arkshroom the Clother has created Ritherinal, a pigtail sock, and claims it is an heirloom in the name of the family ancestor Unib Peltboards. Got another ghost, which I need to deal with. One sock. It's our second artifact sock, actually. This one's 19,000 Zethal. This is a pigtail sock. All craftsmanship is of the highest quality. It is decorated with pigtail and encircled with bands of red aquamarine cabochons. It is made from pigtail cloth, and the subject menaces with spikes of pigtail and white jade and siltstone and iron. On the item is an image of giant horseshoe crabs in pigtail. On the item is an image of single-cut gem in siltstone. On the item is an image of tapered bag-cut gems in pig iron. On the item is an image of a willow in jade. This is just my opinion. You do not need to agree with it. But in my opinion, dwarves getting stuck in trees is hysterical, and I hope that that bug never truly gets fixed. I like your name, Punny Missile. So, yeah, I genuinely hope that that bug never truly gets fixed, because I honestly think it is hysterical. I think that the issue with that bug was the game-breaking nature of it, and I honestly hope that they never fix it. Totally. And every single major patch that comes out where Tarn does address it, it happens less frequently. It used to happen significantly more frequently. Does something happen if you cut the tree down? The dwarf gets out of the tree and maybe gets a bruise from falling? Unless a log happens to land on their head on the way down, in which case then maybe it'll kill them, which is just funny. But so yeah, I don't know. That bug doesn't bother me, and I genuinely hope it never gets fixed. Because to me, it's just kind of things that dwarves do. If dwarves aren't getting stuck in trees and dying in weird places, why are we even playing this game? like kind of a joke, but also at the same time, not a joke. I mean, come on, have you never had a legendary sake today? Yeah, I mean, Dwarf Fortress, like, the dwarves' antics are a large portion of the fun of the game, in my opinion. Really? Oh, I mean, I've absolutely had, like, it's a legendary thong a couple of times, and those are always pretty funny. Let's just quickly give this bedroom to somebody else. Oh, to I used to be rich, Tolas? I like the legendary barrels. I don't know. I like to just put them on pedestals. I like getting barrels that are made out of solid gems. There's something weirdly satisfying about it. I didn't think I would need many more of those, but I guess I do. This down here can be an office for that Baron. I was gonna say, Dwarf Fortress isn't letting me click on things. Now you just need a dining hall. It was my one really unhappy dwarf. You know, it changes pretty frequently. It's currently shady. It just wants to quit the military, I think. Maybe I'll give him that gift. There you go. You can go do other things with your life. At least you figured out where all your ore is gone. Well, at least you found out where all your ore is gone. That's always good. If they can't path around it, are you trying to path your own dwarves through the maze, through the fire beast? Because that's not FPS death. FPS death is incurable FPS problems. A fire is an FPS death. But if things can't path around the fire, it's going to cause your frame rate to tank. Period. Fire does that. That's just what fire does. What you could do is this would completely nullify the effect of the flames. But if you had mist generators above it, dropping mist down to put out the fires as they get lit, then there would be no issues whatsoever. But I think you want to burn stuff with the dude, right? But no, that wouldn't help at all. you will still have, like, fire issues. Or issues with the fire causing lag. Want to burn the damn fish people? Then don't let your dwarves through the maze. Because the reason the frame rate is tanking is because your dwarves are trying to get through it. And then just pour lava on them. Like the rest of us. Also, I'm going to open this up so that I can get to that. Stuff down here. There's a bunch of coal down here. It shouldn't, because they're not your dwarves. Enemy AI pathing is very different than your dwarves pathing. And because those are technically enemy AI, it shouldn't. At least I wouldn't think it would. Unless the game works completely differently than I've always understood it, but I've had similar setups to that before with dragons, not with Forgotten Beasts, but they tend to just torch the zone and then the frame rate never drops. But I would try turning on a burrow for your dwarves. I really need to move all this shit. It's also time to get rid of this. Let's get rid of Route 1. Gonna get that going again. Yay, Shady seems to be liking their new career path. No longer as depressed as you can be. Even though they killed a forgotten beast. Fish people are only good if you can keep chip people as well. The point isn't to kill them, the point is to set them on fire. I think. Also make Electrum. Just gonna smelt that Galena. I have no idea where this Galena came from, by the way. 'Cause apparently I have like 2 Galena, and I genuinely don't know where it came from. That's interesting. I mean, if you tag a squad, you can click this button and click and drag on a group of things. Why do you want to kill from list? I don't entirely know what function you're looking for. It's like, you can select a group of targets or a single target, and if you select a group of targets, then you can specify the one target you want to hit. Don't know why there's wild boar in my fort. Well, we got these dudes now. Also, we still have our baby rhinos. Our baby rhinos are tame, by the way. So once they are fully grown, they're 7 years old. I don't even know. Will I have a breeding pair of baby rhinos? I don't think so. Yeah, I'm not gonna have a breeding pair of baby rhinos, but once they're full grown. Make an electrum ring? I don't even, dude. Why would I make a ring specifically? I shouldn't have put all this right here. What's up, Corn? How's things, dude? Fine. And fine. Jewelry and that dwarf like this electrum. Well, I don't really have much materials to make electrum, is the problem. I could... So I only have 1 gold bar. It is silver. Only a few brass. Get some platinum. I can make some platinum crowns and give him a crown. Here's the thing. If you make a maze into your fortress, your dwarves are going to try and path out through the maze, so they all have to be in a burrow inside of your fortress. That's thing 1. Thing number 2, those 200 fish people are not going to path towards your trap. They will not. They will only path to things that are within a certain proximity of them, and it's a really small proximity. So I don't think your maze idea is going to work to begin with. But what I would do is I would take your squad, set up a patrol route through the entire caverns, and tell them to path through the whole cavern. Something emptied a cage? We've got a gremlin releasing stuff from cages down here. Pretty sure it's a gremlin. So that would be my advice. If you're trying to clear out 200 odd fish people from the caverns, would just be to set up a big old patrol route and just get her rolling. What bar does this even take? I always forget what electrum's made out of. I think it's silver, right? Silver and something? But the lag is likely caused... Yeah, I have 1 gold bar. So I'm not going to be able to do much out of this electrum. And I have like... I think it was 2 silver? Also, holy shit. I've been streaming for almost 9 hours. Celebot the Marksdorf has been found dead. Excuse me? Oh, it's early spring. Well, Celebot just died of old age. Rest in peace, Celebot. Also, hey, kitty cat. Doing all right? And yourself? Don't often see that. Mirrodin! We just had a very rare thing happen. A dwarf just died of old age. One of my commanders. How goes the charity marathon? How goes the streams? I'm gonna get a shout out for Neroden if I have any mods active. Otherwise, I'll do it in a second. Intruders! Drive them away. It's fine. 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 I can't really afford to go fighting with many things right now because turns out we're kind of short on dwarves. Man needs a special tomb. It's not the first one to have died of old age in this fort. You know, if... I will do this, though. So let's make one for Celibot. And let's make one steel statue for Beefcake, because that dwarf was also a boss. Actually, don't even. There you are. Because that dwarf vanished. Also, we know a few facts about cougar training. Also, we lost 2 weasels and a turkey in the deaths of early spring. Yeah, we got plenty of coke now. Potato is tantruming once again. I probably have more slabs I need to memorialize, so let's do that. Ogon and Zon. I'm missing. Currently, no. Sweet. All right, so down here is my stoneworkers guild hall that I've been neglecting. So let's make this thing a little bit nicer. And by a little bit nicer, I mean, let's go here. Two brass stoneworkers shops would be nice. And then over here, let's put 2 Andorites and 2 more Andorites. We will engrave the floors in the center here. And it is now ad time. Angie potato? Yes, you are an Angie potato. Devilish potato. So we have an ad break incoming in 3 minutes. So if you are watching and you're somebody who normally gets ads, in 3 minutes, prepare to go get a cup of coffee. Or use the toilet or something. Also, because I'm sure some of you are curious, I can't tell you the exact revenue because of Twitch's contracts. But what I can say is I made about $1,700 today. About. Which, for reference, is about how much I've usually made by the 20th of most months. So last month on Twitch, see, there's a caravan. Last month on Twitch, after taxes, I made about $4,000 Canadian. So that's 1,700 US. Basically, I've made half of what I made last month today. That's US dollars. So that's nuts. Someone's texting me. My neighbor is texting me. Hold on. He's asking if I'm home. Also, you don't see muskoxes so often. My neighbor's calling me. 2 seconds, chat room.
Cheese for everyone!
So unless he calls me back in a minute, I think he maybe just like fat thumbed called me. Gobble cheese honk, yes. All right, he's telling me to call him, so I'm going to call him back. Give me a sec. I will be back in a hopefully short, indeterminate amount of time.
Let's take a lovely fruit, the tomato, remove everything that's good from it, the seeds, the vitamins, the nutrients, everything that's good about it, and just jam it full of shit garbage shit sugar, and put it in a shit bottle that sounds like shit when you put it on your shit. It's shit! Stop eating ketchup!
Isn't that interesting?
See how he bites off the shell to get at the nut?
No!
huesos.
So guess what my neighbor wanted? This is slightly TMI, okay? My neighbor's wife is going into surgery in a couple of days. And she has to give herself an injected medication instead of these pills that she's been on. It's an injected version of what she's been on. So this is how you know that you're the local type 1 diabetic. They don't know how to use a syringe. They need my help. So after I'm done streaming, I have to go over there and stab my friend's wife with my neighbor's wife with a needle. That's how you know that you're the resident type 1 diabetic. To which I told him, I give myself injections all the time. I've never had to give somebody else an injection.
Over here, he has a sword.
Not really. But sure. Not really a sword, more just a giant pile of needles. Okay. Okay. Let's get back to this for a little bit. I've still got like an hour of stream left in me. Yeah, I have to go stab my neighbor's wife. Sounds like a mess. I mean, thanks for putting that image back in my head. No, I just think it's very fun. Well, it's like my neighbor's saying that he'd do it, but like he's in his 60s and his hands do this, like he shakes like a lot. But like he can't do that. The elves are willing to spare what? 25? Okay, it's fine. Yeah, it was quite the hype train. I mean, we've had hype trains of that level before, Stone, but they were all back in December. And in December, it was like, oh yeah, like 500 people subscribed in the span of 20 minutes, but that was mostly Prime subs and like the occasional 5-pack. It wasn't like one person largely. This was like largely a very small group of people and largely one person who just kept dropping 50 subs at a time, and I think he did 100. So, yeah. Yeah, that's totally fair. I mean, people tend to think of horror films when they think of syringes. I'm just, yeah, I don't know. Kind of immune to syringes. Let's see what these elves brought me. Brought me a bunch of clay. Oh man, they brought a chameleon. I have to buy the black mamba, the badger, the cheetah, the skunk, and the chameleon. Damn right. Good deal, I say. Brought me a chameleon. I don't think I've ever had a tame. It's just a tiny little chameleon, not like a giant chameleon, unfortunately, but we're gonna add these into our weird zoo cacophony of critters. Snake pit? Well, actually, is it a boy black mamba or a lady black mamba? It's a male black mamba, so we ain't getting any, that's kind of unfortunate. We're not gonna be getting any baby black mambas, or no eggs. At least not at this time, we just have the one. Maybe they'll bring us a second one, who knows? Fem, what's up? How's things? Welcome to the fort, fam. I know you've asked for a dwarf a couple times. Also, hi, Psycon. Thank you very much for the Prime subscription. Sorry, I'm a little bit flustered today. If you didn't notice. That's it. I'm a little flustered. You know, I'll be honest, chat room. My whole plan for today was to stream Dwarf Fort for like 6 hours, 7 hours, and then swap games. But I went a little overtime. And then chat went absolutely bonkers bananas. Actually, I'm curious about something. They do not appear to still be going. I did not hear the firing my lasers go off. Now I'm concerned. Anyway, Baby Femme is often sad and dejected, extremely confident in herself in situations requiring her skills. She generally is unhindered by the thoughts of others concerning her actions, and she can be happy and optimistic and there's a wild boar in the hallway. She's a perfectionist, and she lives a fast-paced life, and she is fairly important in the grand scheme of things, and she often feels envious of others, and she tends to be swayed by the emotions of others, and she can sometimes act without deliberation. She tends to be a little wasteful when working on projects and could be considered rude, and she is grateful when others help her out and tries to return favors and does not go out of her way to help others and needs alcohol to get through the working day and doesn't mind being outdoors at least for a time and doesn't really care about anything anymore and dreams of mastering a skill and personally strongly values tranquility and finds introspection to be a waste of time and respects the law and finds maintaining decorum a silly and fumbling waste of time. Also, where did that hammerer go? This dwarf. You, Dwarfus. B, what's up? Thanks for gifting 2 subscriptions. You're extraordinarily kind. Today's been kind of nutty. Looking for them platinum crowns. I love the idea of just like making a dwarf walk around carrying like 40 bolts. It's like, what's your ceremonial item? I carry this bolt. I'm gonna give this dwarf the 29,000 dwarf buck skirt. I think that's appropriate. It seems like something that you'd get for gifting that many subscriptions. And my militia commander died. So I think Raven Waved would be the new militia commander. Wasn't there a Roman bureaucrat that carried sticks? I am flabbergasted by the fact that you managed to hang out through that entire crazy hype train and not get gifted a sub. Sass. Genuinely. You missed shenanigans. Look at the leaderboards on the sub side. If you want to know what the shenanigans were. It's pretty quick to figure it out. What the fuck? Yes, that. So that's the shenanigans. Long and short of it. Holy shit, indeed, yep. Which I'm pretty sure is actually the highest hype train we've ever had ever. Like, just ever. So yeah, it was a day. It was definitely a day. I was building something, and now I can't remember what it was. Right, I need to do 3 tombs. I need to do 3 tombs for my barons. Blazer Flamewing, thank you very much for gifting your very first subscription to SAS Parilla Tango. Appreciate you. This is a longtime lurker whose username I recognized, but like had been lurking in the channel for quite some time, and was celebrating, and went kind of hog wild, I guess. Maybe the best way to put it. I think this is how I'm going to do these tombs. These are going to be my nobles' tombs. I need 3 of them. Cavern dwellers? Okay, that's fine. Oh, I see. They just found an army of Crundles. Well, good luck. So you had to do it to them? I'm just impressed. That is literally it. I am just impressed. You don't have to do anything. Chat's done more than enough. Nobody needs to give me money for like 2 weeks. We're all good. We are all good. In fact, probably nobody could give me money for an entire month and we could just subsist off of resubs and I would be A-okay. Like, genuinely. And then, of course, you know, like, Moose and Suited Giraffe threw a lot of bits around and stuff just kind of went crazy. Absolutely nuts day. Absolutely nuts. What's up, Blazing Iceberg? Glad the day has been nuts. Yes. The day has been nuts. Pecans, specifically. Watch chat inform me now that pecans aren't in fact nuts. I hope pecans are actually nuts. And this isn't like a peanut situation where like, actually. Aranamo, thanks for the 8th month. Also, Aranamo, I'm like mostly certain that your fort's gonna be a community fort tomorrow. Like, 2 months late. I didn't say hazelnut. I grew up with a lot of hazelnut trees around the house I grew up in. It was a good time. They were nice. Why, do you just not like hazelnuts? Our classic nuts, shells and all. Well, that's good. At least I didn't get my my nut facts incorrect. Would have hated that. Pecans are good. I agree. Although if I had to pick a favorite nut, I would probably say walnut. Although we're getting into, like, I guess, holiday season next, so, candied pecan season. Chat room, if you would like a dwarf, say pick me. First dwarf is
This
Pitolus.
looks neat.
Pitiless. Always acts with a narrow focus, and always acts with mercy and compassion at the forefront of her considerations. And would flee even the most necessary battle to avoid any form of physical confrontation. Works to square this natural tendency with her respective martial prowess, and finds helping others to be emotionally rewarding. She is often cheerful and could be considered rude. She is quite comfortable with others that have a different appearance or culture, and she tends to be a little wasteful when working on projects, often takes offered help and gifts without feeling particularly grateful, and continues to holds her breath when she's nervous. Needs alcohol to get through the working day, and dreams of mastering a skill, and personally is put up by family, and finds maintaining decorum a silly and fumbling waste of time, and doesn't really see the point of working hard. Next up, we have Old Joe. Old Joe. Old Joe presents herself modestly and frowns on any flashy accomplishments and does not trust others. And she is a private person and freely shares details. She's not a private person and freely shares details of her life. And she's really happy or enthusiastic, and she's conflicted by this, and she values parties and merrymaking in the abstract, and she doesn't seek out excitement. She doesn't focus on material goods. And she doesn't often experience strong cravings or urges, and she likes to take it easy, and she can handle stress. She's not particularly interested in what others think of her. And she laughs loudly when she's excited, and that's the wrong button. And she personally has a great deal of respect for worthy craftsmanship, and had a deep respect for animals, plants, and the natural world, and sees life as unfair and doesn't mind it that way, and dreams of creating a grand work of art. Interesting. She's a member of the cult of hogs. Huh. I don't know what god that is. Next up here we have DS. She is deliberately cruel to those unfortunate enough to be subject to her sadism, and has an overbearing personality, and is very polite, and observes the appropriate rules of decorum. And when possible, she is quick to anger, and she occasionally overindulges. She tries to do things correctly each time, and does not go out of her way to help others. She rarely is happy or enthusiastic, and she is conflicted by this. She values parties and merrymaking in the abstract. She often feels envious of others, and she has a greedy streak and prefers to present herself as modestly. And she is very humble, and she is quite ambitious. She commonly winks as a form of greeting, and needs alcohol to get through the working day, and dreams of crafting a masterwork someday, and personally sees no value in holding back complaints and concealing emotions, and sees competition as reasonably important. She has a child and 2 lovers, and her only daughter is Rel Stolzbroken, who has been here for a bit, and her older sister is Ryo Shinkat, who's also been here for a bit. Plenty other of relatives in the fortress as well. Next up, we have Eldresh. Eldresh is a fish cleaner. A disgusting job for a dwarf. Her husband, Toasted's probably about to show up. She's a high master fish cleaner. Wow, well, you're going to need a new job here. Never feels lustful passions. Your poor husband. Is often stubborn and has an active sense of humor, and generally acts impartially and is rarely moved to mercy, and generally finds herself to be quite helpful about the future. She is somewhat uncomfortable around those that appear unusual or live differently from herself, and has a sense of duty, and often tells pointless stories when she's nervous, and stiffens up when she's surprised and needs alcohol to get through the working day. Dreams of crafting a masterwork someday, and is thoroughly disgusted by cooperation, and sees introspection as important and respects power. He has no kills. Well, welcome to the fort. And this is her husband. So her husband is Sycon. And Sethlin, thank you very much for the 6th month. Welcome back. He cracks easily under pressure and is very greedy. He tries to keep things orderly and generally acts impartially. He's rarely moved to mercy, and he generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity. He doesn't seek out excitement, and he is moved by art and natural beauty, and he is troubled by this since he dislikes the natural world. He's pleased by his own appearance and talents, and he likes to take it easy. He tends to not easily fall in love and rarely develops positive feelings, and he needs alcohol to get through the working day. And poor wife. Dreams of raising a family. Good luck with that one. And generally values decorum, dignity, and proper behavior, and does not rarely value skills related to fighting. Next up here, is Salvadaddy. Salvadaddy has a spouse named Ona, his wife, and his dad lives here apparently. He only rarely tries to assert himself in conversation, and he's not careful with resources when working on projects. He often spends an unnecessary effort. He does not easily fall in love and rarely develops positive feelings. He could be considered rude, and he sometimes acts with a little determination and confidence. He often feels discouraged, and he likes to take it easy. He's a friendly individual and occasionally overindulges, and he has a greedy streak. And when he's bored, he constantly rolls his eyes, and he runs his fingers through his hair when he becomes exasperated. He dreams of raising a family and personally finds sacrifice to be the height of folly. He is offended by leisure time and leisurely living and doesn't feel strongly about the law. And he likes black bronze. What god do you worship, if any? Wow. You worship a bunch of gods, including Doc and Lippy and Etor. Next up here, we have Shortast. I have a feeling this is going to be a big microwave. Shortast, you are... Tellin Artho. I'm assuming your other dwarf died. I think. Let me double check. No, you didn't. So I'm unnaming you. Apologies, Tellin Artho. Your child is still alive, so thus I don't need to double name you. Merlin's fan. Apparently this dwarf is now a Merlin's fan. Did you know that, chat? Weird. He is rarely jealous and forms only fleeting and rare emotional bonds with others. He would never pass up a chance for a good fist fight and doesn't focus on material goods. He's brave in the face of imminent danger, and this dwarf's going to join the military. He doesn't cling tightly to ideas and is open to changing his mind, and he isn't particularly ambitious, and generally finds himself to be quite hopeful about the future. Finds helping others to be emotionally rewarding and scratches his nose when he's nervous. He dreams of creating a great work of art and personally deeply respects skill at arms and doesn't really see the point of working hard. We'll add you to the military in a little bit. Next up here, we have a cheesemaker. This cheesemaker, is going to be Lennox. Lennox never envies others in their status, situation, or possessions. Always acts with mercy and compassion at the forefront of her considerations, and she does not find most jokes humorous. She's not a private person, and she freely shares details of her life. She is very greedy, and she can sometimes act without deliberation. She can be a little tight with resources when working on projects, and she is brave in the face of imminent danger. She is often cheerful, and she tries to return favors, and she tends to take it easy, and she tends to be passive in discussions and chews her lips when she's excited. And she dreams of creating a great work of art and personally sees those that attempt to maintain a dignified and proper behavior as vain and defensive and doesn't care about family one way or another, and is married to Merlin's fan. Next up here, we have a mason. This mason is Spec Bot Na. Spec Bot Na enjoys being in crowds and finds humor in most situations, has an overbearing personality and can easily fall in love or develop positive feelings. And she has an active imagination, and she tends to be a little tight with resources when working on projects, and she prefers that everyone lives as harmoniously as possible. And she is somewhat quarrelsome, and she is bothered by this, and she values friendship. She's brave in the face of imminent danger, and she doesn't handle stress well. She is curious and eager to learn, and she is quite comfortable with others that have a different appearance or culture. She does not go out of her way to help others, and she is troubled by this, and she truly respects sacrifice, occasionally overindulges, and she can be troubled, and she values self-control, and she likes a little excitement now and then. And she is conflicted by this as she considers tranquility to be preferable to tumult conceptually. And when she's excited, she often starts talking to herself and needs alcohol to get through the working day, and dreams of creating a great work of art. And personally values tranquility and a peaceful day, and values sacrifice and sees competition as reasonably important, and has no spouse or relatives in the fortress. The next dwarf here is... Well, I'm going to pull somebody from YouTube. Funny Man. She tends to be passive in discussions and is slow to trust others. Can sometimes act without deliberation and does not easily hit or develop negative feelings. You gotta run. We'll see you later, G-Fin. She does not easily hate or develop negative feelings, and she is slow to anger, and she has an active imagination. She is stubborn, and she likes a little excitement now and then, and she tends to hang on to grievances, and she tries to keep her things orderly, and she's curious and eager to learn, and needs alcohol to get through the working day. Dreams of mastering skill, and personally finds the whole concept of introspection completely offensive and contrary to the ideas of life well lived, and prefers a noisy, bustling life to boring days without activity, and does not care about family. Next up, we have a kid who's Funny Man's kid. Funny Man's kid can be Anon 4, somebody else from the YouTube. Feels strong urges and seeks short-term rewards, and is not particularly interested in what others think of her. Generally acts impartially and is rarely moved to mercy, and enjoys the company of others. Tends to think before acting, and doesn't tend to hold on to grievances. Doesn't tend to hold on to grievances, and she tends to share her own experiences and thoughts with others, and she tends to assume that the worst of two outcomes will be the one that comes to pass. She doesn't mind wearing something special now and again, and she doesn't mind wearing. I'm reading that again. She doesn't try to get things done perfectly, and she is stubborn and has an active imagination. Needs alcohol to get through the working day. Dreams of creating a great work of art, and personally sees life is unfair and doesn't mind it that way. Does not care about family one way or another, and doesn't care if others take the time to master skills. And we have Cavern dwellers still, apparently. Let's clear all these. Next up, chat. Did I miss anybody? This can be Binge-leoid. Binge-leoid. I think that's the last of the pick-me's. Often neglects her own well-being, having no interest in material goods. Has no ambition whatsoever, and is always tense and jittery. This is like the weird dwarf that sits in the corner that's the quest giver in the RPG. She always is, or she's just like a Dark Souls like NPC. She is not inherently proud of her talents and accomplishments, and she tends to make her a small mess with her own possessions. She is lustful, and she thinks she is fairly important in the grand scheme of things. She does not easily fall in love and rarely develops positive feelings. She tends to consider what others think of her, and does not easily hate or develop negative feelings. She occasionally overindulges, and she is moved by art and natural beauty. And she is troubled by this, and she dislikes the natural world and needs alcohol to get through the working day. Dreams of crafting a masterwork someday, and personally holds shrewd and crafty individuals as the lowest esteem. Values family and loyalty. All right. Let's get some dwarves put into the military, shall we? You. I'll join the military. Next squad. Literally nobody has any marks for stuff. Okay, let's check ranged efficiency. Let's just wait for the rest of them to walk in. Damn, that's what we needed. We just needed a nice, big migrant wave. That's all that we really needed. As a forgotten beast appears. Efficient. Also get little Joe in here. I really hope I don't need to send all of these green soldiers in to go fight. Although it's likely they'll just be running around trying to pick up gear for a bit. All right, where's this creature? Okay. Okay, that's on the layer where I shouldn't be able to get... What is that? I've never seen that sprite before. Towering scaly monkey. Has large mandibles and it undulates rhythmically. Its dark blue scales are jagged and overlapping. Beware its webs. That is a cool creature. New to me. I mean, I've never seen it before. That is rad looking. Yeah, cool sprite indeed. Cool sprite indeed. Well... At least we got dwarves training pretty quick. That's the fire breather you got? Yours has wings on it? Oh, that's that's gotta look awesome. Yeah, I've never seen that sprite before. Turns out there's a lot of them, though. It's a literal spider monkey? Kinda, yeah. Okay, are we currently making... No, we're not. Let's just do 1,000 rock blocks. But yeah, that migrant wave was something we needed badly, so I'm glad we got it. Because we've had 2 migrant waves today, and they've both been for 2 dwarves each. Because we weren't able to trade for a while, because we were under siege for a really long while. So it's good that we're finally through that. So chat room, my plan originally for today was to stream about 7 or so hours of Dwarf Fort and then play some SimCity 3000. But since right around the time I was about to end the Dwarf Fort portion, we got slammed with a level... Fuck me, I can't even remember. How big was it? I'm literally scrolling down. A level 16 hype train and then some. So that was slightly distracting. And then, oops, I accidentally 10 hours of streaming. What if we just stream some SimCity 3000 tomorrow? That Wereskink was real cool. Yeah, I agree. I agree. Congratulations on a successful return. But yeah, what if we just do that tomorrow? What do you think, chat? Does that work for you guys? You guys down for some SimCity 3000 tomorrow? Next day's fine? Yeah. So I think the plan is I'll probably go till 10 hours, and then I'll go stab my neighbor's wife. The things people ask you to do, man. I'm not giving any other context on that. That somewhat sounds pretty wrong. She's not used to giving herself injections, okay? And I'm the resident type 1 diabetic, so people trust me with needles. Apparently. Yes, for legitimate health reasons. I'm gonna see if I can help teach her how to stab, and then if I have to, I'll just stab her. Which, you know, I can figure it out. I'm an adult. All right, so this is gonna be a tomb, but we'll pause the game first, and it's going to be assigned to Dr. Phineas. Baron Phineas! Yes. This one here is going to be assigned to Dying Sun. And that'll be all of the tombs that we need. Yeah, honestly, I think we've gotten two sprites I've never seen before today. We got a wereskink, and we got that monkey forgotten beast down in the basement. And both of those are pretty rad looking, so. Both of those are pretty goddamn rad looking. You need a quiver. You don't want me exporting chains. There's a screenshot of it on Discord if you want. Here, I'll pop it up and show it on stream. A sec. Look at this little dude. I love the tongue. Swag, yes, pretty much. Look at his big fat, he's like 90% body, just like in real life. You been eating good? I mean, he ate one of my dwarves. Not all of them, just one. Which is still pretty mentally scarring, but... They're all body with just a little tail. Yep. They're like a snake that forgot it was supposed to be a snake and instead grew legs. They're like, reject snake, become skink. Well, we're training up the military slowly. As to why my militia captain is worshipping and not training, I don't know. That's a bloody good question. Oh, I know why. Never mind, no I don't. Why are you worshipping and not training? Should be training. Also, apparently Safe Keeps his sentient potato's dead. Huh. And is bonded with a stray rhinoceros. What kind of helmets are these? Why are we all using bronze helmets? Do I not have steel helmets? Make steel helmets. Should make 40 steel helms. Oh, shit. Assign metal crossbow. My bad. Gonna take them a little bit to find all of their bolts, though, I think. Let's also make some new steel bolts. Let's make 50 stacks. Steel bolts. you? You're stressed and drowsy. Got modest quarters, then go to bed. It's 25 per stack. Is how many is made. 25 per stack. Kind of tempted to make this into a cooking guild, like a chef's guild. Let's do 20. Do 21. Already placed one. Kodiak, thank you very much for the 24th month. Resub, you are very kind. And then down here, we're going to make this into a meeting zone. And this whole zone right here is going to be a cook's guild. A cook hall. The Spicy Muffin! That is a really good name. It's a really, 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 really good name. I like it. A+. I approve. Very happy with that. The Spicy Muffin. A+. I'm actually going to make a special statue for the Spicy Muffin because I'm inspired. This special statue is going to have a new image, and it's going to be an image of a, I wonder, can I do an image of a meal? A prepared meal. Burning. The meal is burning. Screaming. The prepared meal is screaming. The name is the constructive? No. The spicy muffin. It's about as close as I think we can get. Damn, Bastet. 1750. Congrats. What's this dwarf doing? You're eating without a table, but there's a table right next to you. Silly dwarf. Got a stray weasel that just grew up. The only thing that we are going to allow for down here... Ooh, actually... I should also add a dining hall in here. This is literally just going to be for prepared meals. That's it. But the idea is they come down here and they learn how to cook. And we'll say that citizens and long-term residents can visit this place. So that there's no competition getting to their bedrooms or anything. If I zoom over here, all the dwarves who are working out are just asleep. It's oddly fitting. Grr. Is this normal for me? Yep. Yeah, no, a normal stream I do 9 to 12 hours. But I stream about 4 days a week. I usually do about 135 to 140 hours of streams per month. So... You know, it's very, very rare that a band releases a thing and I go, yeah, nope, do not want that. I'm good. Band I like is releasing their new album on 9 7-inch records. I will wait until they release it on 1 record. Like normal people. That's mildly terrifying. Well, the dead are out on a walk again, so that's kind of scary. My military's still far too green to send in on that. Slam that shut. Then we're gonna wait. Nine. In a box set. What the heck is a 7-inch record? A 7-inch record is a 45 RPM single. Generally, they can hold about... If you cram them, about 4 songs? Seems like a weird size. It's how singles used to be sold. You wouldn't buy a... Like, you back in the day, before the internets existed, you wouldn't go online and, you know, buy a single or watch it on YouTube. You'd buy a 7-inch record. How do you deal with the warm stone? You dig through it if you're certain that there's nothing dangerous behind it. Otherwise, it's a warning that you should thank the game for having. It's the game warning you that there is something very dangerous behind that stone. So how do you deal with it? You dig through it. 1 tile at a time. It's not just lava? I mean, there's some very rare occurrences where it's not just lava, but the vast majority of the time it's lava. But what do you mean deal with it? You dig through it just like you would dig through any rock. But there might be lava behind it. I don't know. I can't tell you if there's lava behind it based on like a statement like how do I deal with it? Because I dig through it. No, damp stone is for water. Warm stone is for lava, among other things. Does this play like RimWorld? No, not really at all. I mean, it's a colony builder, but the management is totally different. Very, very, very different games. All of the comparisons made between RimWorld and this are made by the developer of RimWorld, not by the developer of this. So it's basically the developer of RimWorld using this game as free marketing, essentially. Yeah, they're both about as threatening to your fortress. But like if you need to figure out what's on the other side of the like what is actually causing the warm stone, dig up and over it. It'll give you an idea. Uh-oh. Merlin's fan is dead. Yep. Got caught out by the zombies. A tendon in his skull has been torn. Rest in peace, Merlin's fan. But if you're interested in Dwarf Fortress, you're in the right place. Kraken's Gasm. But generally, if you're going into Dwarf Fortress looking for a game that is exactly the same as RimWorld or plays like RimWorld or has very similar management to RimWorld, you're better off playing a game that, is inspired by RimWorld. RimWorld, sure, at one point was inspired by Dwarf Fortress, but RimWorld kind of failed at actually making a game that was inspired by Dwarf Fortress and plays like Dwarf Fortress, which was the original goal of RimWorld. And frankly, the two games are so completely, totally, and utterly different at this point, it's almost silly to compare the two at this point. There is a tree in the middle of my walkway. Their tire is leaking? Look at the leaderboards, pilot. That's how my day's going. Yeah, today's been something. Unless you're still in jail. You are not in jail. But you're haggard and hungry. And are currently hanging out with all of the Marks dwarves. You're also currently being carried by a cop? Never mind. No, you're not. I was getting the wrong information from the game. You are going to go pick up equipment because you're currently mostly naked. You're wearing pants and a loincloth. And an axe. You can't stand. You're missing a leg. Which is totally fair due to the fact that it probably is his closest match to RimWorld, even with its differences. I think that there's a difference in saying that your game is inspired by something and using a game as free marketing. Because the very first time, everybody always laughs when I pop this up. This is the first time I ever saw Dwarf Fortress. Yeah, you've been mashed. There ain't much left of you, although I'm waiting for the Dwarf Fortress forums to load. So give me a second. This is the first time I ever heard of RimWorld, and it was while staring at the Dwarf Fortress forums. This was this post was originally posted before the Kickstarter, before literally anything else, when it was a free demo. His very first post ever, Tynan Sylvester's, very first post ever on the Bay 12 forums was a self-promotion post asking people to try his game. And then later, back his Kickstarter. And then later, buy his game. He also, let's just say, stuck Dwarf Fortress all over the marketing for his game. Put it in the description. Put it on the main menu page. Put it all over the place. So, considering when it initially started development back in 2013, it had some similarities to Dwarf Fortress. None of those similarities remain. So, certainly, it was originally inspired by Dwarf Fortress. But at this point, all it's really doing is misleading people into thinking that Dwarf Fortress is like RimWorld and vice versa. Which it's not. And it's not. Do they kind of fit into the same genre? Sure, but so do Quake and Arma. I would never recommend Arma to a Quake player. You know? Kind of different games. Very much so. And, like, the reason I say that RimWorld uses Dwarf Fortress for marketing is, Dwarf Fortress's motto is losing is fun. RimWorld renamed their hardest difficulty after, like, 6 years of development to losing is fun. And also in RimWorld, no, it's not. It's really, 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 really not. So, I don't know. I'm salty about that game. They do not travel over traps of any kind, cage or otherwise. You haven't seen the upfront ads for it? Yeah, fair. Did we chop down that tree? Nope. No, we didn't. I don't know. I don't... if you like RimWorld, that is totally fine. I quite enjoyed my time with that game for a while as well. But, like... Man, that game makes me feel icky sometimes these days. Oh, wow. Forgotten Beast just killed a giant cave spider. Forgotten Beast bites the giant cave spider in the abdomen and the severed part sails off in an arc. Bit it in half. Dude. What a guy. What a guy. See rambles. Having a discussion with my mayor. I'm actually going to remove mining from my mayor. They do go over boulders. What are you on about? Or do you mean large rocks? Because they don't go over large rocks. They do go over boulders, though. Because boulders are the stuff that's left behind when you mine. Which they do not go over. You like building silk farms? I like building silk farms using, what's it called? We're stuck in an ad. I like building silk farms using Forgotten Beasts. So I tend to not worry so much about the giant cave spiders. Mostly because giant cave spiders kind of scare the crap out of me for many, 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 many reasons. RimWorld says balloons, tower defense. See, I'm not gonna be. I mean, when I'm feeling like being mean to RimWorld, I do describe it as like a tower defense game. But I've never said it's balloons with extra steps. That's not something I would say. That's for sure. Yeah, but if you tame them, then you need a hostile entity to get webs out of them. I mean, you can tame anything. Fast hit, cave spiders or otherwise. But they're harder to farm silk out of if they're not tame. It's basically the same game. Oh, yeah. So it's exactly the same game as Rust, too, right? And also Fortnite. I'll bet. Actually, no, in Fortnite, you just destroy tables. So exactly the same game, yeah. Mm-hmm. almost everything. You can tame most wild animals in Dwarf Fort. Most critters. Vast majority. I'm not scared of spiders. Speaking of spiders. No, they kill my dwarves a lot, so I'm not a big fan of giant cave spiders specifically. There's a quote in the quotes portion of my bot, which is exclamation point quote, which I never tell anybody exists because then they spam it for a while, where I say every game is essentially a really, really, really complicated Minecraft mod. There's a table in Quake 2. Yeah, but can you place it and move it? Are there I don't think there's any, like, tables with physics in Portal, is there? All I'm saying is Dwarf Fortress is literally just a Gary's mod clone. No one took the streamer bait? The streamer bait? What streamer bait? What did I try and bait you into? Oh, I see the problem here. We ran out of bolts. They can't train because they ran out of bolts. Means I have to go over here, and I have to go to labor, standing orders, sieges and forbidding, claim used ammunition so that they can go train, because I need my crossbow dwarves to train. Go back to training dwarves. And they go up here and they shoot. See? They go train. They training. Say a lot of these dwarves should go get new helmets now. Forgotten Beast is killing a lot of Crundles. Oh, that. Yes. Right, now they all have helmets again, which is good. At least moods are sorting themselves out now, too. What? Oh, I see the issue. So we're going to do 1, 2, 3, 4. Be plenty. Do I not have enough logs? No, I do. What I thought. You're not long for this world. Your dwarf has been on and off, like, in chronic depression since you joined the fort, so you might not be long for this world, but you might be surprised. Let's see. Also, you're throwing a tantrum again. But you haven't committed any actual crimes. Time to grow a new potato. Hey, I love new potatoes. New potatoes are delicious. There's a fire alarm going off in my building somewhere. Someone's burning dinner. And it stopped. That's about the appropriate amount of time for a fire alarm to go off. Like 3 sets of beeps. I prefer basil. I like basil and rosemary on baby potatoes. Salt and pepper's okay, but butter, basil, and rosemary are my go-to. Just waiting on construction. Construction suspended. Dwarves are standing on it. Also, is there a way to give dwarves clothes? Because you've been having issues with some dwarves taking clothes when they already have clothes, leaving naked dwarves. So, dwarves will take clothes the second their clothes start to degrade. So if you click on a dwarf and you see a dwarf with X's on either side of their clothing, it means their clothing is degrading. When their clothing starts to degrade, they will immediately swap out for new clothing if it's available. So you need to make enough clothes for every dwarf about every 2 years. 15% tax? Spices are expensive everywhere, but it's part of the reason I make my own, like, spices. Because, like, actually paying for that stuff's kind of nuts. Dwarven child has been taken by a Fey mood. We'll have to keep an eye on that one. What clothes do they need? All of the clothes that they currently have. So what's best is find a dwarf that has a full set of clothing and take a look at them. And not all of them are going to be psycho greedy dwarves like this one that have like multiple of every clothing piece. Dwarf, why do you have one? Oh, you have gloves and mittens. Okay, so not every dwarf is going to be nuts like this one. But find a dwarf that has like about this amount, screenshot it, and then just make one of each. Gloves for your mittens, naturally. But yeah, this is about normal. Once they've had an item of clothing, they will desire that item of clothing for the rest of their existence. So if they've had underwear, they want underwear. If they've had no underwear, they don't need underwear. If they've had, you know, like, I don't know if that makes any sense, but essentially, they want one of everything that they've had in the past. So, you need to make them one of everything. Let's just go statue, rock statue, specify stone, use nice because we're just gonna make 4. Yeah, clothing industry is a huge industry in Dwarf Fortress. It's also like one of the most repeatable, which is between the clothes industry. My clothes industry right now is this little room down here plus this down here. So this is where they weave silk into cloth, and then up here is where they make the silk into clothing. And then you want it to be transferred to a stockpile, which is in the finished goods section. You want it to be transferred to a stockpile because when they're hauling items, they have a chance to claim it. And dwarves that are less greedy will have a lower chance to claim items when they're hauling it. So you need to make it so that even your not greedy dwarves can get, you know, the clothes that they need. Child has claimed a craft store shop and is zipped off. Yeah, usually what I do is at the very start of every fort, I make a process plants job that's just set to 10 process plant 10 or process 10 plants whenever there is 10 available to be processed. This gets you the seeds back, and whenever a pigtail harvest is ready, they will make some of them into cloth. You'll get some thread. That thread will then be made into cloth, and then you'll always have some lying around. And if I go to the cloth section of here right now, right here, let's see, we have a decent, okay, so we have 63 pigtail and 476 cave spider silk cloth right now. So that's a lot of silk. This is a lot of silk. If anything, actually, I should be making silk crafts. Let's just make 100 silk crafts, why don't we? Why? Some custodian. The customization is one of the coolest parts about Dwarf Fortress. The ability the fact that you have that choice is part of what makes this game cool. Wow, Dwarf. You are really going to the other end of the world to get one piece of gypsum. I suppose, but the different systems in Dwarf Fortress are pretty separate, meaning it's kind of difficult to actually do that, but I guess I kind of see what you're saying. Competent wrestler, but rusty. Yeah, we're going to need to let these dwarves train for a while. What the heck is that? Like a badger man or something? What in the world? Guess we'll find out when the statue arrives. No, I think they're just saying that they want to be able to make, like, trousers, and then the dwarves just pick the material type, but it's just not how the game works. Like, I get what they're saying. 3, 4, 6, 7, 8. Okay. Which, like, I get it. I just want to know what this statue is. Okay, well. Guess we'll find out in a moment. Here comes dribble number 1. Amazes me how light some furniture is, even though it's made out of stone. Okay, you're coming here to construct it. Is that a hedgehog man? It's a hedgehog man! It's a statue of a hedgehog man. That's fantastic. That is absolutely fantastic. I might need to stop the water flow here to actually be able to build it, though. There it goes. Sweet. Yeah, it's a hedgehog man. And nice. What a nice little hedgehog man. Chat room, we're currently in a siege. Devilish Potato just threw another tantrum. Got an artifact being made. Let's check that strange mood, actually. Still hauling gypsum. I'm sure Kiddo will get this done in a reasonable amount of time. Chat room, I've been live for 10 hours and 20 minutes. I think now it's time to wind down for the day. Today has been nuts. Twitch chat, it's time for you guys to say goodbye, YouTube. YouTube chat, we'll see you Tuesday for more Dwarfs. There will be a stream tomorrow, but I won't be streaming on YouTube because it's going to be SimCity and not Dwarf Fortress. So I don't want to bother people on the Dwarf Fortress YouTube channel when I'm not streaming Dwarfs. So I will be playing some SimCity over here on Twitch tomorrow if you want to swing by and say hi. Aside from that, see you later, YouTube. All right, chat. Now, don't run off, because we are going to raid somebody. Okay. Gonna be babysitting college students. Well, that's unfortunate. I'm sure there will be a video or something for you to watch when you get back, though. Yeah, you too, Bastet. You too. And chat room in general. Today was absurd. That's it. Fucking absurd. Absolutely.